free information now, all of my ideas. And I think we could do it. Maybe we'll do it. Come out for a week. We'll take 10 people and we'll teach. And you can have your own podcast.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We'll give you one episode, but then you got to go do it yourself.
Awesome. Frank, it's been awesome talking with you here. We got to get to the awesome cast for the week, of course, here recording. It is podcast night here in Pittsburgh. So I'm really glad you could join me here.
It's a hockey night in Pittsburgh. It's a podcast night in Pittsburgh.
That's our new logo. Man, we need a shirt.
Yes,
we need a shirt. We're going to throw that on the spread shirt here before I get it. Alex, if you're out there listening, please do that.
It's a podcast night in Pittsburgh.
It's a podcast night in Pittsburgh.
Thank you for having me, Mike.
All right. Check them out. It's PittsburghPodcastNetwork.com. TNI, is it TNImedia.com?
Yep. TNImedia.com.
Plug all the things. Plug all the things coming up.
Just type in Frank Murgy and before we do it, I have to say, I think it was Crystal from Libsyn. Mm-hmm. She did her presentation. She talked about own your identity. Mm-hmm. Google your name. You should be in the first 10. All 10 should be you.
You know how long it took me to get all the variations of Mike and MichaelSorg.com.net.org.
Oh my gosh.
It took me a while. There was like that one holdout. I had marked every year for when it was supposed to expire. I was like, they're going to let it go one of these years, right?
Oh my.
They're going to let it go. And got it.
That's good. Now you own all 10. Own your identity. Well, thanks again, Michael. Appreciate it.
All right. Check it out. Check out all this stuff. And AwesomeCast.net is where our stuff is and all kinds of podcasty things. SorgatronMedia.com for all the shows that we're doing of uber geekiness, whether it be technology, whether it be wrestling, comic books, video games. We're covering it all the stuff we dig about and we are passionate about. So thank you to our awesome guest, Frank. You have been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week. This is the part where I confess we've only been live for the last 5 minutes.
What happened, Mike?
I forgot to hit start.
But it recorded, right?
Oh, it recorded. It just wasn't live. Streaming.
Is that amazing?
Like we tweeted an hour ago. So I'm
going
to tweet an apology.
Yeah, tweet an apology. I'll retweet it. Look for the on-demand version. I videotaped my niece's wedding. Again, it's only one shot. And there was a cool dance she choreographed. And I didn't have the outboard microphone turned on.
Oh, no.
So I have this great dance with no audio on it.
We've had that.
So I did it. At a wedding, I go, I have no other shot. I fucked it up. But it happens.
This is why I'm all about redundancy.
Well, thank God there was another person there. Everybody had cameras on. I walked around to about 10 guests. I go, who taped that whole thing on their iPhone? Who did it? And I got it, so I got it and put it in that little video.
I've screwed up something really bad on my basic Sorganomics one day, and thankfully I Periscope it. But I didn't do the initial download to my phone. So I ended up bringing up the Periscope. I did. No. I brought up the Periscope, and then I screen capped it, I think, from the browser with the screen recording feature.
See, to you, it's great. You have all these backups.
That's just like a Mac on QuickTime. Oh. Yeah, so I got an audio backup. I got the video here, and then if I hit start on the YouTube Live, it's up there as well. So.
God. Oh my gosh. All right, so we're off. Is your bathroom downstairs or upstairs?
Upstairs. Hold on.
I might have to move my car too. I'll wait till you're done. I'm in no hurry.
Okay.
I might have to move my car, and I'm okay. Happy to do that.
Yeah, we'll do the swap route so she's in the spot. Hold on, I'll figure out where she's at. Nah, don't worry about moving your car. But
probably smashed it. Gotta tell you, I don't know what this Be Somebody is. I gotta download that.
All right, I tagged you. Yeah, it'll be coming from me, and I'll retweet it to AwesomeCast.
Okay, I'll get it up there.
All right, I'll retweet to AwesomeCast. Okay, so in the meantime, I want to do that cool thing I did last week, and I'm going to throw some videos on here so you guys have something while we're doing other things. We'll do a video shot. I'll give you a basic Sorganomics, and that's out. All right, we'll be right back, guys.
Was I chatting? Should I not have been talking?
Hey guys, it's Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on Twitter with your basic Sorganomics for this Friday.
Oh, it is live.
Big weekend. Big weekend coming up. A lot of wrestling shows going on. IWC Wrestling, RWA. Double shot. We're splitting the teams. We're going to see how that goes. Splitting equipment. It's so tough. But it's fun. So yesterday was my brother's, actually his birthday. And we went to Dave & Buster's surprise party. My sister and her crew, my nephew, my mom, all hanging out down at Dave and Buster's, having a good time, and it was cool. It was real cool. Always weird because when I hear like, oh, we're going to Dave and Buster's, it's like, ooh, see, Dave and Buster's was the place. You're not familiar with it. It really is an adult Chuck E. Cheese, where it's an arcade. There's a bar. There's a restaurant. There's you can watch your sports there and everything, and it's a lot of fun, And they really kind of make sure there's not like somebody in there with a gaggle of kids with their rules with minors and everything. So that's cool, right? And we used to go there. And we used to go there a lot. Not a lot. Like, every time it was like my birthday, and I think when it was my brother's birthday. So for several years, we go a couple times a year. And I remember getting to a certain point with it, and I think it was on my birthday, when I'm walking around and I'm thinking like, man, this is like the sad state of the arcade, or I was bored with it because there really wasn't much turnover in games. It was the same thing every time we went in there. And that was it, and it was really interesting because now we go back and I'm like, oh, it's going to be the same stuff it was how many years ago when we went, and I haven't probably been there for 3 or so years, maybe a little longer, and it's definitely changed. Some of the hits, and they're gonna sound familiar. Some of the things that we spent the most time on were 4-player Pac-Man, 4-player Mario Kart, Infinity Blade. And observation of such games as Cut the Rope, Candy Crush, Fruit Ninja. Are you seeing a trend here? Are you seeing a trend going on here? Whereas before I felt like, of course the arcade specializes in experiences you can't get at home, right? And then let's take this back for a moment. I remember as a kid, my parents were awesome. They got me a Nintendo Entertainment System. I got to play my Mario, my Donkey Kong, and everything. But when I'd go to an arcade, my mom would take me to the department store, and there'd be an arcade in the front of the store. And I'd say, "Hey, can I have a quarter? Can you have a quarter, Mom?" And she would look at me and say, "No, you have video games at home. Why would you want to play that video game? That you have them at home." Of course, at the time, I believe that's when, games better looking than Nintendo were coming out, right? Games like, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, something like that I'm not able to play on my little Nintendo Entertainment System. Mom didn't understand that. She thought it was a video game is a video game is a video game. Of course, it's okay, Mom. It's okay. But anyways, and I think that's the case here where I'm kind of battling with, because I'm looking at this and it's like, why would I want to play this game and pay money at Dave & Buster's when it's on my iPad? In the case of Infinity Blade, Infinity Blade 1 is actually there, and it's adapted, of course. It's really kind of following along. And the really interesting thing is you play it for the coupons, as if you're playing skee ball, right? You're getting tickets, coupons to buy other things in our Winner's Circle store, Chuck E. Cheese style. Really interesting that gets adapted. And I'm really surprised which ones have coupons. There's a physical Angry Birds game where you actually physically slingshot at the screen, and it detects where that is and knocks down the birds and stuff. Some of the other Fruit Ninja, of course, like I mentioned, that we're sitting there playing Mario Kart DX, I think officially is the name of it, which is basically technologically is Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U that a few of us have, right? Adapted, it's in a full stand up, 4 players linked. Namco did the stand up of it. I mean, it's different to have a force feedback steering wheel. Yes, to do it. It's very interesting. They had an interesting component where there's a camera above you, and they put kind of an overlay of like Wario's nose and hat and stuff, or Yoshi's head as a hat, which is really creepy now that I think of it. And that's the face that pops up when you see who got you with the turtle shell or whatever the case may be, which was a really, really fun concept, and that was worth it. I think it was definitely worth it. The Pac-Man game is really Pac-Man Championship Edition that a lot of you may have played on your Xbox on Arcade Live or or on an iPhone or Android. I mean, but it's adapted for people with a joystick, kind of a giant screen and party atmosphere, and you can eat other. And I think there might be multiplayer in those games on certain consoles as well. I'm not. I can't recall. I have it on the iPhone, so I'm not sure. And again, just adapted games like that. I mean, there's of course stuff that you're not going to have. There's experiences. I didn't catch this until I ran out of my coins, but there's actually a 4D haunted house experience where you put on 3D glasses, you sit in a thing, and I guess there's noises come from every which way as you're going through this kind of gun game. Or there's a Transformer sit down. There's a Jurassic Park newer sit down. There's a Kung Fu Panda where you punch things around you as things pop up on the sides. I mean, again, it's those experiences, and it really has. There's not a lot of stand-ups. In the corner somewhere is a newer, there's combo machines with Miss Pac-Man and Galaga, or all the Donkey Kongs and Mario Brothers, right? I mean, and that's it. That's it for your classics. And then there's a whole array over on the other end. That's all the Time Crisis and House of the Dead, and again, more kind of 4D, 3D things, or the Star Wars Battle Pod, which I kind of like. So there's this nice like familiarity. If you go there for these iPad-y games, those are now that's the thing I play back home on the console. Why am I going to pay for this here? Why is the experience so much different? Especially looking at some of these games, and the Time Crisis, old Time Crisis, and the old House of the Dead. You're like, well, that looks like what I have at home. The arcade has shrunk in as an industry, but yet has been smart to jump on the doodle jump bandwagon. Right? There's a Flappy Birds. It's not Flappy Bird. They call it floppy tickets, but it's Flappy Birds, right? It's insane. But it's really interesting, the state of the arcade. I think, and in the long run, again, there's that familiarity. Oh, there's the other thing. Back when you used to go to Dave & Buster's, you wouldn't like bring video games with you. That seems like a weird concept. Why would I bring my Game Boy with me while I'm going to go play some Dave & Buster's? Where I was sitting there and everybody was eating. And I realized I pulled out my phone and I was like, oh, hey, check out this new game I got. Because Chachi had just sent me the link that morning of the Pac-Man 256, which is the Crossy Road Pac-Man kind of crossover that they just put out, which I couldn't get to sleep because I was playing this thing. And I'm sitting there playing that thing. And then I realized, and then I looked up, I'm like, I'm at a freaking arcade. And I'm playing a game on my phone. Such a weird world that we live in. Let me know what you think. What do you think about if you've made it to a Dave & Buster's or some other significant arcade that has this kind of collection of video games? What do you think about the state of that? The idea that your iPad games are now arcade games, your Infinity Blades, your Doodle Jumps, your Flappy Birds, your or whatever the case may be. Cut the rope, man. Cut the rope is just There's another one. Side note, there's another one because somebody, my original co-host for AwesomeCast, does awesome things. He makes stuff for conferences, displays for conference, and they have these clear see-through LCDs. There's been stories about like Coke machines that have these, and basically it's like the LCD on your TV, but without that back glass that lights up that makes the colors pop out. And they put this over top of these characters. And it's a touchscreen, and you flip these paint characters, and there's a blacked out sun or something, and you're trying to cover it with paint. And I just love that they were using that clear LCD technology. But there's fun, innovative stuff at the arcade again, I guess. So let me know what you think at Sorgatron on the Twitter. Obviously, hey. Here's me not talking about social media for once. So, but we do talk about a lot of podcasts, and we actually have a guest post this week on the newsletter. So please sign up for that at sorgatron.com, and please comment on this and other episodes, whatever kind of strikes your fancy. Keep an eye out for me at Sorgatron on Twitter. I like the Periscope. I always like the live stream to know I got eyes on me. I don't know if it's a performance anxiety thing or something, but keep an eye on it. Typically recording these Monday or Tuesday night, after we do other shows, or Thursday or Friday morning. Sometimes I batch them up on Thursday if I have a busy Friday. All right, it might be a little around, but no, you can jump in, comment, and sometimes I say, hey, what's up, and we have a little conversation afterwards too. So there's an opportunity there to interact with me, as if there aren't enough opportunities to interact with me. I just like talking to people. So, all right, I'm going to go do some responsible things, post this thing. You guys have a great weekend. This show is a member of the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network. Find out more at sorgatronmedia.com. Hey guys, it's Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter with your basic Sorganomics for this Friday. Big weekend coming up. A lot of wrestling shows going on. IWC Wrestling, RWA, double shot. We're splitting the teams. We're going to see how that goes. Splitting equipment. It's so tough, but it's fun. So yesterday was my brother's, actually his birthday. And we went to Dave & Buster's surprise party. My sister and her crew, my nephew, my mom, all hanging out down at Dave & Buster's, having a good time, and it was cool. It was real cool. So always weird because when I hear like, oh, we're going to Dave & Buster's, it's like, ooh. See, Dave & Buster's was the place. You're not familiar with it. It really is an adult Chuck E. Cheese, where it's an arcade. There's a bar, there's a restaurant, there's you can watch your sports there and everything, and it's a lot of fun, and they really kind of make sure there's not like somebody in there with a gaggle of kids with their rules with minors and everything. So that's cool, right? And we used to go there. And we used to go there a lot. Not a lot. Like, every time it was like my birthday, and I think when it was my brother's birthday. So for several years, we'd go a couple times a year. And I remember getting to a certain point with it, and I think it was on my birthday, when I'm walking around and I'm thinking like, man, this is like the sad state of the arcade, or I was bored with it because there really wasn't much turnover in games. It was the same thing every time we went in there, and that was it, and it was really interesting because now we go back and I'm like, oh, it's going to be the same stuff it was how many years ago when we went. And I haven't probably been there for 3 or so years, maybe a little longer. And it's definitely changed. Some of the hits, and they're gonna sound familiar. Some of the things that we spent the most time on were 4-player Pac-Man, 4-player Mario Kart, Infinity Blade, and observation of such games as Cut the Rope, Candy Crush, Fruit Ninja. Are you seeing a trend here? Are you seeing a trend going on here? Whereas before I felt like, of course the arcade specializes in experiences you can't get at home, right? And then let's take this back for a moment. I remember as a kid, my parents were awesome. They got me a Nintendo Entertainment System. I got to play my Mario, my Donkey Kong, and everything. But when I'd go to an arcade, my mom would take me to the department store, and there'd be an arcade in the front of the store. And I'd say, hey, can I have a quarter? Can you give a quarter, Mom? And she would look at me and say, no, you have video games at home. Why would you want to play that video game that you have them at home? Of course, at the time, I believe that's when, games better looking than Nintendo were coming out, right? Games like, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, something like that I'm not able to play on my little Nintendo Entertainment System. Mom didn't understand that. She thought it was a video game is a video game is a video game. Of course, it's okay, Mom. It's okay. But anyways, and I think that's the case here, what I'm kind of battling with, because I'm looking at this and it's like, why would I want to play this game and pay money at Dave & Buster's when it's on my iPad? In the case of Infinity Blade. Infinity Blade 1 is actually there, and it's adapted, of course. It's really kind of following along. And the really interesting thing is you play it for the coupons, as if you're playing skee ball, right? You're getting tickets, coupons to buy other things in their Winner's Circle store, Chuck E. Cheese style. Really interesting that gets adapted, and I'm really surprised which ones have coupons. There's a physical Angry Birds game where you actually physically slingshot at the screen, and it detects where that is and knocks down the birds and stuff. Some of the other Fruit Ninja, of course, like I mentioned, that we're sitting there playing Mario Kart DX, I think officially is the name of it, which is basically technologically is Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U that a few of us have, right? Adapted, it's in a full stand up, 4 players linked. Namco did the stand up of it. I mean, it's different to have a force feedback steering wheel. Yes, do it. It's very interesting. They had an interesting component where there's a camera above you, and they put kind of an overlay of like Wario's nose and hat and stuff, or Yoshi's head as a hat, which is really creepy now that I think of it. And that's the face that pops up when you see who got you with the turtle shell or whatever the case may be, which was a really, really fun concept, and that was worth it. I think it was definitely worth it. The Pac-Man game is really Pac-Man Championship Edition that a lot of you may have played on your Xbox on Arcade Live or on an iPhone or Android. I mean, but it's adapted for people with a joystick, kind of a giant screen and party atmosphere, and you can eat other. And I think there might be multiplayer in those games on certain consoles as well. I'm not. I can't recall. I have it on the iPhone, so I'm not sure. And again, just adapted games like that. I mean, there's of course stuff that you're not going to have. There's experiences. I didn't catch this until I ran out of my coins, but there's actually a 4D haunted house experience where you put on 3D glasses, you sit in a thing, and I guess there's noises come from every which way as you're going through this kind of gun game. Or there's a Transformer sit down. There's a Jurassic Park newer sit down. There's a Kung Fu Panda where you punch things around you as things pop up on the sides. I mean, again, it's those experiences, and it really has. There's not a lot of stand-ups. In the corner somewhere is a newer, there's combo machines with Miss Pac-Man and Galaga, or all the Donkey Kongs and Mario Brothers, right? I mean, and that's it. That's it for your classics. And then there's a whole array over on the other end. That's all the Time Crisis and House of the Dead, and again, more kind of 4D, 3D things, or the Star Wars Battle Pod, which I kind of like. So there's this nice like familiarity. If you go there for these iPad-y games, those are now that's the thing I play back home on the console. Why am I going to pay for this here? Why is the experience so much different? Especially looking at some of these games, and the Time Crisis, old Time Crisis, and the old House of the Dead. You're like, well, that looks like what I have at home. The arcade has shrunk as an industry, but yet has been smart to jump on the doodle jump bandwagon, right? There's a Flappy Birds. It's not Flappy Birds. They call it floppy tickets, but it's Flappy Birds, right? It's insane. But it's really interesting, the state of the arcade. I think, and in the long run, again, is that familiarity. Oh, there's the other thing. Back when you used to go to Dave and Buster's, you wouldn't bring video games with you. That seems like a weird concept. Why would I bring my Game Boy with me while I'm going to go play some Dave and Buster's? Where I was sitting there and everybody was eating, and I realized I pulled out my phone and I was like, oh hey, check out this new game I got, because Chachi had just sent me the link that morning of the Pac-Man 256, which is the Crossy Road Pac-Man kind of crossover that they just put out.
If you can hear me, I'll be right back.
Couldn't get to sleep because I was playing this thing, and I'm sitting there playing that thing, and then I realized looked up. I'm like, I'm at a freaking arcade. And I'm playing a game on my phone. Such a weird world that we live in. Let me know what you think. What do you think about if you've made it to a Dave & Buster's or some other significant arcade that has this kind of collection of video games? What do you think about the state of that? The idea that your iPad games are now arcade games, your Infinity Blades, your Doodle Jumps, your Flappy Birds, or whatever the case may be. Cut the rope, man. Cut the rope is just There's another one. Side note, there's another one because somebody, my original co-host for AwesomeCast, does awesome things. So he makes stuff for conferences. displays for conference, and they had these clear see-through LCDs. There's been stories about like Coke machines that have these, and basically it's like the LCD on your TV, but without that back glass that lights up that makes the colors pop out. And they put this over top of these characters, and it's a touchscreen, and you flip these paint characters, and there's a blacked out sun or something, and you're trying to cover it with paint. And I just love that they were using that clear LCD technology, but there's fun, innovative stuff at the arcade again, I guess, So, let me know what you think at Sorgatron on the Twitter. Obviously, hey, here's me not talking about social media for once. So, but we do talk about a lot of podcasts, and we actually have a guest post this week on the newsletter. So please sign up for that at sorgatron.com. And please comment on this and other episodes, whatever kind of strikes your fancy. Keep an eye out for me at Sorgatron on Twitter. I like the Periscope. I always like the live stream to know I got eyes on me. I don't know if it's a performance anxiety thing or something, but keep an eye on it. Typically recording these Monday or Tuesday night after we do other shows, or Thursday or Friday morning. Sometimes I batch them up on Thursday if I have a busy Friday. All right, it might be a little around, but no, you can jump in, comment, and sometimes I say, hey, what's up, and we have a little conversation afterwards too. So there's an opportunity there to interact with me, as if there aren't enough opportunities to interact with me. I just like talking to people. So, all right, I'm going to go do some responsible things, post this thing. You guys have a great weekend.
This show is a member of the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network. Find out more at sorgatronmedia.com. Sorry, Josh. I didn't realize you popped in. Hi.
Hey guys, it's Mike Sorgatron.
Sorry about that.
With your basic
That's okay. I told you I'd be right back. I don't think you were hooked up.
No, I wasn't hooked up. All right, let me get the video feedback coming at you. So you're gonna get double me for a moment.
Okay, and can you send me the doc?
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I don't think you ever talked to me about being on AwesomeCast this week.
When you said you were coming in.
Oh, okay.
I just presumed.
Yeah, no. No. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Was that a mispresumption?
No, I was going to be there in time for all of it.
Right, and I didn't know if you were still going to be on since you weren't going to be here.
Right.
So.
No, I wasn't doing anything.
So you just need something to do tonight, don't you?
No, I really need nothing to do. But if I'm not doing this, then there's a bunch of cleaning stuff around the house that I need to be doing.
Oh, so we're helping you avoid cleaning?
Big weekend coming up. A lot of wrestling shows going on. IWC Wrestling, RWA, double shot. We're splitting the teams. We're going to see how that goes. Splitting equipment is so tough.
Won't let me get out of the video.
It's fun. So last night, yes.
There we go. It's clicking the wrong stuff. I am Will Rutherford. That's not good.
No, you're not.
Okay, so we got him. We got Chilla. So we will dupe this. Put Frank up there. Put Chilla up there. We'll be going in a couple minutes here, guys. Just doing some
it's really cool.
arranging. What's cool, Chach?
The Chromebook.
What's that? Oh, the Chromebook?
Yeah.
Everybody's got a Chromebook now. It went from nobody having a Chromebook to everybody I know has a Chromebook in the last week. I swear.
You can pick one up for $100.
Yeah, I wish I had $100.
It's like the netbook. It's like the netbook of 2015.
I got mine for free.
It's on my list as well. I was picking and choosing. Let's pick one.
Somebody was asking me about using it for a haunt, actually, for an interactive kind of thing. So I was like, hey, for a nice cheap thing like that, that's actually probably pretty good. All right, there's me. There's this. There's whoever's going there. That's Chachi probably. Where are you at? Do I have you on here yet?
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, there was some problems with that. I think it's the adapter. So I might need to find a new adapter. Might be difficult. Chill, plug your mic or your headset directly into the thing. Just make sure that works by itself.
Oh, sorry about that.
That was clean though.
Hello.
Yeah,
hello,
I can
hello,
hear.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Could you hear before I took it off?
Yeah, when you had one in there, I heard. You probably I could hear when you had one stuck in there, probably the other one.
So when you plug the second one in, it goes like
Wow.
No, okay.
Watch your ears.
Okay.
There's a 3
I can hear.
So you can hear him talking.
Wait.
All right. Let
Yeah.
me set up the Wirecast stuff, and then I will work with you. See if there might be another one lying around over there. I think I heard
Hey,
that.
Sorg.
Is there a buzz? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a real bad hum.
Ah. Yes, there is. I think it's Mr. Robot. I'm sorry.
Did it go away?
No, you're here. You're here.
No. No. Ask Chilla if the buzzing went away.
No, I would hear the buzzing if it was you.
Okay.
Just have to share the dock. Hold on. Hold on.
So I'm getting excited text messages from Chris.
Okay.
Apparently, she got a secret agency library card yesterday.
Are we allowed to be talking about the secret agency library card?
Doesn't sound too secret.
I mean, I feel like that's against
No,
some kind of rule.
the agency is secret. The library card's not.
Agency. So wait. So should we be talking about the agency then? I'm confused.
I'm not using it by name.
Agency.
So-
You know, the agency. Them.
Right.
They.
Shield.
They,
Shield.
yes, Shield.
Sure.
Is it logo in or logo out?
Logo in. What you're doing now sounds beautiful.
Awesome.
So go with that.
Yeah.
I forgot to set my sources. I'm sorry, guys. This might take a moment.
Unacceptable.
Tell me about it. I'm not happy about it.
Huh.
But here we are. Oh, that's that computer. That's that.
Are you using any of the Giphy keyboards?
No, because I feel like I'll hurt myself. Giphy keyboard. You know what? Maybe I did install that.
I'm trying to think. What was the app I have?
Chachi, you are smooth.
I rebooted before the show.
But like, yeah, you look good, and my feed, because sometimes when I have you on here, like the thing I'm doing in studio, it gets a little laggy. And
Gotcha.
I guess this is an okay computer. This isn't. It's probably the same speed as the iMac. Yeah, you look good there. Hold on, let's see when I blow you up on the big screen.
And that's when it all goes to hell.
And never mind. Well, I mean, it's never going to look good in HD. Let's be honest.
I don't know whether to be insulted by that. I'm never going to look good in HD.
No, you're on the white iMac, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole 1996 webcam technology.
Well, I was going to do from the Chromebook, but I didn't have it set up in time.
Yeah,
so
you look all right there. It's also why
So
that's also why I don't have HD monitors in the studio.
that's true. Because I'll never look good in HD.
Nope, sorry, bud.
Should I do it in the luchador mask that I bought from Joe?
Maybe not the entire show. You can have fun with that. There it is.
Olé!
Oh gosh.
Oh, I was very excited. On Swerve last night, somebody had a Lucha Underground shirt on.
Yesterday was my
Hornswoggle.
brother's actually his
No, it
birthday.
was behind
and
Hornswoggle.
we
actually.
went to Dave and Buster's. Surprise!
I keep loading this video by accident. I'm gonna kill that.
I can't wear my glasses and the luchador mask at the same time.
That's a problem. Do you need glasses to podcast?
No, but it helps with the whole nerdness or hipsterness. Depends on who you ask.
Have you been getting that a lot? Have you had anybody else text support you on the bus?
No.
Okay, I need to set up.
Although according to you, I'm just a beard away from being a hipster. So.
You are with those glasses, but let's be honest, so am I. I'm a hairstyle away from being a hipster, to be honest. Which reminds me, I got there's a movie called Hit on Netflix. It's not very good, but it's very curious.
I'm getting an
that-
echo.
Yeah, I was noticing a little bit of echo before too. I'm wondering where that's coming from. It might be just you're going to get the echo. It's not coming through that I'm aware of.
That's going to irritate me.
Sorry. Oh, hey, you know what? I bet if I turn one of these down, I don't know which one.
Oh,
It might help a little
not
bit.
that one.
Not that one.
Whichever one you're turning isn't working.
All right. Actually, no, because that's actually the backup I'm turning down. This one should be you. How's that?
All right.
How's that? How's that?
Let's see.
Am I echoing or are you echoing to yourself?
I'm echoing back to myself.
All right, then I think that's the one. Did it help a little bit?
Let's see. Yeah, it did a lot. I mean, it's still there, but I can hear it apparently. So.
Sometimes I kick these up a little higher, and you're going to kind of round back to yourself. So.
Okay.
All right, I got to set you guys up.
What are you doing, Joe?
You're taking video notes for your property here?
What's that?
Are you taking notes on video setup?
Oh no! I have the rundown and I have some notes.
You printed the rundown?
I printed a rundown because I didn't have my iPad or anything on me.
But you had a printer?
What's that?
I said, but you had a printer?
Well, at work, yeah. I left from work, but I didn't have my iPad or my laptop. Is at home, so I just.
Oh man, we're gonna judge a lot of technology with you tonight.
Oh gosh. I put notes in the sidebar. Yeah, I'm just gonna write on this.
Oh, well, when Jagoff was on, he's like, I don't know why I'm even on this show. Like,
Chamberlain. Oh yeah, I got pen, paper, and that's it, old school, and a BlackBerry. I mean, I should, yeah.
oh, that's part of your introduction.
That voice sounds so familiar, but I can't see him.
What's that?
I said the voice sounds familiar, but I can't place
You
it.
don't have the loop back on?
No, you got the video. Look on your thing.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Click on that so it's always up.
Merge, I don't know. Do we know each
Yeah,
other?
I didn't notice it came up.
Yeah.
Another life.
Do you know Frank?
No.
What's your real name?
He sounded like Loke for a little bit,
Oh.
so I
Jim Loke?
was confused.
Yeah. Apparently you sound like Jim Loke over Google Hangout.
Jim Loke, he's up in Boston now, right?
Yeah.
Does he have a Bostonese instead of Yinzer?
No,
Yinzer meets Boston.
No.
still extremely Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, he's kept it, thankfully. They just did something where he did, like, they sent him on a trip. Like Amazing Race Style or something.
Oh.
I saw him tweeting about it.
He's perfect for that.
Put Jim in awkward situations. You know he almost died in a snowdrift like his first month there, right?
I think I remember him tweeting that.
We
Yeah, so when they had like that 22 days of snow or whatever.
Yeah. He was there and like snow fell off of a tree and like right onto where he was and he was like, oh, and then they used it for the winter promos like for the rest of the year. So now he's the whoa guy. Right. Or do we have any apps on here? I should probably set this up just in case.
Well, before he was the whoa guy, he was the shop and save guy.
He was? Well, it was the Shop and Save guy.
They had a clip of him singing along to the Shop and Save theme song
Oh, jeez.
in the background while they were like in the commercial break or something.
Like they left it on?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I bet it was Carlin's.
Oh, we're coming on the rundown.
Oh, you need that shared, huh?
Yeah. Missy
Yeah.
does too.
Yeah. It's coming at you.
All right, thank you.
I think we got all the, or most of the, I think I need to set up still like 2 more quick things. There's me, couch. That's wrong. That's not right. It's not right at all.
Oh, there it is. Perfect. Refresh.
And this will be over. This, make a chilla. Boom. Nice wide shots on everybody. Beautiful. Showing off that Apple logo. Should get the rundown up for myself too. On the right computer, huh? Alright. That's that. That's you. Almost there. Almost there. I swear we're almost there. There we go.
Look at all those notifications up there.
All those social medias that I can't keep up with. All those people I
Bubbles.
don't call back that were out front at my gate. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Chachi, I remember you're all the way at the end. Wait a minute. Wait. 6, 7, 8. Oops. Wait. Eight. Okay. That'll work. All right, I think we're ready to go. Hit record. Backup's still going. Still gonna bring up my own dock. All right. Ready, Chachi?
Yeah, whenever you are.
All right. I'm gonna not forget to plug our Patreon this week, like I did last week.
Did they call you out on it?
I don't know. I haven't heard one thing from these guys, so I just consider it a $5 a show sponsorship by these guys. So I accept that. I need more of those.
6,000 more of those.
I need
All of the
6,000. I need
sponsorship.
6,000 more of those. Yes. God, what was it? Like I think that's how many Patreons one of those shows I listened to has. It's ridiculous. All right. How do I start this one? I didn't do it last week. Hey guys, it's time to get geeky, get nerdy. It's time for the AwesomeCast. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter on the seat in the Mayhem studio down here in Pittsburgh, PA, in the wonderful Beachview district. But anyways, with me, we got a whole bunch of people here in studio. We'll start there first. First of all, back in the studio A, it is John Chichilla.
Hey, how's it going? Where's the camera?
What do you mean, where's the camera?
It's over there. There it is. I saw it up there earlier, and I was doing a bunch of stuff, and it's
Invisible
switching
cameras.
between
Hidden
studios.
camera!
They're
We
everywhere.
just became a hidden camera show, Chilla. Welcome. Welcome. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
All right.
It's good to be back in studio.
It is good. It's good. I don't know. We had fun with our mobile situation last week, right? We didn't burn anything down. It worked this time. So I'm really happy with that, how that turned out.
Nice.
So also with that, there he is. He's Frank Murgy of the podcast. Pittsburgh Podcast Network. I'm sorry. I've been saying Podcamp Pittsburgh for so long.
Yeah,
I've been screwing it up the last few
wearing a
weeks
shirt.
so bad. So how you
I'm
doing?
wearing- Good. I'm wearing a PodCamp 7 shirt. Mm-hmm. You can see it. One of the free ones you had in the box. It still fits me barely. It's a large. I grew out of it.
There it is. There it is. Of course, we just had a great interview with him on the Awesome Chat. I don't know. It's not so much an interview. We just kind of BS'd about podcasting.
Yeah, it was like hanging out, like just having a beer or a cup of coffee. And when we first met, we just kind of talked podcasting and realized, God, we both love it. Let's just talk about it some more.
I think we business propositioned each other in the course of the podcast.
We
too.
did. We thought of 3 ideas
He's
and
like,
businesses.
dude, you're coming to the studio. We're doing this. It's going to be great. Somebody steal this idea. I'm like, okay, sure.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we have like 3 new ideas that we blew up and went public with them.
And then there he is.
I'm sorry. I just got followed by, I'm pretty sure, every account Frank made.
We talked about that earlier. That I wrote over like 10 accounts. Follow. I want 10 back now. Can I get 10 back?
I have 3 accounts that I can follow back on.
I'll take them. I think I gave you 5. 5 for 3. We'll take it.
There it is. That voice. It's Anthony Walker, Chachi of Chachi Plays, of course. ChachiPlays.com. Chachi says on the Twitter, insertcointobegin.com. I think I still have Chachi Plays on your title, actually. So
That's fine. We can advertise Chachi Plays.
there you go. It's a thing
I
that
am not worried about that at all.
Nope. It's a donate button
But I'm
still?
back.
You're back again.
So
He hasn't been on in years, and now it's like pretty much once a month.
We're catching up.
Yeah.
We're catching up. Maybe we'll put him in the regular rotation, right? So
I mean, I'm normally available on Tuesdays. I'm just throwing it out there.
he's kind of a big deal.
I
And
am
on
kind of a big
on the
deal.
internet.
I mean,
And
not to brag or nothing, but I have a pretty big following for being essentially no one.
for essentially being an angry IT guy on the Twitter. And
Right.
and rolling.
No, see, the angry IT angle didn't really work for me. That actually was a hindrance. So I'm back to being a happy, nerdy, full-on Chachi.
Oh, good. Oh, good. And, of course, we got a text. Missy is back helping us with show notes tonight. Says, I ain't your follow back girl. Also, needs to be a T-shirt. We got 2 T-shirt ideas out of tonight. This is
Oh my gosh, that's
fantastic.
right. I forgot the first one. What was it? We
It
came up
was,
with earlier.
oh, no. Somebody put it in the chat. Somebody
Oh,
wrote it
it's
down.
a podcast night in Pittsburgh.
It's a podcast night in Pittsburgh. Somebody make sure those are noted so we can T-shirt those later. But anyways. But this is your Awesome Cast. We like to get geeky here. We're going to talk about the news for the week, awesome things of the week, so much more. You can check us out at awesomecast.net for this and the Awesome Chat. We'll be talking with Frank. That'll be released later here in the week, usually Thursdays, and all the past ones as well. You can follow us on the social media. Look for Awesome Cast on the Facebook, on the Twitter, on the Google+. I need to stop. I don't know. I feel so bad. I'm so conflicted about just ditching Google+, even though I still use it. But anyways, we're not doing anything on there for Awesome Cast. I'll be honest. Hey, Frank, or Matt. I'm sorry, Matt Weller, that comments on our posts over there all the time. Thank you for keeping it alive. And also, you can drop us a line, awesomecast at sorgatronmedia.com. And please, and throughout the week, let us know like any stories that have kind of caught your attention, anything like that, and we definitely bring them in for consideration. Actually, I think I got 1 or 2. I got at least 1 in the rundown. I don't think I included Katie's yet because I want to investigate a little more. When she comes back from the beach, she's making all of us jealous, periscoping from the beach the last couple of days. So
She was up early this morning because I got a Periscope notification. And
Yep.
As she was parasailing? Was she parasailing?
No, it
and
was the
periscoping?
sunrise. It was the sunrise, so it was so early. I'm like, why? What is this? It's not even time to get up yet.
It is at the beach, and and then I followed through, and it was up from the night before the sunset. So she was connecting the dots on Periscope, apparently. So no, I was watching the one where she walked like into the ocean with her. She's again
She has
with
the
her.
life proof.
She has the life proof case, and she's gonna use it. So, Kate Utters on the Twitter if you want to see her periscopes in a cooler place than we are right now. Well, no, not a cooler place. That's not fair. A sandier place, I guess. Warmer place a little bit, especially today. Holy crap! But it is not a weather podcast. Also, please, if you want, you can support us. Patreon.com/AwesomeCast. We got one out there that's been supporting us for several weeks now. Thistle Seed Business Development in Cranberry Township, PA. Please contact me. I want to know more about you. But you're getting plugs here. You can look up Thistle Seed Business Development. They support the Awesome Cast, so support whatever it is they do up there, please. And you can do that as well. And maybe you got something you just want to have a plug, like Thistle Seed Business Development in Cranberry, PA. You can go on there, contribute. We'll mention you on the show. We'll give you a plug, and to our awesome audience out here. And you can join us here live every Tuesday at live.awesomecast.net, just like Wheels does, just like Belle and Marguerite. Hi, how you doing? I'm sorry about that. At live.awesomecast.net, starting about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time over there, and sometimes a little earlier if we got an interview lined up. So keep an eye on that on the Twitters. Sometimes I'll actually hit start on the YouTube live, and there will be something going on there, like I kind of screwed up earlier tonight. But let's get into it with our awesome things of the week. Guys, I usually try not to, but I have to go first on this. Chachi, I know you saw this one. I think I hit you up with this earlier this week. But did you guys see, or maybe you guys were participating in, the chat roulette? Hold on, which one's my face? There we are. The chat roulette users stumble into a live-action zombie shooter.
Amazing.
I watched the entire 10-minute video. So basically, you're in chat roulette. Do we need a refresher on what chat roulette is? It's the thing where you go on the site and you randomly chat with somebody with your webcam. It can get dangerous and naked sometimes. Okay. So there's that. Or apparently there can be zombies, as these guys set up. These guys spent about $1,500 US. It's a production company called Realm Pictures, and they basically set up. Or let me show you like the experience for you guys on video. They went in there and you drop in this chat roulette, and they show like kind of the best of a bunch of people kind of into this. There's a voiceover guy. He's got a crowbar. He's changing weapons. There's an entire interface like you're playing Doom or Half-Life or something, and you're telling the person what to do, and he even like holds his hands up in front of the camera, which is a bicycle helmet with a GoPro on it, and so it's just like when there's a gun in front of you, like he's making sure to hold it in that way, so it's got that feel like a video game to it. Really well done. Yes, the zombies look fake as hell, but for $1,500, I think they did really good with this thing. Okay, you have guns that are basically Nerf guns that they repainted to look real, and just the reactions and making the guy jump and making the guy like look into things for like extra guns or hand grenades and stuff. And there's even like a giant boss battle at the end that I don't want to spoil for you by showing right here. And they also, of course, have, if I'm on the right computer, a little bit of a behind the scenes about like exactly how they did this, and they brought in like a bunch of extras from the local town and everything. It is a really cool concept. They use the GoPro camera, light on the helmet, of course, and a Teradek HDMI transmitter, something I'm looking into after this, by the way, because I could have a lot of fun. Chachi, if we gave you a transmitter and you didn't have wires at ringside, could you imagine?
I would have a blast. You would get more shots of wrestlers jumping over me, essentially.
Exactly.
I would always be in the way.
I'm sure it's more expensive than an indie wrestling budget, but we're still going to look into it. But just all around, knowing friends of ours that are into haunted houses and everything, seeing like this interactive kind of thing happening is pretty tremendous. Chachi, did you take a look at this video? You're a resident zombie expert here.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Sorg. Ever since Thursday of last week, I kind of stopped paying attention to all news and all other forms of entertainment because it's Little League time. And I'm not afraid to admit I'm a huge fan of the Little League World Series.
Okay. So we're playing catch-up with you tonight.
What's that?
We're playing catch-up with you tonight as we go through these.
Essentially. I'm getting all my news from this vidcast right now.
Awesome.
Did Mexico beat Chinese Taipei tonight?
Yes, and that angered me. Every year I want Chinese Taipei to make it, and they always lose.
I was watching it before I got here. I was. It's like, oh my gosh.
I love, like, I'm watching Twitter. It's like, it's Little League time again. We've lost Chachi for the weekend. And I feel so bad making him work Saturday night. But anyway.
No, it's fine. The game's typically over by 8 or 9 o'clock anyhow.
So of course.
The kids got to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly.
They have a curfew. I love this video, though, if you just watch it, Chachi. I thought it was brilliant. I'm a video game player, not a hardcore player. I play a lot of sports games, and I figure I'm done buying these sports games. They can't go any further. Until I can see a human running through my screen and can control that human, I'm done with video games, and they kind of just did it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, think of the other kind of games you can apply to something like this.
Oh,
right. And that you have unsuspecting people that just dropped into chat roulette and they got this situation. Like, seeing some of the reactions.
Grand Theft Auto.
But seeing people but then like a lot, and I'm sure there's a bunch of people that just like didn't go into it or went off in a weird direction, but still to that they got into it and they're like, oh, I know what to do here. And there's few things that like when they're like, oh, look in that crypt over there, I'm like, oh, there's going to be nothing in that crypt. They didn't actually think of that. They thought ahead and put something in the crypt, and that's exactly the place you would hide something like that in a video game of this nature, right, Chach?
It would be, and I'll watch the whole 10-minute video because you know me, and it's zombies and interactive games, so that hits a lot of my buttons. Right off the top of my head, Grand Theft Auto, as Frank said, Skyrim would be interesting to see how they do, considering that there's dragons. So I'd like to see how they would pull something like that off as well. It's a great start, though. I mean, $1,500 budget is a lot to spend on something that you're focusing on chat roulette.
Yeah. Well, of course, they got a great video out of it afterwards too. Chilla.
Did they say what they were using for the overlays? I missed what you lost me as soon as you said wireless HDMI. I'm like,
oh yeah. There's a whole thing. Hold on. Let me see. So it's like even the voice you hear isn't the guy. It's a voice actor somewhere else. So there's like this command center. I'll see if I can pull up where they're talking about it. So everything's transmitted in. The on-screen graphics are being hotkeyed by somebody on a laptop.
Yeah, what were they using to build that piece?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Wirecast,
I'm sure you can get into it. It's definitely not Wirecast. It's something a little higher end than Wirecast. Hold on, let me bring up the video here. So there's a little bit of that boss I was talking about. But so you get in here, and there's a little bit of the setup there. They got these transceivers coming in. They're on social media, and they have like a guy on the graphics, a guy on audio, like I said, and a guy like there's a point where it says type start to begin. So there's a chat room on Chat Roulette, right? So they're seeing somebody press P or press start to enact things, and they're relaying that to the guy somehow too. So I think they're like in his ear saying, okay, he said to do this. Hey, do this. Hey, go over here and do this. So, which also adds to that awkwardness of making somebody do something, which actually relates to that awkwardness of making somebody do something on a gamepad that's not in a 3D space, So yeah, this is the setup with this giant screen and everything this guy's showing off. And I don't know. It's some kind of specialized software, I'm sure. He's got some kind of Q box there. Working Macs, if you're curious, from the looks of things. Oh, not all of it. There's an Asus laptop on the left there, actually. So
that's running the Chat Roulette.
The Asus? What, we can't run Chat Roulette on the Mac? What's wrong with that?
I was just saying,
what's going on here?
The Asus can't handle all the video editing and video compiling.
Exactly. Jeez.
Chat roulette on a Mac.
I'm blown away by this, Michael. My head is spinning inside right now, just thinking of where this could go.
Yeah. Where do you apply this from here? So I think it'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, even there was like there's sorry. They're in the room, and I love the voice actor is wearing like a Batman shirt in this. Hold on, see if I can pop over that again. There he is, full on Batman shirt. And it comes back around. Sorry, audio people, but you have to watch this video. Seriously, just we'll have it linked. It's on the social media and everything. It's an article in Engadget actually is where we found this. Chat Roulette users stumble into a live action zombie shooter. Really, just Chat Roulette zombies will probably find you into if you're mobile or anything like that. So now I'm tagging this Teradek cube that brings live streaming to any camera. Just don't tell Charlie Sheen. How old was this article? Holy crap! You get the idea. So I don't know. Go check that out. It was a really cool thing. So let's roll over Chilla with your awesome thing.
So I was actually going to cover this, and we didn't have some of the tech hooked up at PodCamp. So mine's the DX01 camera.
Okay.
And it's actually a lightning adapter camera that hooks into the bottom of your iPhone.
Ooh.
And uses like a DSLR grade lens.
Okay.
But then it uses the iPhone as like your rig to control Zoom and
was this
f-stop.
On MacBreak?
I think it was on MacBreak.
Okay.
They started talking about it, and then it sounded like Alex Lindsay's using it, but he really wasn't allowed to talk very much about it, other than what the public knew.
Right.
Kind of thing. So he didn't even allude to the fact that they would have a website up and running. So I obviously started looking around, and they do have a full-fledged website with full-fledged specs for the device.
Wow.
I mean, to me, this is a really nice device, and it really extends the capability of... Unfortunately, it's obviously iPhone only, but it really bumps the quality to 20.2 megapixels, max aperture 1.8. I mean, it's a really, really, really nice device. Depending on what the next iPhone looks like, I may end up picking this up. Depending on what they do with their camera upgrade. And I'm a little hesitant based on the fact that it has to plug into that bottom port, which makes me a little nervous because what happens if they go to USB-C
right
sometime soon?
Right.
But the quality images that I'm seeing on this and on Alex Lindsay's Facebook, things of that nature, make me really think about picking this up. Because to me, it really, they always say the best camera is the one you have with you. And I'm trying to slim down my bag, not put more cameras in it.
Right.
And this kind of makes...
It's another little gadget that thankfully, it's not an entire other gadget.
Right.
But still.
But so right now, I actually carry a 20 megapixel zoom lens Android Samsung Galaxy camera with me.
Right. That's bulky.
Which is, it's very bulky. And it's a whole nother battery I have to charge. It's a whole nother thing I have to worry about having app updates for.
Right.
This kind of it downsizes the device. It downsizes.
This is
my whole
as
need.
much as another iPhone.
Yes, it is.
I've noticed.
So the price is
What is the number?
$599 for a
$599.
pre-order.
Can we swear on this podcast?
A little bit. We already did.
Well, the new iPhone 6S, September 18th pre-order starts. That's what I was waiting for, maybe to get out of my BlackBerry. And I was thinking, oh my God, this would be great. I'm going to do an iPhone. I can get this, but boy, you're $1,000 with a phone and that.
But comparatively, if you're replacing a DSLR
right.
with this, that's what we're aiming to.
Right, that's what I'm looking at. That's my
Okay.
point. Is I'm looking at replacing.
I don't want another DSLR to carry on me, but if I just have this little thing to add on to this and the price, that kind of works out, right?
Yes, I mean you look at even going into a model back from a Canon or a Nikon, you're spending at least that. So
Yeah.
So that's where I'm looking at it from the aspect of it's not. It's the same cost as I would spend on that, but it's that much less that I can throw in the bag. Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I'm looking at it from. But what worries me is because it plugs into the bottom port.
Yeah.
What Apple needs to tell me, or I have to have some concept that I'm going to have this for a while.
Okay.
For more than a year.
Yeah. So you want to I feel like whatever you buy for your iPhone now, you shouldn't expect it to work for that new iPhone 2 years from now. Like,
see the adapters. I think
I know you want to, but
look how long 30-pin lasted. And
the 30-pin lasted, but when you upgraded to a couple OSs ago, my 30-pin adapter stopped working for HDMI.
Well, it still works on mine.
You have a luckier dongle than mine.
I have the Apple dongle.
Yeah, I got the Apple one too, but it wouldn't work anymore. Maybe it was maybe it was just the point version or something, and they fixed it later. But it did cut out, and I stopped using it, and now I have no idea where it's at because I stopped using it. So, because that's what I was using to push stuff to my TV that wasn't on. I don't know. Did I even have a Chromecast at the time? I guess because we didn't have a lot on Chromecast at that point. So awesome, Frank. Do you have an awesome thing of the week?
I have a couple. Obviously, I'm going to pick one, and I think I'm going to change it because we had talked about off-screen BlackBerry going to a little Android model with a slider and a keyboard. And I'm thinking, oh my God, awesome! I won't get an iPhone. Maybe I'll just wait for the next BlackBerry. Then I just figured that's stupid. That thing's not going to work the first time out.
Are you like a long time BlackBerry? Have you been BlackBerry or bust for forever? Basically?
It's weird. I was when I lived in California. I was on television. BlackBerry.
Yeah.
Then I got all the fancy Mac stuff, and then I became a Mac boy. I had the, iPhone 3, 4, 5, and I just didn't like the 5 or the 6. I didn't like where they're going with sizes.
Yeah.
Tall, thin, big. I don't like a big phone. I just stopped liking the iPhone. I still love my Mac desktop, my laptop, my iPad. I started hating the iPhone. Like video games, I just felt like outside of the camera, it's not giving me anything new that I would use, that I like. So I went to a Galaxy Note. Galaxy Note.
That's a huge phone.
I know. I go screw it.
I didn't like the size; it was too big. But I went to.
So I went bigger. I like the stylus. I go, I'm in, and then I dropped it. And then I got another one. I got the insurance. Okay, I got the insurance. That's fine. And boom, I dropped that one. It's just it was too big, but I wanted it. It was new. It was fancy. Oh, I could be cool. Look at me. I got this Note. And I kept dropping. Okay, I was right. No more big phones. I'm done with the big phones. But I'm out of contract. I'm out of insurance. I had to wait for my contract to renew. So I just got a BlackBerry for $100 off of City Paper or Craigslist. And my contract is renewable next year or next month. So I was thinking about going to the iPhone 6 Plus. No, the 6S. 6S comes out September 18th for pre-order. Like, okay, I'll go back to iPhone. and get rid of the BlackBerry. But then I see this as a BlackBerry Android, has a slider, a keyboard. I don't know. So I thought it was kind of awesome, but confusing, and ugh.
So if you scroll down in the show notes,
And I don't have a link there. I'm sorry, Michael. It's BlackBerry.
Wait, we need to point this out while we're making judgments on his BlackBerry choice. He didn't have an iPad, so he printed out the show notes.
I have an iPad. I didn't have it with me at
With
work.
him.
I printed out the show notes, the rundown. I'm old school. Like I was a television producer back in the day.
I love this.
Print
I love
it.
this.
You got to have your notes with you. And
I love this. We've had people from the
news.
newspaper on, and they didn't bring paper things with them. Okay,
I have all my. Look at all this. I got notes. I got rundowns. I got reference. I just love old school paper.
like
Boom, boom, boom.
it looks very Jon Stewart over there.
Yeah.
So-
throw it at the screen. And I'm
Awesome.
but if you go down in the notes, so if you go down in the notes
Yeah.
and you look at BlackBerry is going to make a comeback. No, seriously.
oh, do we have it in the notes?
I threw it into the notes.
Oh, good.
Okay.
It's the BlackBerry Venice.
The BlackBerry Venice is correct.
Oh,
Look at
So this was almost my awesome thing of the week as well. This was kind of runner up.
look at that thing.
I figured I would take it because it was on my list as well. I go, we'll both get it in there.
So look at the keyboard on that, right?
Yeah.
That's a slider. So
Slides
that
underneath.
keyboard slides
Wait.
back.
So is this
behind
like
it.
this is like the Matrix phone, right?
Yes. So the keyboard slides from the back, so you
Yeah.
can slide that keyboard all the way up,
Slide it
and
up.
it's just your everyday Android device. Now, obviously, what I'm interested in knowing, and no one can seem to tell me, is this. They keep referring to the AOSP, which is Android Open something platform. It's their open source
Yeah,
platform, which does not include GMS, which is Google Managed Services.
Right.
So, but if you look at the picture, they have the Play Store on there. So the big deal is, are they going to pay to have the Play Store on here? Because if they are, I think this will attract so many customers. Their initial demographic is going to be every female is going to want this because they need to be able to type on a keyboard with nails. And that's one of the biggest gripes I hear from users at work when
Yeah.
they talk about when they were upset about losing their BlackBerry.
Because you
we no
guys are
longer
bring your
support
own
it.
device, right?
We'll bring your own device,
So-
and we stopped supporting BlackBerry.
Oh no.
If they run Android, because the apps we use are in the App Store,
Mm-hmm.
they're fine. Like we have problems with people also, I think in China, where they're not allowed to have the Google Play Store. So this, to me, this could really turn BlackBerry around. And from what I'm hearing, also they're going to bundle some of their services on here too. So what's their chat?
So it's going to be a BBM, right?
BBM,
So it's going to
yeah.
be a mesh between the best of BlackBerry on Android.
Yes.
That seems like the way to go.
And if you notice over the last couple of years, they've really been. As soon as someone releases a keyboard that resembles anything close to what they had, they sue. They
Timberlake.
sue them.
Timberlake's-
No, it wasn't. It was Ryan Seacrest.
I've been doing that this whole time. Seacrest.
So, I mean, anytime someone comes out with a keyboard close, there was one on an Android device not too far, a couple years ago, but. So I think that's why they've been so hot on the idea of making sure no one steals their keyboard design. So I think it's brilliant. I can't wait to see where they go with this. I'm interested. I can't wait. If this takes off, I hope they come out with the old school slider,
oh my gosh!
like where it slides,
like the sidekick.
like the sidekick.
Remember the
Like
sidekick?
that would be like.
Whoa,
See, I
whoa.
was waiting.
Chachi's.
Oh, there he is.
To jump in. As one who has spent a lot of time with sliding keyboards, anyone who seriously uses their phone is going to need 3 of those in a contract period.
Why is it? Because it's gonna break.
Yeah, they're going to wear out the hinge.
Yeah,
So-
because
so-
you had a
slider
sidekick.
hit.
You had a couple of
Yeah,
sidekicks.
I had 3 sidekicks
I had
in
2.
a 2-year period. And between texting and Twitter, that hinge went.
How many? So I had the T-Mobile. It was a Windows phone, and it was called the Wing, and it had the slider. I broke.
We Missy had the tilt and the one before the tilt, I think.
In a 3-year period, I broke the screen twice, but the keyboard never went, and I loved it. What about your G1? How many times did that go? Didn't that have a?
I had 2 of those.
Okay.
And as it stands, with every sliding mechanism I've had on a phone, this includes two different sidekicks, the G1, the G2, and I had an LG that had a push button that would flip the screen up.
Mm-hmm.
I had at least two of each of those. So, I mean, it's awesome that I'm smart enough to get insurance on all my phones because I know how I am. So the second one didn't cost me anything. But still, I mean, if for people who don't want to pay the extra money for insurance, that seems like a bad idea. That, and I'm under the strong impression that BlackBerry is going to fail no matter what they do. So
That's why I don't want to get it right away. I want to give it a chance to feel itself out or fail.
So you want to wait out to like that 2.0, right?
But I guess I look at it as if it's running Android.
Mm-hmm.
Really, how bad could it be?
How could it go wrong, right?
Right.
Because it's always the hardware has not been the problem with BlackBerry,
Right.
Except for speed sometimes. And
you get battery life out of
and
that.
the storm too. It's been the software, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to stand in the cold to try to activate my boss's phone one time because it wouldn't work inside the house and there was no Wi-Fi on the phone. So yeah.
Well, BlackBerry
I'm
was
still
really
sore
weird about
that one.
Wi-Fi too, because you couldn't actually activate a BlackBerry without the connectivity, the cellular connectivity. They were really strict around that for a while, which was a pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to find it right now. Samsung actually is coming out with an overlay for their devices that puts the QWERTY keyboard on the device, and it actually sits on top of the bottom portion of the Android screen. So I don't know. I think there's enough pent-up demand for a QWERTY keyboard.
Well, when I have my BlackBerry, people look at it and go, "You're a loser. I can't believe you still have a BlackBerry. What are you doing?" And then not more than a minute later, they're going, "I miss my BlackBerry. I miss the keyboard. You love the keyboard, right?" So as much as they call me a nerd, they always turn around and go, "I kind of still miss my BlackBerry, though. They miss that keyboard."
Mm-hmm. I mean, I even at work for speed purposes and typing, I actually have a 3-channel Bluetooth keyboard that allows me to pair with 3 different devices, and one of the devices is my phone, so I can quickly just type out a bunch of information. So the Bluetooth keyboard works fine if it's in a dock or it's wherever, but the BlackBerry still shines through on the mobile from a mobile keyboard aspect.
I think a lot of young, hip people that, again, they're just getting tired of the iPhone. It's up, down, different size. Now, the new iPhone 6S is going to be a little tiny bit thicker. So I think already we've seen the thinnest you'll go with the iPhone. It's up, down, thick, thin. I don't think they know where they want to be. That's where I get, and every year there's a new phone. I think something cool, new, and hip could make a big surge. Mm-hmm. People love that little keyboard. It'll be cool to have it. It's something different, you know. I'm worried about the weight of it. If you, because it's only a spec right now, but when you slide that keyboard down, and it's a small keyboard, is the weight of that going to tip over? How are you holding that thing? I need to, because that keyboard's sliding under, so it's lengthening your phone, and that's a thinner keyboard. I'm just wondering how that's going to weight.
Well, it worked okay for them with the Torch. The Torch was
this
an
looks
AT&T.
longer, doesn't it? This looks longer,
The
taller.
Torch
How
was
heavy
smaller.
can a phone get?
But it's going to be
I don't-
taller.
I don't
It's that
think it's-
tall weight.
They used to be in bags, remember?
I had one.
You used to
My
carry them around in a
My
bag.
mom had one. My mom had one.
Plugged it
Yeah,
into my
yeah.
car, my first phone.
Yeah.
Actually, there's
Car
one
phones.
up in our attic. There's a bag phone up there.
The only thing you don't have in this basement, Michael, is a bag phone.
I gotta see if my
Halt and
mom still
catch
has
fire.
hers somewhere because she's even more pack ratty than I am. So yeah. Okay. On that note, Chachi, I don't know if you have an awesome thing. We'll get to you in a moment
I
here.
picked out a few items
You
to
got a couple?
briefly touch on.
Okay. Wait,
that-
one moment. First, I want to kick a little bit of a shout out to our friends, Slice on Broadway. Check them out, sliceonbroadway.com, right here, right along the tracks in Beachview in the South Hills here of Pittsburgh, PA. Also Carnegie, PA, down on Main Street. Then they cook us a pizza every week to feed our podcasters. Slice on Broadway, always supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizzas, and you'll like it too. Check them out, sliceonbroadway.com. Frank, you got the sample of the wares tonight.
Oh, I had two slices of slice on Broadway. Yeah, very good.
There you go.
Fantastic.
And that's just the pepperoni pizza. Check out their gourmet stuff, especially the Gonzo. It's not on the menu. Here's a little tip. Here's a little tip. It's a sub that they have. It has goat cheese on it. That doesn't sound appetizing maybe right away, but trust me. check it out. Ask for the Gonzo. If nothing else, just to have a Muppet named pizza. It's just gonna be a good night for you. But check them out. They're on PGH_Slice on the Twitters, and look up Slice on Broadway on the Facebook and Instagram, and try not to eat your BlackBerry. With that, so Chachi, what is your awesome thing of the week?
Just quickly, because I don't have like a news story or anything. I acquired a Chromebook.
Yes.
Probably the greatest thing recently that I've gotten, other than a Wii U, which I've also acquired recently.
Look at you.
The Wii U is amazing, by the way. If you were doubting getting one, stop and just go buy it.
But let's say if you're a fan of Nintendo games and good games in general, it's worthwhile, right?
What Zeldas are out there for the Wii U?
Like Hyrule Warriors and Wind Waker.
Right, because I mean, we bought the Splatoon pack. Mm-hmm. I'm impatient, so while it was downloading, I went and bought a copy of Super Mario 3D World.
Mm-hmm. Like you physically went and bought that copy?
Yeah.
While waiting for the download. That's amazing.
What do you have, DSL over there?
What's that?
How big was it, or what's your home broadband speed that you had time to go out and buy it while
it's
it was
like
downloading?
4 gigs. I mean, it takes a while for me to get Xbox games.
It's like 7 gigs.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's still significant.
Yeah.
Even on FiOS, that's like I got to go do something for a while.
Mm-hmm.
and I live 10 minutes away from a GameStop.
Oh, that's perfect.
So yeah, so it really wasn't that long of a period that I was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So we started playing Super Mario 3D World immediately while Splatoon was downloading, and both games are incredible. You would think that the gamepad is hard to use. You'd be wrong. And even if you don't like it, they have a Pro controller that you can buy, and it's just like holding an Xbox 360 controller. So, I mean, any doubts that you had about the Wii U, they're probably wrong, and you should just go give Nintendo your money.
Because they really need it.
No, they don't, actually.
Oh, really?
Somebody was telling me that they have enough money stored up that they could lose money for like 20 years
Stored
and be okay.
up, okay.
Yeah, they're like in an Apple situation. So no, they're fine. They're fine.
To answer your earlier question, though, Sork.
Yes.
Thistle C Business Development is a business coaching, strategy development, training, and business services company.
Thank you.
Yeah, I Googled it. You're welcome. But no, the Chromebook is perfect. It does everything I need it to do. It's essentially everything I use a computer for nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's the best thing I've acquired. I've written 8 pages of a guide that I'm working on. I'm working on a how not to suck at Call of Duty guide.
Mm-hmm.
It's 8 pages long currently, so I mean it's still a ways off. I'm gonna add videos and stuff to it, but I've written it entirely on my phone or the Chromebook. So I mean it's incredible.
Awesome. I say you're already kind of embedded in Google, having an Android phone and everything, so it wasn't much of a stretch for you, right?
No, everything I do is on Google.
And you still have the old white iMac to do your video editing.
Yeah, and that's just because you need it done.
Yeah. So
if you didn't need me to edit videos for you, then I would really have no need for this iMac.
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm not a heavy computer user anymore. Everything I can do on a computer is done on my phone or now the Chromebook. So I mean, it's perfect.
Awesome. So, and like I say, you're not the only one that had one. So I'm hoping we get a little bit of feedback from Dutters when she gets back from vacation as well on hers. So cool. So we got Dutters isn't here, but I got an app of the week because I feel like this is still worthwhile to talk about, just in general, because we love our GIFs, right? Yeah, that's right, GIFs.
I use
something
GIFs
about
every almost every other day at work now. Seriously,
at work.
Jeff.
Here we go.
GIF?
GIF.
Jiffy?
GIF.
Giphy?
I'm
What?
a GIF guy.
You're a GIF guy?
Hey, I am not going to argue with the guy who created it. If he says it's pronounced GIF, it's pronounced GIF.
Yeah, too bad the guy that's created it is wrong. But anyways, Giphy Cam wants to be the Instagram of GIFs. So now you can create your GIFs with the camera right in the app. It's all good to go. So if I can pop over here, I did actually prepare a little bit today. No, it went away. Never mind. I must have unplugged this at some point. Maybe. Yep. Nope. No. But no, it's a camera, and it doesn't necessarily, I don't think, post to the app. It's just you make the GIF and you save it and you can put it somewhere else, right? And that works just fine. And it, buzz. But no, if you go in here, so I'm going to pop into the app and I've been having some fun with it. If you've been following me on the Twitters and everything the last couple of days. So it knocked out of it. I don't know why this isn't working. But we've had a good time making some GIFs. My only thing is, like, you can't. We talked about this off air a little bit. Like usually stuff I want to make GIFs off of are like television, right? And there's other tools that do this, but this is like you have a chance to make something. I saw Sri Srivenson from the Met. He was testing this app with the fountains out front of the Met up in New York. We made some funny faces and said that we were judging your lunch, myself and LB, on Friday, and it actually got a lot of reactions. So, but you got to think, it's a GIF, it's popping up, it's moving, right, as you're going through there, and it's just like our faces going like, so. And even like watching SummerSlam the other night, I had a chance to take a few images of the New Day One Tag Team that do these amazingly funny dances. So it's pretty cool and kind of really easy to use. And you can put sunglasses on a person too. That's cool. So Giphy Cam, have you played with it, Andy Chilla?
I've played with it a little bit. I was hoping that it had a little more access to post to their library. It was something I was interested in. One thing I will say about using it or any other GIF creation program for iOS is when it saves to your camera roll, it'll save as a GIF or a GIF, but you only get that first frame of the video or of the GIF in your photo library. So I actually, as a supplementary app that I found for this exact reason, there's GIF Viewer. It's the animated GIF player album, which will actually scan your entire photo library on your iOS device and show you all the animated GIFs. So then you can throw them in iMessage, or you can see which ones they are and what the actual video is that was in there. So yes, I have played with it, and I love their keyboards. So they're integrated with the Flexi keyboard, and there's another keyboard. And they're integrated with the Wire app that we were playing with at PodCamp. So yeah,
I deleted the Wire app, by the way. I just was not invested in that.
Oh no.
But no, I use their site and I use their products all the time. So definitely.
You're buying products right in front of me, by the way.
Yeah,
I just saw a credit card.
It was on sale, and I'm like, I have an app purchasing problem.
I saw you purchasing. I don't want to steal your credit card numbers.
It was for some weird reason they required me to verify my card. But anyway.
Oh, I'm trying. Sometimes it doesn't save. Like it doesn't always notify that I've saved it to my camera roll. Like I'm trying to tweet now, and it's taking a minute. I don't know if it's because it's saving the large file. Like I just saved it to my camera roll like 8 times sitting here. All right, testing Giphy Cam on @Mayhem Show. So our Twit person out there, if you can please send that along. But go check out Giphy Cam. And if you haven't yet, Giphy on the iPhone is really cool too. Just to get stuff to send out. So it's so easy to GIF anymore. GIF.
Not on a BlackBerry. Not on a BlackBerry.
Except not on a BlackBerry.
I
still have a Polaroid. I have to take my photo mat to get my pictures developed.
I can't take.
49.
I gotta go to Rite Aid if I take pictures on my BlackBerry. So, all right. So there's our app of the week. Hey guys, I want to throw out a reminder. First of all, we got a whole bunch of great shows here at sorgatronmedia.com. In a moment, I'm going to toss to what happened last week in Sorgatron Media. But of course, please go check out things. We also have Sorgatron Media Services. If you're interested in podcasting, if you need help with videos, if you need anything else, hey, we've won awards for a cool little show we did called Unsung for the Pittsburgh Foundation. Chachi was a part of that as he's sitting back down here. And we work with a lot of companies on social media, video, storytelling. So if you're interested, if we can give you a hand, please check us out, sorgatronmedia.com. Hit the contact page, and we'll see if we can help you. And now let's go check out what else was going on Sorgatron Media last week. Trying some new format stuff.
I forgot to mention the Soda Stream.
The Soda Stream?
The Soda Stream.
We'll come back with the Soda Stream. What's that?
Is that your
we
watch?
don't have to. I just...
What?
It's just, there's something vibrating nonstop over there.
Oh, it's my phone because I have it
Okay.
up. So it's going boop, boop. All right. We are back. Go check out all that stuff at sorgatronmedia.com. And Chachi, there was something that Chachi neglected to bring up in his awesome things of the week. But we're catching up with him. So what else did you... You made a lot of purchases this week.
the past couple weeks.
Okay.
We also got a Soda Stream, which is incredible. I'm not going to lie. I've been hooked on this stuff called Dr. Pete. Essentially, it's what it is. It's a machine where you can make your own sodas at home instead of buying cases of it. Because I love my Cherry Coke Zero, and the girlfriend loves her Diet Coke, and so it's incredible.
So when we were talking about this the other day, you said this is like the Keurig of soda.
It is. You take pre-chilled bottles of water. You have the bottle. It comes with one bottle. You have to buy more, and you put it in the fridge. Let it chill. Hook it up to the machine, and you pump the CO2 into it. And then you add whatever flavoring that you want to it. And it's anything that's carbonated, essentially. We have seltzer water flavors, as well as various different, like lemonade and different sodas and stuff. So, pretty incredible.
So do you have to...
It takes like 45 seconds.
Do you buy their bottle? Or is it any bottle?
I didn't. One more time?
Do you have to buy their bottle? Like, is it their proprietary bottle? Can you reuse the bottle?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dishwasher safe, completely reusable bottle.
And you fill it up with just like your, not tap water. You fill it up with water, your own water, right?
Yeah.
And it
whatever water you want. If you prefer bottled water, you can use that. If you want just tap water, you can use that. Not really an issue.
And they sell you flavor packets, or is it flavor liquid or syrup?
It's like a syrup. You get you can buy the bottles of the syrup or variety packs. The bottles themselves make 50 liters of the drink.
Does it use a cartridge for the CO2, or does it somehow?
We have a 30-liter cartridge, or not cartridge, but tank that you buy. And broken down, depending on how much soda or carbonated beverages you drink, the cartridges, the tanks are like $35 for 30 liters, and the syrups are anywhere from $3 to $8, depending on what you get. And so, I mean, overall, it does actually save you money.
And I can make any flavor I want.
Yeah.
And I can make it vodka infused.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stop.
Really?
So I can use any liquid.
Yeah. But you add
as long as you clean the machine.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Grandma. You want a soda?
Right.
Yeah,
because it has a little nozzle that goes down into the liquid that sprays the CO2 into it. Oh. So if you're going to use something other than water, then you got to make sure to clean that out or clean that off when you're done with it. But yeah, you can make any beverage carbonated
and alcoholic.
And there's the key. Well, coming soon to Sorgatron Media is a soda stream in the studio, apparently. So there's that. Awesome. All right. There are actually some news items. Not that we have a lot of time to really get into a lot of things, but we do have to give a shout out to happy birthday Windows 95. because it's 20 years old
The big
as of
2-0.
yesterday. Yeah, it's almost old enough to drink. I was celebrating by playing the "Start Me Up" commercial for with the Rolling Stones for somebody at my one workplace yesterday. And also there's some great videos on the article that we were sharing over via The Verge, I think, of them dancing to the music on stage like a bunch of happy, way too rich nerds that they are. Look at them go. Especially Steve
There he
Ballmer
is.
was having a day. Holy crap. Jeez. They were really excited about this. But I mean, it was a big deal, though. I mean, it was a game changer. For me, it was like Windows 95. I was like, oh, we need to get a new computer. And I think 96 we ended up getting one. But I remember reading the magazines on this. I remember Chilla, this had been a big point in your life.
I had it on diskette.
You had it on diskette.
It was like 13
wow.
diskettes. And I remember the big deal was it had its own TCP/IP stack. So to get on the internet, you didn't have to pay for like Trumpet Windsock or jump on AOL. So
We didn't even bother with any internet until Windows 95. To be quite honest, I don't think we were able to at that point.
you had to pay for extra. You had to pay to actually get an IP address. You had to pay for the software that got you the IP address.
Wow.
But I'm trying to remember, was it 95 or 98 that the Weezer
It was 95.
was on the
I believe it was
on the
95.
CD? Because later on I
remember
ended up
that.
getting it on CD as well.
I remember that. Because that was like the big get it on CD, so you got these extra things and games and stuff like the multimedia, because it was this is a multimedia PC, right? CD-ROMs were a big thing. We had full motion video games, Wing Commander, man, stuff like that. And this was a big kind of point to that. It was DirectX wasn't introduced yet, was it?
Not
until
I don't
98?
think initially, but you could get the Plus Pack.
Ooh, Plus Pack.
You could get the Plus Pack with the extra themes and the extra mouse cursors and the icons. I definitely had that.
I remember destroying my machine with an Insane Clown Posse theme one time. It was annoying as hell. Every time I made an error, it told me to F off. You remember that, Chachi? And then when when that point where it's like multiple bing 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 bing, it's like F off, F off, F off. It's like yeah. Those were the days, right?
I remember that.
Because it would get stuck and it would just tell me to F off over and over again.
The computer was so angry at you.
Sometimes
or anyone who used it.
Sometimes it would wake us up in the middle of the night when when Chachi was sleeping, was hanging out and stuff, right? So
yeah, because we'd be downloading something, most likely Napster, and it would fail, and it'd be like, F off. I'm like, shit, what did I do now? I was sleeping.
Yeah. It's it's wonderful to wake up in the middle of the night and your computer is swearing at you, which you could do these days, but we were definitely experimenting at that time.
So DirectX 1 was embedded in Windows 95.
It was, okay.
It was the Windows 32 replacement for DCI and the WinG APIs from Windows 3.1.
Oh, geez. Those were the days. Hey, do you guys have Frank, do you have any Windows 95 memories that didn't involve swearing at you or swearing at it?
No. I really don't. I can't offer much to this. I'm an Apple guy. Then when all that Windows stuff was happening, I didn't know what I was doing.
You were tried and true back in the day, huh?
OS 7?
What's that?
Was it OS 7? What was the...
Well, there's that cube. You have that... I can't see it on there. There's that cube. What's that cube you have on the floor there, that Mac?
Oh, the iMac?
Apple, the iMac.
That's around 2000, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it's around
but that's
2000.
9.
That's OS 9.
That's
Yeah.
OS 9.
So, I mean, it was still
Someone was like the LC2.
beige boxes. Weren't they doing Power PCs at that point or something?
I don't know. All my Windows stuff went down with the porn I watched. I couldn't keep it active. No matter what I put in there, it was porn. That's all I cared about, porn. Blew it up with porn.
Geez.
That's my Windows 95 memories.
So System 7 was released in 91.
91.
Was it still around? What was around in 95?
I'm sure it was in some aspect, right?
3 and 4.
Yeah, I wasn't tech savvy, wasn't into tech, computers, any of that stuff when I was younger. Really wasn't until around 1995 or 96 that I kind of got into it. I hated it. I just avoided it. I didn't know what I was doing. I was dumb. I didn't know what to type in, what to do, how to use it, and I just didn't care back then. But now I care about tech and stuff like that, but I didn't care back then.
Wow.
I have no stories about it, unfortunately. I feel like I'm lost in this conversation for sure.
Chachi, do you have any other memories other than my computer swearing at you?
No, most of my memories started at Windows 98.
Yeah.
So Windows 95 was there for a little bit for me, but as soon as I got my hands on 98, it was over.
Mm-hmm. It was over.
Yeah. Because
no more
Windows
auto exec
98,
bat and config sys.
What?
Windows 98 had the Encarta like maze game.
What?
I don't remember what it was called, but in the Encarta software, there was like a maze game that you could play.
You could put it in like psychedelic mode. Wasn't there like an animated psychedelic mode to it?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
It
had like a hidden maze. There was like an Easter egg.
Hold on. I'm looking it up. I'm looking this up. We're going to get this. All right. In the meantime, Chilla, tell me why I'm going to pay $200 for Google's on-hub router.
Oh, my.
Also, will be the last one before we get out of here.
That's your story, but
Is that my
I'll run
story?
with it.
No, I figured that's one of yours.
No.
Wait, I figured knowledge-wise, you're keeping an eye on this, right?
that
It's
device was
fancy.
released at like 8 o'clock at night,
Yeah.
and then like was sold out within minutes. And I think it's back ordered through October right now.
Oh, jeez. But it's supposed to be like at Walmart, right?
Yeah. This device has 13 antennas on it.
It's pretty.
It is pretty. It comes in blue and black. It has a light on the top. It has a small speaker. There's not, and it's definitely like ready for the future. They talk about all this stuff about it's 802.15 Title 3 ready. And it's a bunch of stuff ready. So stuff that hasn't even been, like when we talked about, remember the days of early 802.11n and how there was no standard really around it?
Right.
They're talking about how it's already ready for standards that really haven't hit the public yet.
Mm-hmm.
But so what this does is the 13 antennas, there's one that's always looking for the best channel,
Mm-hmm.
and it will actually switch channels on the fly. Because it can use that 13th antenna to look at all 12 channels, and then pretty much reactivate your network without rebooting.
Okay.
It's a pretty slick device. I think it has a USB port on the back of it. I'm hoping that it'll be able to drive share. Yeah, it has a speaker
on it.
So it's a 3-watt speaker, so it's not going to be that loud.
No.
Where I think that's going to come in handy is there was something that Google was doing where you could wirelessly transfer information via sound, high-pitched frequency that we can't hear.
Right. We were kind of like, what are they going to use this
What
for?
are they gonna
And
use
like
it for?
we were sending like links to websites through this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We were playing with it, and we were like sent something out over the podcast and hoping people would use it.
Yeah. So it can do that. I'm wondering if that's part of the configuration if you have a device, because it does some newer Bluetooth technology as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if it's just one of the ways it configure, or it can talk to other devices. So that 802 spec that I was talking about is used by Zigbee and a bunch of home automation for closed personal networking. So it's $200 is a pretty decent price point. This also, I've heard, is the hub that they actually give you with Google Fiber.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just one way that they can continue to make money in other areas that don't have fiber.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see how well it works. You can pair them up together to expand the network across your house. I think it's an exciting moment, and what I think it's really going to do, or at least I hope it does, is really push the other manufacturers forward on what they do. I don't feel like I've seen a lot out of like Linksys or D-Link or anything like that really trying to change the way they do it. I think they're resting on their laurels, as some people say. So I'm hoping this pushes us in a new direction of home networking. You seem to be like the hodgepodge of various devices around the house. I mean, would you think about consolidating if you could, or
potentially? I mean, but the biggest thing for me is the bandwidth, because I felt like everything was going over one Wi-Fi,
mm-hmm.
and that was detrimental to my video watching experience. So
this will also let you pick devices to prioritize.
So okay.
So if you want to,
it sounds like it's generally smarter as
Yes.
far as these go. So
the question, the thing I'm interested in is what is Google doing with the information?
Oh,
Of course.
I don't know.
Or is it going to be an opt-in thing, or are they going to let you? Are they going to watch your traffic? How's that going to work?
Yeah, you're going through like the Google domain or something, right?
Are they going to use Google DH or DNS?
Yeah. I feel like that'll be like the default on something like this. So, Chachi, by the way, I did some digging while we were talking about this, and I found the Encarta 98 Mind Maze game review up here. So what, you go in here. Now, I think I had Encarta 96, so that's why I didn't experience the Mind Maze. So you get interactivities. They're like going through everything. Where's the actual maze at? There we go. Is this what you were talking about?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. This looks amazing. This is some multimedia.
It was amazing. I wasted so much time on the computers in school on this stupid thing, and I wish I could have it back today.
Let's see, 98. I think we still had Apple IIe's in 98, so yeah. Anyway, so that is your awesome things across the millennia. So a little preview. One day we're going to start the This Old Tech show that we've been talking about for a while. We have some ideas about that. But anyways, Chachi, thank you for joining us. InsertCoin2Begin.com. Huh?
Yeah, I was here.
He was here again. Thank you so much for joining us.
InsertCoin2Begin.com. Also, you know what? I'm not going to say much, but watch my Twitter on Friday.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to use it in an unorthodox way, and it'll blow your mind.
Something very significant is going to happen on Twitter on Friday.
For me, at least, yes.
Yes. So hopefully we'll have a good social media story. Maybe that'll be a PodCamp session, whether good or ill. It could be a cautionary tale for others, right?
Right.
So,
right.
Awesome. Go check it at Chachi Says on the Twitters. Frank, thank you for joining us. Pittsburgh Podcast. Yeah, I was doing it right. Pittsburgh Podcast Network. Damn it.
You got it. Pittsburgh Podcast Network,
Yes.
TNI Media, 7 in the City. What else? BlackBerry.
There you go. BlackBerry. What's
thank
up?
you guys.
What's up?
Great to meet you guys.
Thanks for coming
having me.
on. Thanks for doing the interview. Thanks for doing the double header here of awesomeness tonight. And of course, Chilla at Chilla on the Twitters.
Josh Chill on the Facebooks.
Doing all kinds of tech.
Don't forget to go check out, what is it, Ohio Linux.
Ohio Linux Fest is coming up. I think we're going to talk with them. I think we're booking them on September 22nd to talk with us again, as they did last year. Actually saw Susan. She was in a session or two at PodCamp, as she usually is. So if you're in Columbus or one big on the Linux and want to go out to Columbus, go check out ohiolinux.org. As we get closer, I'll get the details a little firmer in the box. So check out everything else, awesomecast.net, all of our shows. Subscribe to things on iTunes, on YouTube, on Spreaker, iHeartRadio, wherever the heck else we are these days. Dutter's on the beach again, and she tagged me in this one, so we're going to check out her Periscope in a moment as well. And so much more. And thank you to our awesome chat room. Join us live.awesomecast.net. We usually get going about 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And you can join us there and get into things and tell us what you're using for your keyboardy or a phone thing. Are you a BlackBerry fan? You know, I was trying to get that out of some chat room tonight. And that's it. Check out everything, sorgatronmedia.com. Videos up at podcastpittsburgh.com. And I'm hoping to get some better ones and some that are missing over in this next week. Now that I don't have a million events going on right after another, I can breathe a little bit and do some of this other work. Thank you to our awesome chat room. You've been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week. That's a weird way to end that. But, Chachi, can you invite your co-hosts?
No.
No? You're doing a show solo today?
Screw them. Yeah, hold on. I'm doing it right now.
Man, you got a weird morale issue over there. Get your people in line.
You got a weird morale issue.
So when
Be right back, guys.
When you join the chat, it brings you in as like guest and a random person's name, and you have to rename yourself.
You have to sign in WordPress, I believe.
We there. I was playing We Bear Bears.
Ugh. Let's just not mention iPhones on that episode, because there's no point. So the dust will have cleared.
Michael Sorg is on
by the time we get to it. I
call.
want to make sure I block that out too. We'll review Pac-Man 256.
I'm gonna play the Flapjack game.
Alright, let me do this. I'll do this first. While we wait, I'm gonna do this. I'll do it.
Nice to meet you. It was nice to meet you. Yeah, really fun meeting you. Thanks for having me on here. I guess I'm a little wild. I saw Sorg.
So let me go
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I enjoyed
My channel in the video manager.
Stuck the roof.
Oh my god, yeah, what we went public with.
Bobby, did you bear bears? Are you bearing bears right now?
Yeah, I'm bearing bears. And I got 146 points.
Yay.
246 points.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, on the flapjack toss.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna edit
That was
this.
Nice. I'm just watching Katie at the beach. It
Well-
is soothing. It is soothing. The waves.
Beaches,
Just like
beaches
that.
are supposed to be that.
Mm-mm.
Even over Periscope. I do have to pee.
Oh no!
Bobby phone.
Telephone.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
Telephone. Telephone.
Ring,
Don't
ring, ring,
creditors!
Telephone.
Don't they know it's Tuesday night?
ring, 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 ring.
Telephone. Telephone.
Don't telemarketers know it's Tuesday night.
Telephone. Telephone.
She said,
Telephone,
she said the whole reason I
telechat.
did this was to impact your bladder.
What?
Telephone.
She has
Telephone.
just 14 people watching her view of the beach.
What is going on right now?
Telephone.
I don't know.
Telephone, mm-mm, telephone, mm-mm, telephone, 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 tell a friend, telephone, tell a friend, telephone.
This is gonna be the podcast tonight. The whole thing.
Welcome to the Wickedy Whack, the Wicked Boss Battle. I'm your host, Bobby F. J-Town.
That should be gold.
Broke Riz.
You did.
That should be gold for tonight.
You did break Riz.
Telephone.
Quack, quack.
Alright, let me see if I can do this here.
Oh,
Broke Riz.
got problems. I need to fix Bobby.
What?
I need to fix Bobby. We'll have video for you guys in a second. We should be live.
We'll be there.
Bobby, are you in your zone right now? Are you going to be taller?
Am I what?
Are you going to be any taller than you are? In your
I
shot?
can't grow any.
Well, I mean, your shot.
It's glandular.
I'm talking. He's glandular.
Your face is glandular.
Hello, doggy. Hello, Mr. Poops a lot.
Hi, doggy.
I'm playing Fallout Shelter.
Gonna put Chachi here. No,
Telephone.
this is not a touchscreen.
Telephone.
I'm playing
Telephone.
Fallout Shelter.
Telephone.
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 My Fallout Shelter is at 94% happiness. You remember what happened last time? It was at 94% happiness.
Everybody died.
Everybody died. But now Raiders are nothing because I got guns now.
So we
Yeah,
got
Bobby got
Chachi's-
guns. Bobby
Chachi's
got
room.
guns.
Ah, she left. Wow.
I'm just worried
Alright.
that I'm just worried that a death claw is going to come in and just destroy everything.
And see, this is why I didn't play it, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
Fallout's a
so
good
happy that
series.
you did that.
Guys, I bought Batman.
What?
You're
Bought
Batman.
Batman.
Bobby,
Arkham Knight.
you have a problem. I've just been playing
Oh,
Pac-Man.
you bought Batman.
I got Batman Arkham Knight.
You bought Okay, I thought you meant you have like.
All right,
No, I
character.
got Batman
all
Arkham
right,
Knight.
your guys' video feed is live, so make sure you
Hi.
click on that so you see what's going
Hi,
on.
everybody.
And you
Hi,
see
we're
video-
live.
you see videos and
things
stuff. And I'm looking for Riz. I'm looking for Riz.
I'm right here. Right here, Sword.
Where you at, Riz? Where you
I'm
at?
right here.
Where you
Right
at,
here.
Riz? Where you at?
Everyone,
Where you
what
at,
about
Riz?
I-
Where you at?
Have any of us compared our numbers yet for Pac-Man?
No,
No.
I don't
Should
give
we?
a shit.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Penis.
You're only saying that because you got a really big number. You're only saying that because you got a really big number for you.
Riz, I've played it 3 times.
Yes, I did.
I've played it 3 times. That's it.
Chachi, what's your number?
Hold on, I'm bringing it up now because I don't remember.
Hold
Let
on,
me see.
Riz.
Yes.
You know what my number is? You know what my number is? Look up. Look up.
0,
Is it 14?
5, maybe.
4?
You didn't watch it, did you?
No.
Ah, watch
Come
it.
on.
You need to watch it so you get all the jokes.
All right.
No,
I'm watching now, Sorg.
No.
Riz.
No, you need to watch the Virgil thing. to get the joke.
Oh, we're talking about his penis.
Yes.
Come on, Nikki!
Yeah, 17 inches. Yeah.
Sir poops a lot.
Sorg, you weren't there with Joe and I when that fine individual came up to Joe and asked him for a handy.
No, I was not. I've only heard about it, and I think he talked about it on Facebook as well, which is disturbing. Oh, by the way, I was at Lebo Subs in Mount Lebanon, and they have subs.
Not 45.
And Pac-Man Fever was playing.
Pac-Man Fever.
Hey, Riz.
Chachi.
7,000.
Fuck you.
Is that bigger than yours?
Yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
Riz. 2,976. I said I've only played it like 3 times.
Hey, Riz,
Ask me.
14.
Riz, what's your score?
All right, let me go check.
All right, where do I
I know
look?
I beat Bobby.
Where do I
Yeah.
look?
I only played it 3 times. Son of a bitch.
Where is it at?
So do I have to play it in order to see the score?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Just die real quick. That's all I
You have
did.
to play it and die.
I got 45 the last time I went. Do you guys want the rundown of tonight?
I have it.
Okay.
I got 9. So
We're going to be talking about some trailers.
I can't figure out where to see it.
Oh, Sorg.
Oh, highest score, 4681.
Sorg.
4784.
And the background of the Metal Gear Solid
Wait, no,
story,
that can't
Yeah.
be right.
the first link in the section there has
Hold
the
on.
trailer. Could you play that in the background?
Hold on. I realized I didn't bring up your stuff yet.
The new trailer that come out today that is amazing.
My score is actually 6431. As I touted to Matt Carlins at one point.
157.
Oh, my score is bigger than your score.
I got
It's not
I got a micro score.
What's up, foo?
Did you say it's not? Were you going to say it's not a contest?
Yeah.
You're only saying that because you're losing.
It's exactly what it means.
Oh snap!
All right, so
My
Alright,
business. Stay about my business.
oh, Bobby, no.
Roll out. Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. I'm doing edited ludicrous slide. That's just ludicrous. Chris Bridges.
All right. Guys, I think I'm about ready to go here.
Welcome everybody to Boss Battle number
Whoa.
157.
Oh, wait.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Hey
Jumped the
now!
gun.
Ew.
Premature boss battle.
You said there's a trailer in one of these?
Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid one.
Okay,
Last
I'll
story.
get it when we get to it. I'll try to keep everything ahead. I
Yeah,
can't.
it's a really good trailer.
I can't
really
preload.
good.
I can't preload a whole
Oh,
lot.
okay.
So
Okay. I was just giving you a heads up.
Flip Kendrick is following me. Ooh, I'm still logged in line as IWC. I think I need to definitely check that before I post anything. Jock Samson video is doing insane, by the way.
I followed Jock Sampson.
He's great.
Mike and Mikey liked it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was hoping to help out a little bit.
Ow.
I got kicked in the nuts by Jock Simpson.
You did.
You did.
Sam.
I'm proud of you.
So one day when he's on Ring of Honor, you could be like, "That's the guy that kicked me in the nuts."
Yep.
So. Oh, Riz, I'm sorry. I don't know if you
What?
noticed how stretchy you are. No, you don't see it.
It's not
you're
stretchy.
you're really funny looking right now.
You're
Hey.
really funny looking.
That's uncalled for.
Sword.
That's uncalled for.
There we
So
go.
what can I do?
That's
No, it's me.
uncalled
It's
for.
me. It's not you. It's me, baby. Are you ready,
Come on,
Bobby?
Nikki.
Are you ready? Are you ready for some podcasting?
You gotta get one more out of the way. Come on, Nikki!
Ooh, that's a good
No,
one.
no.
We about ready?
Yeah, you ready? I'm recording.
3, 2. So many trailers this week on Boss Battle. Welcome everybody to Boss Battle number 157, a show in which the writers of InsertCoinToBegin.com get together and talk about video games. I'm Bobby F. J. Town, but before we get to the infotainment and good time making of this podcast, let's see what everybody achieved this week. Chachi, how about you? What'd you achieve?
Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Not even the Wii?
I played some Super Mario World 3D World.
Something.
Yes, you're right. Because I can play that on the gamepad while I'm watching Little League. So that got accomplished. Also, not this week, but next week, I'm going to review a game called Don't Get Fired.
Mm-hmm. It
is the most infuriating game you will ever play.
Wait.
It sounds like the virtual version of Don't Wake Daddy.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, you can if you want to download that and get an idea of what I'm going to say, then go ahead.
I play that every day of my life.
It hits home.
Yeah.
We all, Bobby. We all.
All right, Riz, what'd you achieve?
I went out and bought a game that you guys aren't probably going to like. I got Madden.
Oh, okay. We're going to talk about Madden here.
I know we are, and I saw in your tweet that you had Madden and a question mark after it.
Oh, you'll see why.
I'm like, wait, what did I get myself into? But no, I got Madden. I'm playing the player version first because that's what I always do with my sports games. Makes me feel special. Also, I've been getting back into Bloodborne. I haven't done it in a while. I've died a lot. And also, based off Chachi's suggestion, I have played Pac-Man. What were the numbers again?
256.
That's the one. And it is very, 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 very addicting.
It's the logical successor to Pac-Man.
Yes. Yes, it's the game trying to eat Pac-Man, who is trying to avoid getting eaten by ghosts.
Yeah.
That's it. It's awesome. But other than that, I haven't... Oh, and King's Quest. I'm going to write up a little thing about it now, and videos will be coming up shortly on InsertCoinToBegin.com.
Okay. Sorg, what'd you achieve?
I went to the arcade.
Wow.
It was actually Brother Sorg's birthday. And
Happy birthday, Brother Sorg.
Happy birthday!
we went to Dave & Buster's, and I actually did a basic Sorgonomics on this about the state of video games. So I went to the arcade and played Infinity Blade,
which is an arcade game.
which is apparently an arcade game as well as an iPad game.
And Fruit Ninja.
Yeah, Fruit Ninja.
And it's
was
free,
another one.
Sorg.
What?
Isn't it free? Or it used to be free, maybe not free anymore.
No, none of it was free. That's for sure.
Dave & Buster's? No.
No, they had that game
No.
for free for a while. It was
Oh
that
yeah.
and
They have
Fruit
a
Ninja.
free thing, but it didn't like the games that they had marked as free weren't really free, so it kind of was disappointing. No, I played some of that. I played some good stuff like Time Crisis, that kind of stuff. And what else did I do? We played some Batman Battle Royal. We played some Mario Kart Arcade, was pretty fantastic. Some other stuff I didn't get a chance to get into, but there was like Star Wars Battle Pod was there. They have another Battle Pod game as well. They had a lot of fun stuff. There. And I had become bored with Dave & Buster's over the years too. And that we haven't been there for several years after going like every birthday. I'm just like, it's all the same games. I'm kind of okay not doing this next year, And now, even though it is like there's a Flappy Birds game, guys.
Giant Flappy Birds.
Giant Flappy Birds. Basically, it's like 20 feet tall. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But no, it was a good time. It was a really good time. Other than that, I've been really invested in this something called Pac-Man 256. So, and meanwhile, I also downloaded every Pac-Man game that I've had before for the iPhone.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about Pac-Man 256? I don't think I've ever heard of that game.
I don't know. It's this game called Pac-Man 256. I hear there's a review at InsertCoinToBegin.com. So do that. Do that thing. So, yeah. That's what I got.
I tire of Dave & Buster's Kung Fu Treachery.
Kung Fu Treachery?
Yeah. Watch Black Dynamite. Anyways, I've achieved this week. I played Fallout Shelter all week, and I also have a review of that up on InsertCoinToBegin.com because Chachi didn't want to review it because he's afraid of the game.
No, the game is terrible.
No, it isn't. You haven't even played it yet.
I have played it. Bobby,
it is
listen to me.
like Tiny Tower, but it's underground and it has Fallout aesthetic on it, so it makes it awesome.
Bobby,
No, this is Tiny Tower.
let me explain something to you.
What? I like it.
I had the game installed, and it was going to be my Friday game review.
Mm-hmm.
But two things happened. One, Pac-Man 256 was released.
Okay.
Two, that game sucks.
Come on.
That's why I sent you an email telling you to review the game, because I can't. It's terrible.
Well, I reviewed and I gave 4.5 out of 5 stars. So, or, not stars, but coins. So that's how I think of it. I like it. I'm addicted to it. I also played Destiny, went back in that. Played multiplayer for the first time on it. And I was terrible at it. It was awful. I played some Worms on Xbox One. I got a little better at Ground Zero. I got past the first part of it, Ground Zeroes. And I purchased Batman Arkham Knight, but I haven't played it yet. But I'm excited to play that this week. All right, Chachi, you want to take us around the net?
It's now time for video game things from around the internet. That's what we got this week. IGN's reporting that a site called Ship to Shore is releasing a vinyl copy of the Earthbound soundtrack, available in 4 different varieties.
Earthbound Sounds.
Yep, Earthbound on vinyl, so if you are a hipster and you have to have it on vinyl, there you go.
I mean, it sounds better on vinyl.
I'm just going to go ahead and point out that that's actually a lie. There's no possible way it can sound better on vinyl.
Yo, I got that on 8-track.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds way better than vinyl.
So you can go over and check that out. Next up, probably the coolest GTA bailout ever. Like, this guy is a passenger in a car with his friend. They're being chased by, it looks like a helicopter who's firing missiles at them. He bails out literally 0.5 seconds before the missile hits the car.
The best is at the end.
Yeah, gets up, pulls out a rocket launcher, fires, and takes out the helicopter. Like, if you're on video right now, Sork's playing the entire thing.
It's amazing.
Because it's only 46 seconds long. It's incredible.
Also, somebody added Skyrim Dragons to GTA 5 on PC via mods.
And explosions.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's the sickest bailout ever in GTA. Last but not least, YouTube site called Corridor Digital. I'm actually subscribed to them already because they do pretty good special effects in YouTube videos. Created a video of Luigi trying to beat Mario's time trial on Mario Kart using a electric powered longboard. So you can go over and check it out. It's extremely well done. And then if you watch the entire thing at the end, they link a making of video, so you can see how they do it. So it's extremely well done, especially for being essentially just a YouTube video. So, and that's all I have for you this week on video game things from around the internet. Back to you, Bobby.
All right, it's time for some things that we should be made aware of. We all know what football is, right, guys?
Football!
All sports.
Well, I'm wondering if EA forgot.
Well, no.
They released the new trailer for Madden 16, their football franchise. Dave Franco stars as Blade Johnson, and Christopher Mintz-Plasse plays Janet in the short film that has very little to do with football. In the trailer, Franco needs help in getting back his girlfriend Trish by defeating her captor in Madden. He gets help from a few NFL players like Rob Gronkowski, Antonio Brown, and a few others, and he also gets help from Janet's father, allegedly. Buffalo Bills head coach Rex Ryan, and as a Bills fan, it's great to have a head coach with a personality now, and he can star in Madden commercials. But in the end, a giant T-Rex saves the day and ruins the fun, as they don't get to play Madden with the bad guy. That being said, do you think this is a good approach?
Spoiler alert!
Yeah, good job, Bobby. Now I don't want to
Way to
watch
go,
it anymore.
Bobby.
You spoiled it.
I'm
Great
sorry.
job.
But do you guys think this is a good approach to sell a game with the same formula over and over again, or should they stick to showing football because it's a football game?
I think this is the marketing department getting bored with making football commercials every year.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's you're going to buy our game anyway.
Listen.
Here's a trailer.
Coming from somebody who worked in an industry where we made the same videos every year, and we really, I don't know if we made things entertaining for the people viewing them or just for us, so we didn't lose our minds. But this happens, and I feel like football may be the same way, because not everybody likes football, especially when there are probably video game people that don't get into the sports ball. So they did this.
Sports.
It's no, I disagree with you, Bobby. I think this is incredible. Dave Franco teaming up with EA is probably the best thing EA has done. It started last year with the Madden season video that had Kevin Hart in it, that ended up being like a song, and them doing different pranks or tactics to get in each other's head.
I didn't say I hated it. I thought it was great. I just was questioning whether this is a good approach.
Oh, it's a great approach. It's amazing. So I'm glad to see that they kicked it up a notch this year. But if you didn't see last year's, then go to YouTube and look up Madden NFL 15 Madden season, because it's still by far my favorite commercial.
All right.
I'm watching it right now. I'm not going to look.
All right. Moving on. Nintendo has unleashed a giant Yarn Yoshi amiibo into the world.
I want one. It's going to destroy it.
I want 4.
You want 4 of them?
4.
Well, Nintendo will release the standard Yarn Yoshi amiibo October 16th, along with Yoshi's Woolly World. The game will cost $49.99 on its own, and will be available bundled with a green Yarn Yoshi amiibo for $59.99. The 3 Yarn Yoshi amiibos are green, pink, and light blue. Will cost $16.99 each, all soft and plushy and cuddly. The giant Yoshi will be available only in green, and it comes with a $39.99 price tag.
You know why it's only available in green?
Because I don't know why.
Because that's what color Yoshi is!
Wait, there's other Yoshis.
There are other Yoshis. Calm down.
I mean, Yoshi's Yoshi. He's the green.
To be fair, there were multiple colors in the original Mario World.
Yeah.
If you want to get technical about it, Chachi, there were so many different Yoshis.
With Yoshi,
I mean, there was
They
a whole
only
world of
changed-
Yoshis, which were different colors.
Yoshi
only
eats
changed
the
colors.
shell.
Yeah, they only changed colors when you ate the shell.
But there were different colored ones when he was...
Come at me.
But there's so many different
anyways.
Yoshis, and all the Yoshis were named Yoshi because you're the Yoshis,
weren't
the
there
dinosaur.
Yoshis, like, the colors to mean different things. Like, they can jump higher.
There's a jumpy
Yeah, one
Yoshi
can
that was
spit fire.
blue, and
Something.
All right. The giant Yoshi will be available, like I said, in green. It comes with a $39.99 price tag. Works like a regular Yoshi, only it's bigger and cushier. So that's a good move. Moving on in other collectible news, Skyrim's currency has hit the open market in the real world thanks to an Etsy shop called the Ragged Flagon. Septums are now a real thing.
Bobby, say that word again.
The Ragged Flagon.
the Ragged Flagon?
The Ragged Flagon.
A Ragged Flagon.
The flagon was a cup in the game, like a big beer stein, a flagon of beer, of ale.
Flagon.
Anyways, the shop, which is currently sold out of the gold-plated coins, makes each septum to be about 8.8 ounces of each, and they're gold-plated with 24-karat gold. You can buy a bag of 5 coins for $30, or you can buy a case of 50 coins for $200. I just thought it was a neat thing to bring up because I saw it on Polygon, and I think it's neat that when people bring stuff like this from video games into the real world, like little collectible things and stuff like that. It's a good service they're doing for geeks, so check those out if they restock. Eventually, I think they're going to restock. But I think they were hit pretty hard today with the article going up. All right, moving on. The Rockstar editor. Rockstar announced today that in the next update for GTA 5 for PS4 and Xbox One, the Rockstar editor will make its debut finally. The editing program lets you create your own movies in GTA 5, and it will also bring new sound effects. And I lost my place. New sound effects, fonts, cut and paste features, and a bunch of new stuff to all 3 platforms when the update hits in September. My question to you guys is, will you use the Rockstar editor on your respective consoles, or should it be PC only, and do you think mod support should be on consoles as well? What are your thoughts?
It'll be nice to have for like YouTubers. Just play the games. There's a cool. That is a cool feature to have.
Which YouTube Games launches tomorrow, doesn't it? As well. That's at the Twitch site.
Oh, that gaming. Yeah, YouTube Gaming does launch tomorrow. And good thing you reminded me. I'm going to be doing a lot of PAX work today, this weekend, because it's PAX week.
PAX it away, Riz. PAX it away.
But yeah, I would probably use it somehow. I don't know how, but it'll probably be used multiple times for my GTA 5 online. And yeah, I would like mods in GTA 5 as well. Come on, but holding out PC. Jerks.
I have really no interest in it. Modding was never really my thing when it came to video games. I wanted to play the game itself.
Mm-hmm. I look forward to see what's created with this, and if you know what, as a budding video producer kind of person, and I have not gotten into like video game, machinima or anything like that, but I don't know. This makes me kind of want to snag a PC version just to play with this a little bit, like to have those kinds of tools at my disposal to tell a story. That's not just a goofy parkour story like these guys. I think. I love that idea. I just love that idea. But then again, Steam has it's not, it's not GTA, but Steam has something similar for their what do they call it? What is their engine? Source
Steam?
engine. Valve and the Source engine have something that they were talking about. I don't know if it's released yet. That was kind of an editor for this in the same kind of vein. So. I'm kind of wondering if that's something free, something that's already out there. So
yeah, it's a free update, so that's a good thing.
Makes me want to get into this stuff a little bit.
Chachi.
If you're following
if you're on video, somebody found the Draw app. Somebody broke the Hangout plugin rule on the on the podcast. Thank you.
I didn't know that was a rule.
There's always been a rule.
You look like
it's a roll in from the no sound effects rule that we've had from ages ago. Okay,
I turned it off. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I know you've been off the other podcast for a while.
We can tie this into the story. Chachi is editing Riz's face.
I am editing
much like he can in Grand Theft Auto Online.
There you go. Using the tools for the job.
All right, and you know what? You can edit when you order it at a restaurant.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
That was a terrible segue.
You mean you can edit the toppings on your pizza as if
Yes,
it was...
you can.
It's maybe not as epic as the GTA 5 parkour video, but it's still epic. It's still epic for your taste buds. It's Slice on Broadway's, our friends down here in Beachview on the train tracks in the South Hills of Pittsburgh. Also over in Carnegie, PA, down on Main Street. There's Rico on the front of sliceonbroadway.com. Say hi to him. He's a nice fellow who makes pizza, and you should thank him for making the best pizza in town. I'll say it. I ain't scared. He's definitely the best pizza probably in Carnegie, and one of the best, if not, no, I'll say it. They're the best in Pittsburgh. They're the best around.
Whoa.
They're the best around. So go check them out, sliceonbroadway.com, and you can follow them, PGH_Slice on the Twitters, on the Facebooks, on the Instagrams, and let them know the Boss Battle has sent you for the Gonzo. And with that, let's take a look at Sorgatron Media last week.
The Gonzo?
The Gonzo. I was putting over the Gonzo earlier. You haven't had the
I was gonna
Gonzo
say-
pizza, sir.
I was going to sneak in there. My apologies to
I,
Slice. for
I've
that.
only had
Horrific
that pizza twice, Sorg.
segue.
We need
And
to
one
go-
of them was really cold because it was.
We need to do podcast
episode.
night at Slice on Broadway. We're all going to do it down there. We'll do Boss Battle and Awesome Cast just so Riz can get some pizza.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I wouldn't
Because,
want
I get to be on.
Sorg, nothing
on-
sad happened this week on Sorgatron Media, right?
pretty sure. I don't think I edited it this week for last week, so I need to do that tonight.
So I can jazz it
Yeah,
up.
don't
with
worry
the
about
intro
it. Don't
back
worry
in.
about it. You're good. You're good. I mean, who was there? We talked about 80s video games, and no, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay.
All right, hold
I was
on.
gonna say, 'cause
Sorry
I
about
come
that.
back. Roddy Piper has died. Hey, everybody! It's me, Chris Hardwick, on Walking Dead. They're Talking Dead.
Oh, jeez. That new show started, too. I'm going to miss so much. I'm just giving up. I'm going to watch everything after it's been out at this
Yeah.
point. So I can't afford to keep up. The only thing I'm going to pay for is Doctor Who at this point.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Bobby,
All right, we're
Yep.
going back in.
do it.
All right, here we go. We sure did a lot this week on Sorgatron Media, right, Sorg?
That's right, Bobby.
All right. Now our final battle question this week. We're going to get to our final battle story. Sitting with a score of 95 on Metacritic right now, with the reviews of 10 from IGN and GameSpot. Metal Gear Solid 5 launches next week. In the game's new trailer, it pays homage to the game's past as it walks towards its future. They show footage of old Metal Gear games, old Metal Gear bosses,
Hey, look, that was Kojima.
leading up to the grand unveil of a new colossal Metal Gear at the end of the trailer, which is amazing. But the game is an open game world, the first time for a Metal Gear game. It pits Big Boss in his final game made by Kojima himself. The recent controversy with Kojima and Konami has been covered awesomely, though, by a fan in Australia who set up a display with a Hideo Kojima game written in large print on the display that was provided to sell the game that had been missing its creator's name on all the advertising and the packaging itself. Since the follow-up from a few months ago, when we talked about that story on here too. Like I said, the game comes out Tuesday. It's said to be lighter on story and boss battles, but I'm sure, and even Kojima himself has said, there are great boss battles in the game, but my guess is you're going to have to find them.
Like this guy right there.
Yeah, and much like Kojima has hidden Easter eggs all through the game himself. Now that it's an open world game, I'm sure there are boss battles everywhere if you just look for them. So I'm going to be happy to hunt for those when the game comes out. The final round question this week, in honor of Kojima and the Metal Gear franchise, since this might be the last Metal Gear game, do you guys have any favorite Metal Gear moments, and are you planning on playing the game?
I have not played Metal Gear.
I need to catch up with it, to be honest. I have a lot of Metal Gears I need to get through. But no, it's definitely something that's on my radar to play. And one of those things I'll be kind of earmarking when I get an Xbox One. So,
Anybody else?
right. Bobby, I think you're the resident Metal Gear person.
I am.
I don't play.
that-
I've never played a Metal Gear game.
So how do you
Brother
feel,
Sorg,
Bobby?
Brother Sorg, and that one guy that came up to me. I think it was a trainee that came up to me at the wrestling the other night too, which I just completely directed him at Brother Sorg. It says he likes Metal Gear. Go talk to him. Like he just came up to me and he's like, "Did you see the new trailer? Are you excited for Metal Gear Solid 5? Are you a Metal Gear player?" I'm like, "Man, I haven't played it since 2, but you need to talk to that large gentleman over there." So,
Wow.
what? He's like an inch taller than me.
This week I changed the banner of the Facebook group,
I noticed.
the Insert Coin to Begin Facebook group, to a picture of Big Boss and Solid Snake. One of my favorite Metal Gear moments, I think, was the last boss fight in Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, where you face off and there's a field of flowers. It's like one of the most poignant, beautiful boss battles I've ever played. you fight in a field of just flowers, and you fight your mentor. It's a really great scene, really great boss battle. All the boss battles in Metal Gear Solid 3 were like some of the best moments in video games, I think. I need to catch up on 4, but I'm going to play 5 before I play 4, so it's kind of weird. But I was late for the PlayStation 3 and all that stuff, so I'm excited for the game to come out, though. I'm a huge Metal Gear fan, but yeah, that's what I think. I'm definitely getting the game when it comes out, though. All right. Anybody have anything to add to that?
No, looking forward to it. They always impress me. Actually, no, I've been playing Revengeance a little bit. That's been fun. When I'm stuck
That's a fun game, too.
I'm stuck on the cat boss, so and just can't seem to get past them. So, but I paid $5 for the game, so I'm not really worried about it. It was just a blast. So,
all right. Well, that's going to do it for us this week. You can follow us on Twitter at InsertCoinTB. You can visit us on InsertCoinToBegin.com. New articles going up daily. And you can join us live each and every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock right here on live.sorgatronmedia.com. For at Sorgatron, you have any plugs?
plug all the things we talked to. Actually, in studio here, great conversation with Frank Murgy from Pittsburgh Podcast Network. That's going to be going up Thursday on AwesomeCast.net. He also did join us on the AwesomeCast this week. A lot of great stuff in podcasting going on there. Videos, of course, over at podcastpittsburgh.com. Sorgatron.com. Check out my talk about the state of arcade games from, I believe that was last Friday. I had that conversation, expanding on what we talked about at the beginning here for about 10 minutes. And so much more. Sign up for the newsletters. And that's all I got. Do things. Enjoy the network. Tell your friends. Please.
Hey, Chachi, plugs.
Chachi says on the Twitter. That's all I got.
Riz, plugs.
Seeing how Sorg just left it up on me.
What I
While
do?
Chachi was talking. Riz plays games. Also, InsertCoinToBegin.com, where I am minutes away from posting the King's Quest.
Woo!
The first video.
All right.
Go check it out.
You guys have to.
And I got my article up on Insert Coin to Begin. And Sorg sent me a thing that I might try. I might try to vlog every day. I might do a challenge. So we'll see how that goes. If
I can't
can
wait
do it
for Bobby's
or not.
Sexy Social.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right. That's going to do it for us this week, everybody. Game over.
Game over.
I realize
Nobody's doing that anymore?
I realize
That's
we
the
just
thing?
put that out there and nobody knows the context what we were talking about. Bobby, don't say you're doing the thing until you started doing it.
I know.
Don't do that, because then you'll never do it. And also, like until you start it, just kind of.
Are we done here?
Sure, guys.
That's how laundry. That's how.
Sorry about the last question, Chachi. I couldn't find anything better than that. And
It's okay. Go with what you want.
and Metal Gear, the trailer came out. There was a whole bunch of Metal Gear Solid things this week.
Bobby.
Not every question is going to be geared towards me.
Yeah.
Bobby.
Huh?
You do Bobby things.
Yeah.
Bobby, hey, Bobby, you Bobby as hard as you can, okay?
I'm Bobbying the best I can.
I want you to Bobby like you've never Bobbied before.
I'm Bobbying at all the levels I can.
Oh,
right now.
Bobby all the levels, baby. Bobby all the levels. All right, I'm going to actually put on different videos so I can take just a short break. If you guys want to
Alright,
hang
I'm
out,
out of here.
I'm gonna put on different pants.
I'm going to put on some different pants. I'm going to get naked for a
Later,
moment.
Chachi, good show, man.
We'll put on a video.
Oh, hey, Sorg.
Ah.
Sorg.
Yeah.
Sorg.
Yeah.
I got my description off.
What?
So it doesn't say.
Oh no! Oh
Nothing.
boy, I got a new.
Oh,
new
no,
dweller.
that's wrong.
What?
Sorry about that.
I got a new dweller. Oh, she's
Let's
dressed
see.
like.
The
Wilma
graphic
Flintstone.
looks nice. I like the picture of you. That's cool. And oh yeah, you do. Nice. Perfect. That'll help you out. Also, did you go in channel settings and put in keywords for the channel yet?
No.
What
Okay.
the hell?
Also, you need to go to
Okay.
your channel, and when you go to this page,
Where do I go?
when you go to this page here, are you seeing this?
Where at, Sorg? I'm looking at you.
You're looking at.
I'm noticing a trend
Okay.
here. with
So
the-
over when you're logged in as this account, over by subscribe should be this little settings gear. You should be able to go in here and change. I forget what the setting is entirely. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up my YouTube. So this is YouTube school for everybody.
Sorry, it is very blurry though.
It's
so
going to
I
be
can't
blurry,
tell
but
where you're...
well, it's going to be blurry. So over by where the subscribe button is. Hold on, let me see if I can do this here on this other computer where I'm logged in. So what you're going to do is, so you'll see a little settings like to your right underneath that large image. No, wait, they don't do that.
No.
View as return subscriber, viewed as yourself. Where did they put it? Damn it. There should be settings here. Oh, there is. Actually, there'll be a little, like, you hover over this space, like Riz plays games, and then there's a space in here. If you hover over it in the corner, like up here by where the Google logo is in your Twitter,
The pencil?
there'll be the pencil. Click on that pencil, and you have two options. Edit channel navigation, I think it is. Let me see. And if you go to browse, the browse view is enabled. You're probably not enabled. Go ahead and enable it.
Enabler.
Yeah, enable it. So what happens? You notice when you go to my channels, like it kind of pops up all the videos and playlists that I want you to see, and you can organize that instead of this activity feed that you have going on, because this isn't helpful to anybody. This is fine if it's your personal channel, and this is more like your Facebook page of YouTube channels, but you're actually trying to do something. So you want them to see something that looks like this. But what you'll actually do on the home is, so let's say we go to let's go to Wrestling Mayhem show, right? And you can actually organize. Oh, we just went to the account instead of YouTube. That's interesting. But you know what I'm talking about? That you could put like.
I love how it's just pictures of Great Khali.
Yeah, this gets weird. But also, you can put those into a playlist and present them by themselves.
I do.
But now you can put the playlist up front, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
So it's not just.
Can?
So, okay, hold on a second. Have you ever looked at our YouTube channel? Has anybody looked at our YouTube channel?
Yes, I have.
So like here, you see how we go here and we have 4 episodes. Then we have Indy Mayhem show. Then we have the wrap-ups. Then we have the interviews. So you can have a playlist that's like Great Khali Challenge, King's Quest stuff. So you can categorize sports games. You know what I mean? So it's not just like a giant thing. Like right now you hit videos, and it's just a mess of here is everything that we've done, and it's just such a mess and a hodgepodge of stuff, right?
Okay.
So now you can go in here and you can actually organize this. So, all right.
Now, how do I put my playlist on there, though?
How you put your playlist on there?
Or does it automatically do that?
No, you can get to it because you'll get in here and this is all going to be editable. You'll see something at the bottom that says Add Section, and you'll be able to select the playlist in order to do that.
Okay.
All right, play with it a little bit. See if you let me know if you need any
I
help.
will.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break.
Hey guys, it's Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on Twitter with your basic Sorganomics for this Friday. Big weekend coming up. A lot of wrestling shows going on. IWC Wrestling, RWA. Double shot. We're splitting the teams. We're going to see how that goes. Splitting equipment. It's so tough. It's fun. So yesterday was my brother's, actually his birthday, and we went to Dave & Buster's surprise party. My sister and her crew, my nephew, my mom, all hanging out down at Dave & Buster's, having a good time, and it was cool. It was real cool. So always weird because when I hear like, oh, we're going to Dave & Buster's,
my
like,
favorite franchise, man.
See, Dave & Buster's was the place. You're not familiar with it. It really is an adult Chuck E. Cheese,
like old school Mega Man
where
stuff,
it's an arcade. There's a bar.
Like the
there's
NT
a restaurant.
Warriors,
You can watch your sports there and everything. And it's a lot of fun, And they really kind of make sure there's not like somebody in there with a gaggle of kids with their little minors and everything. So that's cool, right? And we used to go there. We used to go there a lot. Not a lot. Like, every time it was like my birthday, and I think when it was my brother's birthday. So for several years, we'd go a couple times a year. And I remember getting to a certain point with it. And I think it was on my birthday when I'm walking around and I'm thinking, like, man, this is like the sad state of the arcade, or I was bored with it because there really wasn't much turnover in games. It was the same thing every time we went in there. And that was it, and it was really interesting because now we go back and I'm like, oh, it's going to be the same stuff it was how many years ago when we went, and I haven't probably been there for 3 or so years, maybe a little longer. And it's definitely changed. Some of the hits, and they're gonna sound familiar. Some of the things that we spent the most time on were 4-player Pac-Man, 4-player Mario Kart, Infinity Blade, and observation of such games as Cut the Rope, Candy Crush, Fruit Ninja. Are you seeing a trend here? Are you seeing a trend going on here? Whereas before I felt like, of course the arcade specializes in experiences you can't get at home, right? And then, let's take this back for a moment. I remember as a kid, my parents were awesome. They got me a Nintendo Entertainment System. I got to play my Mario, my Donkey Kong, and everything. But when I'd go to an arcade, my mom would take me to the department store, and there'd be an arcade in the front of the store. And I'd say, "Hey, can I have a quarter?" You give a quarter, Mom?
What's going on?
And she would look at me and say, "No, you have video games at home. Why would you want to play that video game that you have them at home?" Of course, at the time, I believe that's when, games better looking than Nintendo were coming out, right? Games like, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, something like that I'm not able to play on my little Nintendo Entertainment System. Mom didn't understand that. She thought it was a video game is a video game is a video game. Of course, it's okay, Mom. It's okay. But anyways, and I think that's the case here, what I'm kind of battling with, because I'm looking at this and it's like, why would I want to play this game and pay money at Dave & Buster's when it's on my iPad? In the case of Infinity Blade, Infinity Blade 1 is actually there, and it's adapted, of course. It's really kind of following along, and the really interesting thing is you play it for the coupons, as if you were playing skee ball, right? You're getting tickets, coupons to buy other things in our Winner's Circle store, Chuck E. Cheese style. Really interesting that gets adapted. And I'm really surprised which ones have coupons. There's a physical Angry Birds game where you actually physically slingshot at the screen, and it detects where that is and knocks down the the birds and stuff.
Instagram photo.
Some of the other Fruit Ninja, of course, like I mentioned, that we're sitting there playing Mario Kart. DX, I think officially is the name of it, which is basically technologically is Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U that a few of us have, right? Adapted, it's in a full stand up, 4 players linked. Namco did the stand up of it. It's different to have a force feedback steering wheel. Yes, do it. It's very interesting. They had an interesting component where there's a camera above you, and they put kind of an overlay of like Wario's nose and hat and stuff, or Yoshi's head as a hat, which is really creepy now that I think of it. And that's the face that pops up when you see who got you with the turtle shell or whatever the case may be. Which was a really, really fun concept, and that was worth it. I think it was definitely worth it. The Pac-Man game is really Pac-Man Championship Edition that a lot of you may have played on your Xbox on Arcade Live or on an iPhone or Android. But it's adapted for people with a joystick, kind of a giant screen and party atmosphere, and you can eat other. And I think there might be multiplayer in those games on certain consoles as well. I can't recall. I have it on the iPhone, so I'm not sure. And again, just adapted games like that. There's of course stuff that you're not going to have. There's experiences. I didn't catch this until I ran out of my coins. But there's actually a 4D haunted house experience where you put on 3D glasses, you sit in a thing, and I guess there's noises come from every which way as you're going through this kind of gun game.
The phone is restarted.
Or there's a Transformer sit down. There's a Jurassic Park newer sit down. There's a Kung Fu Panda where you punch things around you as things pop up on the sides. Again, it's those experiences, and it really has. There's not a lot of stand-ups. In the corner somewhere is a newer, there's combo machines with Miss Pac-Man and Galaga, or all the Donkey Kongs and Mario Brothers, right? That's it. That's it for your classics. And then there's a whole array over on the other end. That's all the Time Crisis and House of the Dead, and again, more kind of 4D, 3D things, or the Star Wars Battle Pod,
Iron
which
got
I kind of
trapped.
like. So there's this nice like familiarity. If you go there for these iPad-y games, those are now that's the thing I play back home on the console. Why am I going to pay for this here? Why is the experience so much different? Especially looking at some of these games and the time crisis, old Time Crisis, and the old House of the Dead. You're like, well, that looks like what I have at home. The arcade has shrunk in as an industry, but yet has been smart to jump on the doodle jump bandwagon, right? There's a Flappy Birds. It's not Flappy Birds. They call it floppy tickets, but it's Flappy Birds, right? It's insane. But it's really interesting, the state of the arcade. I think, and in the long run, again, there's that familiarity. Oh, there's the other thing. Back when you used to go to Dave and Buster's, you wouldn't like bring video games with you. That seems like a weird concept. Why would I bring my Game Boy with me while I'm going to go play some Dave and Buster's? Where I was sitting there and everybody was eating, and I realized I pulled out my phone and I was like, oh hey, check out this new game I got, because Chachi had just sent me the link that morning of the Pac-Man 256, which is the Crossy Road Pac-Man kind of crossover that they just put out, which I couldn't get to sleep because I was playing this thing. And I'm sitting there playing that thing, and then I realized I looked up. I'm like, I'm at a freaking arcade. I'm playing a game on my phone. Such a weird world that we live in. Let me know what you think. What do you think about if you've made it to a Dave and Buster's or some other significant arcade that has this kind of collection of video games? What do you think about the state of that? The idea that your iPad games are now arcade games, your Infinity Blades, your Doodle Jumps, your Flappy Birds, or whatever the case may be. Cut the rope, man. Cut the rope is just... There's another one. Side note, there's another one, because somebody, my original co-host for AwesomeCast, does awesome things. So he makes stuff for conferences. Displays for conference, and they had these clear see-through LCDs. There's been stories about like Coke machines that have these, and basically it's like the LCD on your TV, but without that back glass that lights up, that makes the colors pop out. And they put this over top of these characters, and it's a touchscreen, and you flip these paint characters, and there's a blacked out sun or something, and you're trying to cover it with paint. And I just love that they were using that clear LCD technology, but there's fun, innovative stuff at the arcade again, I guess, So let me know what you think at Sorgatron on the Twitter. Obviously, hey, here's me not talking about social media for once. So, but we do talk about a lot of podcasts, and we actually have a guest post this week on the newsletter. So please sign up for that at sorgatron.com. And please comment on this and other episodes, whatever kind of strikes your fancy. Keep an eye out for me at Sorgatron on Twitter. I like the Periscope. I always like the live stream to know I got eyes on me. I don't know if it's a performance anxiety thing or something, but keep an eye on it. Typically recording these Monday or Tuesday night after we do other shows, or Thursday or Friday morning. Sometimes I batch them up on Thursday if I have a busy Friday. All right, it might be a little around, but no, you can jump in, comment, and sometimes I say, hey, what's up, and we have a little conversation afterwards too. So there's an opportunity there to interact with me, as if there aren't enough opportunities to interact with me. I just like talking to people. So, all right, I'm gonna go do some responsible things, post this thing. You guys have a great weekend.
This show is a member of the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network. Find out more at sorgatronmedia.com. Hey guys, it's Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on Twitter with your basic Sorganomics for this Friday. Big weekend coming up. A lot of wrestling shows going on. IWC Wrestling, RWA, double shot. We're splitting the teams. We're going to see how that goes. Splitting equipment. It's so tough, but it's fun. So yesterday was my brother's, actually his birthday. And we went to Dave and Buster's surprise party. My sister and her crew, my nephew, my mom,
all hanging out down at Dave and Buster's, having a good time, and it was cool. It was real cool. Always weird because when I hear like, oh, we're going to Dave and Buster's, like, see, Dave and Buster's was the place. If you're not familiar with it, it really is an adult Chuck E. Cheese, where it's an arcade. There's a bar, there's a restaurant, there's you can watch sports there and everything, and it's a lot of fun, and they really kind of make sure there's not like somebody in there with a gaggle of kids with the rules with minors and everything. So that's cool, right? And we used to go there. And we used to go there a lot. Not a lot. Like, every time it was like my birthday, and I think when it was my brother's birthday. So for several years, we go a couple times a year. And I remember getting to a certain point with it, and I think it was on my birthday, when I'm walking around and I'm thinking, like the sad state of the arcade, or I was bored with it. There really wasn't much turnover in games. So the same thing. Every time we went in there. And that was it,
A lot of Pac-Man in my ears, bro.
It was really interesting because now we go back, and I'm like, oh, it's going to be the same stuff it was how many years ago when we
Don't laze me,
I've
bro.
probably been there for 3
What's up,
or so
bro?
years. Maybe a little longer. And it's definitely changed.
Buddies.
Come on.
We're all friendly.
Come on. Come on.
Xbox, I got a Dario Cueto figure.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's just an elusive man figure from Mass Effect.
Oh, yeah, you posted that.
Yeah, I did. It looks like Dario Cueto.
How's everybody doing this evening? Are you ready for some mayhem?
Yeah.
Wait, are we just inviting Lunchbox? Is that it?
Mike, if you will.
Oh.
And a third is up in the air. Kind of depends on where we want to go with this. I think Riz and Bobby, either you could be here. Who else is out there? We had.
I can do tweets tonight if you want.
Please do. Bobby, you got.
I got access to the account again.
Bobby, you got show notes, right, for the last show?
Oh, yeah, I got to do that, too.
Please do that.
Yeah, so that's good if I do that in the show notes.
Missy is back, but I think it would be good if you do it, because really,
I'll do Boss Battle.
I mean, you do the notes, so it doesn't really transfer anything else. We don't really go off script a lot, so it works.
Not really.
I'm just kind of doing the ones for Mayhem Show, because now that we have segments, we don't really go off script as much. I might expand on it, and that's about it.
Could we call the show Dave and Buster's Kung Fu Treachery?
If you want. Yeah, actually, I think that's a fun SEO title.
Yeah.
Is that from something, or was that original?
It's from Black Dynamite.
I'm not familiar.
Oh my gosh, Sorg, you got to see Black Dynamite.
Oh, wait, the cartoon?
No, the movie.
The movie? Wait. Wait. I think I know this. I think Black Dynamite was on Big Money Hustlers for ICP.
Possibly.
No, he wasn't.
No?
Oh, it wasn't?
Nope.
Okay. Black Dynamite, you have to see this movie, Sorg. My cousin Alex showed it to me, and I was like, going into it, I'm like, I don't really want to see this movie. It is one of the funniest movies.
I think this is it. Wait, this is 2009?
Yeah.
Who was the black guy from Big Money Hustlers? Big Money Hustlers, Black Dynamite. Yeah, Planet Identity of Black Dynamite. Hold on a second. Some Harlan Williams.
Put y'all claws on this motherfucking money, I'ma fuck you up. Show you right. One of y'all motherfuckers again.
I think this is it.
Hello, this part. I'm in an ape suit. That means I don't give a fuck.
No.
I'll find it. I know it's in here. It's tagged appropriately on the YouTubes.
I hope y'all remember my birthday. Sir,
Yeah, I can't find it.
I'm tired of the Kung Fu Treachery.
I feel like Big Mouth Hustlers is the best worst movie that I've seen and own. Is there a mic in here?
Oh.
Rudy Ray Moore, thank you. Thank you. I have Dolomite. Ah,
Oh, you're thinking Dolomite.
Dolomite.
Yeah.
It's been so long, man. It's been so long. Got that on DVD somewhere. Maybe it's... What was it? Big Money Thrusters was the one they're going to do in space. I can't wait for ICP in space. And how they're going to do special effects on absolutely no budget.
My guess is Magnet Sword.
Fuck you, Riz.
How did magnets work?
Yo.
So mad. So mad. So mad at you.
Your knowledge of scientific biological transmogrifications is only outmatched by your zest for kung fu treachery. All kung fu is quite extraordinary. Dynamite.
Do we have a podcast concept for tonight, gentlemen?
I thought we were doing SummerSlam and then Takeover.
No.
No.
For gold. Can we do a Black Dynamite fan podcast?
I don't know if any of us are qualified to do a Black Dynamite.
Wheels? I've been seeing Dino Trucks listed on my Netflix under popular, and I've been wondering.
Yeah, Dino Trucks.
What is
I've
this?
seen that. It's a DreamWorks show.
Right, but why is it so great that I need to see it?
I have no idea. The trucks and their dinosaurs.
I've been watching a lot of weird shit on Netflix lately.
I hope it's not like that version of Ninja Turtles that Wheels introduced us to.
What version of Ninja Turtles? No, not that. Wheels.
Yeah.
Wheels.
Bobby?
Yeah?
Bobby, if you're going to do the tweets, don't look at what I posted because there's going to be tough enough spoilers, so...
Who's number 3? Who's the number 3? Chat room. Who should number 3 be? Why won't my pictures post to Instagram tonight?
I was doing that to Bobby too.
But yeah, Instagram's not working for some reason.
Wheels was just on a few weeks ago, right? Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
I think he said he was on last week.
Was he last week? Yeah, he was last week. So, Riz and Bobby, which of you are due?
Sorg.
Or Riz?
Sorg.
Hold on, whoever's playing that stuff, please mute or something.
That's me. Sorry.
Sorry, we're trying to conduct business here, sir. Excuse me, sir. Turn down your radio.
I'm tired of your kung fu treachery.
Listener, turn down your broadcast.
LB.
Sorg, you have very special gold. Panel Riot Gold for you this week.
Panel Riot Gold? Oh, wait.
Panel Riot Gold.
Am I the only one getting Panel Riot Gold?
Yes, you are, because you're the only Patreon subscriber we have.
Oh, well,
LB,
at least...
as soon as I start getting my regular paycheck, I will contribute $1 to Panel Riot.
I greatly appreciate that. I really do. This week on Panel Riot Gold, I actually talk about wrestling. I recorded with Chris and Ross yesterday, and we talked about SummerSlam.
Well, but hey, that's good. Outside the box, I dig that.
In terms of Arrow?
No.
Oh,
She loves John Cena and wanted to talk about professional wrestling.
That's all right.
And I said I'd give her a venue for it.
Riz.
Come on, Nikki!
Come on, Nikki!
I think I want Riz for number 3.
Yeah. Yay, I'm number 3.
I feel like Riz was part of some conversations we had. I want to resurface.
Sword, did you see that I can't do that meeting on Thursday?
Wednesday.
No, I moved it because I can't do the meeting on Wednesday.
Oh, it's Thursday now?
Yeah, I moved it Thursday. We'll keep moving it until most people line up.
Nice. I respect that.
If it's later on Thursday, I can do it. It's just generally 7 is when I usually eat dinner with my mom.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do dinner time. I don't know. I might just disseminate information to you guys through other means.
I might need next Tuesday off. I will let you know.
What?
Did you just
next Tuesday?
So
you can't be off on Tuesday.
Okay, just make sure to touch base with Riz or Chachi to head the show.
Yeah.
Probably Chachi will head the show then. Thank you, Rocky Blyer, for retweeting me.
What?
Rocky Blyer retweets my interview I did with him in 2013 that I have been putting in that I tweet out about every 4 days. So there's that. All right, guys. What are we doing? What do you guys want to do? You guys have a concept you want to play with here? Do we want to do? I don't know.
We could do a panel riot. We could do a comic gold since there's wrestling on panel riot.
What? What? Did I get this email right? Hold on just 1 second. Just a goddamn second.
Sorg, we're almost at 8,000 views for Bailey's thing.
Nice.
Now I see
Bobby.
what you're talking about, Sorg.
Bobby, I got tickets to have this get made.
Did you? Nice.
Yeah, New York Comic Con.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
What? I got a new Patreon. Patreon. I guess that's just the title. Thank you, Wrestling Revolution. $1 per episode. That is phenomenal.
Yes.
That
Zero is the best.
Fucking awesome. Thank you so
awesome.
much.
Zero now owns your show.
he just wants to see Kristen Ross talk about John Cena.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Matt Carlin.
That's fair. Oh, did you guys see the picture I posted out? Jen sent it to me on text. She sent me the picture of Chris Farley and Patrick Swayze on Chippendales, and she said, "There's your Tough Enough finals," and it's so fucking accurate.
No, I don't think anybody's watching Tough Enough.
I stopped.
Oh, okay.
I watched.
I didn't get the joke. I haven't watched a single episode.
Oh, okay. ZZ's fat and Josh is athletic.
Which one is Josh? Is he the man bun?
Yes, he is man.
The Yeti. He was doing a Chewbacca impression.
Man.
I mean, to be fair, we don't know what the Yeti sounds like, so.
Come on, Chewie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mayhem Riot. I am your host, Mike Sorg, but I am not the proprietor, the expert of comic books. Of course, that is one DJ Lunchbox. Wait, are you? Wait, I forget. Do you go by your real name on Panel Riot?
I go by all names.
You go by all the names? Okay.
You can refer to me as Will or DJ Lunchbox, Papa Lunchbox, Lunchbox Prime, the Willabaluma, Mother of All Bears, any of those.
Okay.
I'll answer to any of those.
Okay, all acceptable. So we're bringing this around. Let's talk about comic books here for our gold members. Myself, I am a copy of Chew Volume 2. The omnibus is sitting on my nightstand, and I just renewed it at the library because it was due tomorrow. Actually, today. Now I think about it. So there's
That's
that.
a good idea.
What?
We should go around the horn and say what everybody's reading.
Basically, I thought that's what you do on your show.
Usually, sometimes, except for all the time. Yeah.
I know I haven't listened for a few weeks, but I mean, did we change our format on the Panel Riot?
No. Whenever I have a guest, the first segment is "What are you reading?"
That's good. That's
and
good.
I was gonna say, except for when I have guests on that don't read comics, but that hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
It's coming up. Hopefully in the near future. Riz.
All right. Let's bring it around. Let's bring it around, and Will, you go last because otherwise that would be cheating. Mad Mike, what in comic books have you been reading lately?
Well, I actually just picked these up.
Nice.
I picked these up. They're the blank cover variants. I'm gonna get a couple artists to draw some things on there, but everything Secret Wars. This is Amazing Spider-Man: Renew Your Vows, which is fantastic. It's a Spider-Man that's married to MJ, and they have a daughter. and she's fantastic. It's awesome. She beat up like half the Sinister Six by herself in the last issue, so that was fun. And Civil War,
Nice.
which it's a completely different take on it. It's really a lot of fun, and I think for that one I might just have the Teen Titans versus Young Justice on it because why not? But yeah, I'm reading a lot of Secret Wars stuff. As far as DC, I'm still reading Harley Quinn. I'm reading Starfire, which is a lot of fun. It's done by the same people who do Harley. And the Injustice book is really, really good. As far as DC proper, I don't really read that much of it, but I'm enjoying the shows, so fully on them.
Did you see the Finn Balor Harley Quinn crossover I posted in the group?
No, I did not, but I need
It didn't thumbnail, unfortunately. So backstory on this, and I can tell the story because we're on Gold. So, one DJ Z, one DJ Z was at my place with Jimmy DeMarco eating wings, and we were BSing about stuff, and he was talking about his girlfriend apparently was going to the Chicago Con. Was it C2E2 or Wizard World that just happened out there?
Wizard World.
Wizard World, okay. And she was the first day she was going as Harley Quinn. The next day, a female Finn Balor. The third day, both.
Wow. I need to process that.
Hold on, we'll wait till you get the picture. Like I said, I posted it in the group, but again, it didn't thumbnail for some reason. I don't know. I was on my phone app or whatever, and it just didn't work out. So I'll try to pull this up here for you guys to see. But there's a lot of SummerSlam stuff, so I'm not sure if I can get to it. But still, it was. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. We'll hold this up. This actually works for our Gold today. And if I have the right computer lined up here, boom! There you go, guys.
Oh my God, that's the best.
Yeah. I
mean, it looks like Harley Quinn just got infected by Carnage, but still, it works.
Well, it's just kind of the idea, right?
Yeah.
No, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Steg, Steg 514, if you want to follow her on the Instagrams. She's got a little bit on here of... Actually, yeah, here she is at the con a couple days. And I think this is her Harley Quinn, which is actually... I like the flight jacket kind of Harley Quinn look going on there.
Yeah, that's more like the DC Bombshell look, I think.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool. Well, so maybe she got... Does she have just the Finn Balor day or something, maybe? Yeah, there she is. There's the Finn Balor. That's awesome.
Where can people find these photos online?
This is at Instagram.com, and her username is STEG Steg 514.
Excellent.
The awkward moment when DJ Z's girlfriend cosplays as a totally different wrestler is what she put. So yeah, go check it out. I should really regram these to some of our wrestling, and they are hanging out right there. So proof. No, yeah, check that out. That's cool that she got a bunch of that out. Hey, somebody dressing as the new Joker, by the way. So. Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
There you go. There's probably a lot of those going around. Look at this guy
it's
photobombing.
Costume to do too.
Look at these photo bombs right there. There's a Miss Marvel going on.
Nice.
Or Captain Marvel, I guess it is now, right?
Captain Marvel, yeah.
So the former Miss Marvel. Here's a mini Daryl. There you go. I'm sorry. We're getting away from this, but who's this one? Is that another Harley Quinn? Carly Quinn?
That is another Harley Quinn. She's clearly in a straitjacket.
The username is Carly Quinn, Carley Quinn on Instagram apparently. So
yeah, I actually will be cosplaying as the Joker at New York Comic Con this year, and as a Han Solo that let himself go. So that'll be fun.
I always say I'm like an Elseworlds thing when I'm cosplaying.
Oh, I like that. Do you mind if I borrow that, Bobby?
Go for it.
Excellent.
All right, so around, I think we got your answer, Mike. So Riz, do you read comic books first of all? Riz?
You're muted.
Riz?
Something happened.
Riz?
I think he.
Like I said, no. Like Lunchbox said, but I am trying to get into comic books.
Into Lunchbox.
He's trying to get into Lunchbox.
This is awkward.
Like, for some time now, I was trying to get into the Walking Dead series and all that stuff, but just haven't gotten around to it yet.
I have the compendiums over there, Riz.
We should.
Well, Bobby, you know, it would be so much easier if you lived here.
We
Don't
should
hand them to the
give Riz
computer.
a book
Riz,
to
you don't
look
even
into.
live here.
We should each give Riz a book to look into to start comics.
Okay, go ahead. That
All
was
right.
actually one of the things I was asking Lunchbox for a couple months ago, about maybe coming on for somebody who's a novice at, you know, getting a comic book.
Mhm.
What to start with.
I don't
So-
even
That's
know where to
something we're gonna
start.
talk about when you come on the show. Yeah, we're going to talk about comic book themed video games and where to start.
Cool.
All right, and LB, what are you reading that you haven't already
Bobby.
talked about on the comic book?
Bobby.
Bobby? You're reading Bobby?
No, it's
No.
Bobby's turn.
Oh, Bobby's here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
He's not in the Brady Bunch, so I wasn't.
Brady Bunch.
All right, disembodied voice of Bobby.
Andy Davis right into the middle.
This
I used Ann B. Davis as a verb.
I can't.
Bobby F. J. Town and B. Davis. It works. It works.
I picked up this Deadpool Secret Wars. I got episode 1 and 3, or issue 1 and 3. Didn't get to read them yet. I picked up Secret Wars number 5. Saw the goodness at the end by accident.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I got a couple more, so I'll have to pick them up and read them. But I got comic books. Yeah.
Well, it's a first step.
Yeah. Haven't had time lately.
LB.
Xbox.
LB.
Xbox.
Hold on. Ironically, I was just reading an email where I got turned down for press credentials for Wizard World Pittsburgh. So
Turned
that
down?
just happened.
What? What? That
So-
sucks.
Anyways, go ahead.
I'm reading a bunch of stuff. Kristen and I talked about The Wicked and the Divine, so I read all 13 issues of that in a day, which I don't recommend. I do recommend reading the comic, but there's a lot to absorb. I went on a number of emotional roller coasters reading those 13 issues. So definitely read that. I'm reading Matt Fraction's run on the Invincible Iron Man, which is long. I picked up the new issue of Velvet, which is, if you're not reading Velvet, you absolutely should be. And what was the other thing? Hold on, I'm looking at my comics. Oh, Bob's Burgers. Bob's Burgers comics are really, really good. And of course, I'm reading a wide swath of the Secret Wars stuff because I find that incredibly interesting. The main series in particular is just fascinating. And some of the offshoots, I mean, some are good, some are bad. In particular, Old Man Logan has got my attention. And like Mike mentioned, Civil War. Civil War is fantastic. And A-Force. A-Force is another one that I'm absolutely in love with. So that's what I've been reading lately,
Nice.
mainly.
Nice.
There's
Yeah,
other
actually-
stuff, but
The Secret War main story was losing me until the most recent issue, and then I'm fully in now. Fully in.
yeah, the most recent issue is kind of like, oh, here's how all this happened.
Yeah, it was really like I see why they didn't lead with that, but now that I know, like, I'm in. It was really, really good. And also, Sex Criminals came out last week, right? Volume 3?
That was a few weeks ago. Oh, I think the trade. Yeah, I think the trade came out.
Okay, yeah, I need to pick that up because I definitely, like, on your recommendation, I read the first 2 volumes of that and it was really good.
They made a book about Jared from Subway.
Oh, Bobby!
Oh, and that took a turn. And side note, speaking of things that may be slightly perverted, I did add Volume 3 of Morning Glories to my reading list to come in next at the library. It's a really good story, but I always feel like a weird perv picking up the book at the library because the cover is just like schoolgirls, basically. You go look up Morning Glories, you'll see the cover for one of the trades, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's actually a really good book that's not really sexy at all. So They just have these interesting pinup covers. So yeah. I guess it's about it's kind of like about a private school that may exist in another dimension, I think, if I recall from the first 2 volumes. And they're trying to figure it out, and people keep dying, but nobody seems to notice. So
Is it Dimension X?
yes,
Dude,
if
Planet Zero?
if the swerve turns out to be Krang the whole time, I'm gonna love this book.
It must be the whole time, turtles.
But no, it's one of those. It feels like it's like a Lost type mystery, but in a private school.
Hey, that was a damn good Krang impression.
That was actually pretty good.
You broke me. You broke me with that. That was really, really
I
good.
like how it was Bobby's voice.
Bobby?
No, Bobby. It was just us 4.
Bobby, can you get the Krang exoskeleton shirt and just have that be your costume for Halloween?
You can pull it off. You gotta get the glasses.
Yeah, just get the glasses in that shirt, and that's a Halloween. That's a cosplay right there. You're all set. Oh man.
All right. I don't want to get into too much of a conversation tonight about the crowd last night. We can have a passing mention to it.
Oh, is gold suddenly over?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just started. No, I'm sorry. This is still gold technically. You know what's funny? I'm not changing the main part of my titles. They're exactly the same as last week. We're just changing the under thing to be in the past now. So NXT Takeover. What's a good sub headline for this?
Sub headline Sorg.
Brooklyn's best crowd.
Yeah, Brooklyn's best show.
Brooklyn's finest.
Yeah, Bobby. That's it.
Point.
Brooklyn's finest.
I dig it.
Brooklyn 99%. I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
Not really, but I accept it because we all love you, Bobby.
And SummerSlam subtopic will be has failed this city.
Also, side note,
Jon Stewart has failed this city.
Side note, as a state of the Mayhem's update, Bobby F. G-Town is starting a new daily video show for the next month in a vlog challenge, which I have dubbed Bobby Sexy Social. So look for that.
I think I might start in September.
No, you're doing it now, Bobby.
Yeah, I know it's really weird. So I sent you a thing, and I was like, oh, vlog for a month. I'm like, okay. Then I looked at the thing again. I'm like, for August. And I'm like, what the fuck? So obviously it was like one of those kind of random, tweet generators thing. So so this is where I tell you the embarrassing fact that I once in a while watch a tip from Sexy Savvy Social on the on the Instagram or on the YouTubes. So
yeah, you do, Sorg.
Yeah. This girl talking at me very fast and YouTube fast cuts about what I should be doing with my Twitter better. So, different vibe than Gary Vaynerchuk.
You should do it this way.
Right. And so all these people, and they talk about their name. Apparently I'm not supposed to, introduce myself at the beginning of video vlogs. But I think I'm doing a different format. That's the other thing. When you get advice like that, make sure you're getting advice for the thing you do. You know what I mean?
I could see not introducing yourself for video blogs, though, because it's coming from your username.
The Tom Hanks.
Right, they're already there. It's on the video. We're all even like this. Maybe I don't need to put as much up front because of the nature of what this is and what's become.
Dog. Sorry, Phil.
Okay, but anyways, that's that. And if you were on earlier on the live stream, you saw me giving YouTube tips to Riz after Boss Battle. Man, you missed out. That's why you join us here live. Bonus social media tips. There you go.
You said our bonus podcast right there. So.
What? Your mic is above your head, sir. Sir, your mic is above your head. Thank you very much.
No, it's not. It's right here.
It's okay now, Riz. Riz, it's okay now. Riz, it's okay. We're all family
here. Is it okay?
It's okay. All right. I should not put my mouth on this thing.
I'm on mute.
I shouldn't put my mouth on this thing because the last people that were on it were Joe Dombrowski and Mark Madden.
Yeah, that is a bad decision.
Put your mouth on Mark Madden, Sorg.
Hey, Sorg, sad
Should I tweet
Christmas.
that? Should I tweet that? Wait, is that an autograph?
Go ahead.
Did you get an autograph? Holy shit, dude!
Nice.
I didn't actually meet her.
Oh,
No.
Oh, you just
These
got
are the
it.
ones that they sell.
oh.
But it
That's
is a,
probably
it
just
is
like
a-
a stamp.
Oh no, it's definitely Magic
So,
Circle.
Sasha Banks stamps her stuff.
Yeah, Sasha Banks stamps, not Bailey. But I got that. I got program. Got Bailey band. I got a lot of stuff, Sorg. And I got the event shirt.
I think Sorg wants to start.
No, I was trying to figure out a way to say this that wouldn't be offensive to Mark Madden or Joe Dombrowski.
Their mouths smell like filthy assholes.
Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! Bobby got to work with Mark Madden.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Dombrowski does not smell like a dirty asshole.
And Joe Dombrowski.
No, Joe
Of course
Dombrowski
not.
seems fairly clean. I think he might be OCD. Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
Who isn't?
Who isn't?
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of the O.
In the scene.
I don't know. That's how they say it. I think that has
That's
a
how I
different
say
meaning.
it, Sorg.
I think that's a different meaning, Will. Will, one, I just posted Power Hour. Barely. And two, let's start the show.
Alright, I'm gonna meet you guys.
Oh my God, Triple H is on Tough Talk.
Good.
Oh, that's exciting. I can't wait to watch it later.
I love that they were talking about ring rats last week. Not well, but the fact that it was brought
They
up.
tried to bring that up again
Oh.
on the show tonight.
So, ring rat is a concept in professional wrestling that I'm not going to accurately describe on the WWE Network.
Shit.
What's that?
Remember when we had Eamon do that?
All right, ready?
Yeah.
Let's get that clip and send it to Tough Talk. What? Erp. Hey guys, it's the Wrestling Mayhem Show, episode 484. Let's talk about some professionalized SummerSlam wrestling. I'm going to have a great night here. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter. It's the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA, with a whole line of people also joining me from a couple rivers away. It is Papa Lunchbox, your Papa Lunchbox, DJ Lunchbox, the man behind the Panel Riot, the man behind the Power Hour, with me walking down jauntily down the river on a lunch break. It's you.
Hello, Sorg. I'm coming to you from high above downtown Pittsburgh.
Oh.
I've climbed up here out of boredom, and now I have no idea how to get down. Should we do the show before or after you call the police /Superman?
Yes. And also with us from down the highway, it is Riz.
Hi, Sorg.
Riz Plays Games on the Twitter, on the YouTubes.
Riz Plays Games. By the way, Riz Plays Games Great Khali Challenge is on fire right now.
Oh, yeah?
So go to YouTube, check that out. And also I'm going to have some more videos up shortly for you, but I'm here to talk about wrestling.
Yes,
So
he
that's
is. Yes,
what
he
we're
is. Also with us from Poughkeepsie, New York, and he, by way of Brooklyn this past weekend, he is the huggable Mad Mike.
There ain't no stopping us now, Sorg. There ain't no stopping us now. I got Bailey bands. I got your Bailey autographs. I got your NXT programs. I got your event shirts. I got everything you want from NXT Takeover, Sorg.
And we'll be
That's
talking.
my normal Brooklyn accent.
And we'll be talking some NXT, which is funny since you spent most of your time in the Bronx. But anyways, but you get it from one night, right? You get an accent and you turn into an asshole that doesn't respect women's wrestling, right?
Mm-hmm. Fuck those women.
No, whoa,
Hey,
No,
whoa,
hey,
wow.
wait, no,
Hey.
I meant that in the fun sense.
No.
Still disrespectful, but
No, it's
more
horribly
acceptable.
disrespectful. But no, I enjoyed their wrestling.
I'm glad we acknowledge it, when we're being offensive. So,
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
And by the
everyone
way-
knows I'm kidding. I literally spent dozens of dollars on Bailey merch. So
Dozens.
Clearly, I'm a fan, and we were the best part of that crowd this weekend. So.
Yes, it was. We'll get into the NXT TakeOver talk in just a little bit. But first, I want to remind you we're over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can drop us an email at that email address.
Good times.
Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And, of course, please drop us a line to the voicemail 412-206-WMS0. And you can find us on the social medias, Mayhem Show on the Twitter. We're very active during the wrestling shows, whether it be Raw or all the stuff happening on Wednesday night. Mad Mike is the MVP of the social medias right now with that. And Tough Enough and all that. Well, I guess that's not happening much anymore. And check out all the other shows, including Indy Mayhem, the Midweek Wars, the Raw wrap-ups, and everything else. We try to cover as much as we can, as much as we possibly can in professional wrestling.
We will be doing the Diva Search.
Oh, jeez.
When that starts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
jeez.
Oh, yeah, it's going to happen. Jen Carlin's
Can we
already
vote as a
do that.
show to not?
Ugh.
No, I won't bring that talk here.
Yeah, exactly. That means it's not happening on this show. We compartmentalize it because some people want to hear that, okay? And we don't
Listen.
What is
The
happening?
Wrestling Mayhem Show has a good name, Sorg, and we're going to sully it with Diva Search.
It's not like we haven't before. Did you listen to the
gonna
first
be great.
episode?
Well, honestly, to Mad Mike's defense, we have covered Impact Wrestling before.
This is true.
All true. But anyways, so go check all that out. Please subscribe. Please sign up for the newsletter. Get you information about this podcast at IndyWrestling.us and all the releases over there. And, of course, our Patreon at patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show. Big ups to our friends, the WrestlingRevolution.com. Zero over there holding it down from the very beginning. And also supporting the Panel Riot on Patreon as well. A lot of P's in there. Need to readjust my pop filter. Sorry about that. And of course, who am I forgetting? His name escapes me.
Intern Stan.
No, not him. Not him. That's not the Patreon supporter that's been with us almost as long as the 02K. It's Bo Diggity.
Are you sure it wasn't Intern Stan?
I don't know. Maybe no, AJ doesn't get high enough for that. But anyways, thank you so much for supporting, and you can too at patreon.com/Wrestling Mayhem Show, where you can support the show and be our boss. Tell us what you think, and we will listen. We listen to the people that pay us. Let's be honest, and help support and help the show grow through that method. If you got something to plug, if you got a website, you got something like that, jump on there, give a couple bucks, and we'll be talking about it at the beginning of every show too.
We will stick it in your plug the entire time.
Ciro Antonio Garza is doing an episode-by-episode recap of Lucha Underground after having watched the whole season. So he's looking for all the little hidden Easter eggs and stuff. So
fantastic, kind of like the forward Easter eggs and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I dig it. So let's get into our first discussion of the evening. Of course, SummerSlam happened this weekend. A lot happened there. Rolling into Raw with it really did feel like. Did you guys get a WrestleMania vibe rolling from at least SummerSlam to Raw this year? Did they succeed in a step further in SummerSlam becoming the WrestleMania Junior of this half of the year?
Yeah, it was huge.
Mm-hmm.
The entire lead up. It just everybody who I talked to about it was like, it just feels like it feels like WrestleMania. It feels like WrestleMania this year. It was 4 hours, a bunch of huge matches, celebrity guest stars. They booked it just like WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say yes and no. WrestleMania generally doesn't end with a question. And the two big matches,
right?
The two big matches, like Cena and Rollins and Taker and Brock, both had kind of questionable shenanigan-y endings,
right?
And that's generally not how they do Mania. But as far as the atmosphere, as far as the build, as far as pretty much everything else, yeah, it felt like WrestleMania.
It was there, certainly. What say you, Rizical?
I go with what Lunchbox said. It was a huge wrestling thing where they had people from different aspects of television coming in to SummerSlam. They had ESPN covering SummerSlam. They have all these different aspects to cover SummerSlam, but like Mad Mike said, they don't really end on a question like that for WrestleMania. But we know it's not WrestleMania because of that question. We know that there's probably going to end near or around WrestleMania. So get ready, because we're probably going to see a 16-time world champion at WrestleMania. But yeah, it just felt different. If that's a good, it didn't feel like WrestleMania. It felt like a different wrestling show. Like the lead up, the build up, and everything in between.
But it got to own like we did have other stuff, the shenanigans and such happening here, which I think I think generally SummerSlam has ended with something to that extent the last several years. Like, it's been a very questionable ending show in general, which really kind of changes the long-term trajectory, I think, to WrestleMania, and sets the pace for the next few months, because they're so hard to get people on for the next few months through until WrestleMania season starts. But I mean, it could be. It's not also confined to the rules of, let's not have this kind of finish at a WrestleMania, right? So to that, I think it really kind of it held up. And what did ESPN do? Did they just cover it over the weekend? Because I thought there was going to be something at SummerSlam involving, especially the coach, at least.
Coach was there at 10 a.m. on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he interviewed John Cena, and even Sports Illustrated, after the Taker and Brock match, they covered it. And I heard a few people say that the reason that WWE did the finish they did for Taker and Brock is because they were kind of throwing shade at Major League Baseball for them screwing up instant replays.
Really?
That's what I've heard.
Wow.
I don't know how true that is. It might just be a coincidence. It might just be they don't know how to book Lesnar losing. But it was thrown out there as a suggestion, so...
All right. Well, yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see where they go from that. Over, when do they do Taker Brock 3? Because let's be honest, it's happening. Do we wait till WrestleMania? You think they would do it as Survivor Series? They're going to try to build that event up again? I think they need to. I think they definitely need to. Royal Rumble already stands apart because it's Royal Rumble, and we took away Elimination Chamber, which really flattened Royal Rumble's purpose. But yeah, Survivor Series needs to come back. Like, you need to go back to those 4 staples, because those special events on WWE Network don't feel like a Super Raw. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sorg. The only reason I say Survivor Series, it's the 25th anniversary of Taker debuting.
Oh, wow. So the story can be...
So if Brock wants to end The Undertaker, end him for good, there's no better place to do that.
End it where it all began. Wow. Yep. I can't wait for the Paul Heyman promos that hopefully still includes singing. I mean, to be honest, but generally, other than that, I know, Riz, you were with me with the Carlinses. Generally, I thought a very enjoyable show, top to bottom. I didn't really snooze on anything.
T2B.
What's that?
T2B.
T2B on the T2Bs. I didn't stick around for the pre-show or anything, but I thought it was a fun, enjoyable show. This is probably the most enjoyable SummerSlam I feel like we've had in a long time.
It was, and I think it was because, let's see, last year it was Cena and Brock, right?
Yeah.
And the year before that was Cena Bryan with Randy Orton winning the match. So it kind of was like a better feeling of, this is what a big pay-per-view should look like. A pay-per-view should look like. It was a solid card from top to bottom on paper, and then when they put it on the screen, it worked, and it fit perfectly with what they wanted to do. Now, it's no NXT takeover, which we'll discuss later, but it was. They don't have to be NXT to survive. They can be WWE, and that's what they were. They were WWE. They fit their strengths, and they fit it well on SummerSlam.
And
sometimes they don't.
I think it go back to, I know the discussion is going to turn into, I've seen the tweets, what was the better show? Seriously, what show would you continue watching over this weekend and everything? And I really think I say that, but I think they super serve an audience that's bigger. And if you want that the specific kind of wrestling, which is never going to be, I don't think, mainstream, that you have your choice now. And it's great that both can get represented on such a big stage over the single weekend. And I hope this is the trend. we'll get into it, but I'm hoping WrestleMania is we have NXT Takeover on Friday night, Hall of Fame, and then it becomes a 4-night stand wherever they go. I think that could be a lot of fun. But anyways, back to we have questions from the chat. LB, and then we'll get to these bits from the chat room.
There was two things that I really wanted to point out because I was up in Cranberry because I spend most of my Sundays with my D&D group, and a few of them have gotten interested enough in wrestling, knowing that I do the show, to watch the pay-per-view. So I was mainly with a non-wrestling crowd, right? The two biggest reactions of the night, the three biggest reactions of the night were, in order, number one, New Day's dancing when they won. Everybody fucking loved that. Number two, the Lucha Dragons. Their hands down favorite wrestling of the night was the Lucha Dragons. And number three, Seth Rollins' pants.
Wait, were they blue and black or white and gold?
White and gold. And they did say they look like X-Men pants, and I said if instead of white it was blue, then yes. That New Day dance.
New Day's on another level right now.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. Until they overdo it and we get bored of them. But I don't know. I think those guys have a lot of energy. No.
I don't think that'll happen.
No.
They're not going to get Zack Ryder levels of
if they keep this up and then stay creative, stay entertaining, and stay energized, like literally, I think they're going to do great. From the chat room,
Woods can do that too.
Yeah,
they're like the next Edge and Christian.
Gabriel's in the chat room and he's asked some questions, so I want to touch on them. LB, but he loves the new chat, by the way. I hope you guys dig that. I don't know if I'm under a free trial of some sort. I think we can only have 10 people in the chat room. That typically hasn't been a problem. But seriously, if we get Patreon supporters and there's more than 10 people in the chat room, I will pay for the damn thing. It's this good. So, but anyways, he's asking LB, what are your thoughts on Cena losing? And it's a good point to touch on Jon Stewart and the whole situation there. What do you think?
Should we all back away slowly from this?
Yes, okay. Let's just... LB?
I was putting some thought into that because I got a lot of people actually saying, hey, John Cena lost. Are you mad? Are you upset? You mad, bro? And no, I'm absolutely not, because John Cena had a fucking incredible match with Seth Rollins. Jon Stewart got involved, which was a lot of fun. Why would I be upset? The ending of a match, the way the match ends, who wins and who loses does not define the rest of the match.
And this isn't snarky either. This is true. Where John Cena's match at SummerSlam was incredible. His past few matches were incredible. The entire United States title run, with some hiccups, was incredible. It was fun. I loved it. They lost.
When John Cena loses, when John Cena wins, it doesn't matter, because his matches are that good.
It shouldn't matter.
Right.
I think my favorite part about that match was we've seen a lot of people like impersonate John Cena moves and all that stuff, like Kevin Owens most recently. But when Rollins did the roll through and then picked up John Cena, like Cena does to win almost every big match, that was absolutely amazing, because I don't think anyone's ever done that before.
CrossFit Jesus.
All right. Also from the chat, Gabriel was asking, he says, to Mad Mike, actually, since we mentioned it a little bit earlier, he's like, seriously, Taker versus Brock had the best storytelling in a match in years. And I agree with that. I think generally it did.
I don't think it had the best storytelling on that show.
It was very good, though. Come on, it was very good.
Oh no, that was the match they wanted to have at Mania.
It was, yes.
Like if Taker hadn't gotten concussed, I'm pretty sure that is the exact match and finish they would have had at Mania. I firmly believe that. Like, I think Taker would have won by a fluke thing like that at Mania if he hadn't gotten concussed or whatever. I really honestly think that. Or Brock would have won barely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think something as big as him losing the streak would have been, like, I think that would have been preconceived regardless of his condition.
Yeah, that's the story that they tell.
Right. But
I think it would have been a
story-wise.
similar finish.
Okay.
Like maybe reverse it, like where Brock is tapping and the ref doesn't see it, and then Taker calls it off, and then Taker turns around to an F5 instead of Brock turning around to a tombstone or whatever.
Then again, Vince just said it was my call to end it when they did the interview on the Stone Cold podcast. So maybe that was his call in the earpiece.
Yeah.
So maybe it was like, this was going to work. Let's just end it. Which could be interesting. But there you go. So I don't know. I think it was a fun SummerSlam. I think it was one we're going to look back fondly because I know I was looking through SummerSlams to watch, and I had to go back about 10 years before I saw one I thought was memorable enough to pull back up. Okay.
1994.
Oh yeah.
98 was really good too.
98 was the one that got me back into WWE. The 98 was my first WWF pay-per-view.
1994 Undertaker.
SummerSlam 2002 is also the shit.
Which one is it?
That's Shawn Michaels returning, Rock versus Brock. It opened with a hot match of Angle and Mysterio. There was a lot of good stuff on that show.
Wow. Actually, there was a post. Let's see if I can pull it up here. It wasn't. She actually just posted. It wasn't on the Mayhem show or anything. But you guys may remember a Mayhem Missy that used to be on this show. I just no. Just she dead to you too.
She's only the reason that we say good times.
Yeah. She only started the trend, but she had this great thing. I hope she doesn't mind me sharing this on here. But there's this awesome. Apparently, this was the 20-year anniversary of her family watching WWF pay-per-views together, celebrated from 1995 SummerSlam, which is, I believe, the same one that Finn Balor watches while he plays with Legos. So they had an old school wrestling party. They had old WWF magazines out. They had these little toothpick wrestling guys in all their goodies, and I don't know, is that a WWE Championship cake of some sort over there? Or no, those are plates, aren't they? So I thought that was really cool that was happening, and it made me kind of think about what was your first pay-per-view and everything. Maybe that'll be a big question or something later on down the line, or something you guys can actually. I'll put in the group. What was your first pay-per-view? But kind of a cool kind of throwback on SummerSlam there. So, all right.
And before we move on from SummerSlam, we have to mention Stephen Goddamn Amell. He was awesome.
Yes.
He was awesome.
Matt Carlins on that. Matt Carlins said something during the party about how Stephen Amell said in an interview that his dream was to play the Ricky Morton part of a match, where he's the guy that gets beat down and everything. He was in the match more than Neville. Easily.
He was in the match more than Stardust.
He was. He was getting beat down by the biggest guy there. So, you can't discount anything he did. He looked good. His stance was a little weird though. He didn't know what to do with his body.
I think he was a little nervous. He didn't know what to do with his hands.
Certainly. Yeah, exactly. Like he just kind of stood there, and it's but he's other than that, his motions were good and everything else, and he did the flip and everything. I think he out Hugh Jackman this thing, and I hope we see him again. Honestly, I really hope we do.
I loved that he grabbed the tag rope before he was tagged into the match.
Yep. Yes, I noticed that too.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, and I'm super excited about this, the decision involved Barrett and Neville, not Amell nor Stardust.
Mm-hmm.
So I think once Arrow finishes rapping, WrestleMania, Stardust versus Arrow 1-on-1.
Oh, wow.
I love it. I could absolutely see it. Especially, he had 3 weeks to train for this one. If he can train after Arrow's done filming and around the time Ninja Turtles 2 is coming out, I think he got set.
I think it's fun. You guys have any thoughts on Stephen Amell?
He was good. I mean, I honestly, I said this at the party as well. I didn't know if you set up a lineup and said which one's Stephen Amell before SummerSlam, I would have zero clue because I don't watch CW. I don't watch Arrow. I don't watch The Flash. I don't watch any of that because, I mean, I probably should, but he did surprise me a lot about what he did. Because I had zero interest in the match. But after a while, I started to get interested in the match, which is what I wanted to happen. So it was good. It was a good celebrity spot, and a really good celebrity spot, better than Aki Bono and Floyd Mayweather combined.
Mm-hmm. What about you? Come on, the comic book guy has to have some thoughts on Stephen Amell. The Arrow.
I thought he did a really good job. It really kind of hammered home, like you said. He looked a little awkward.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been wrestling for basically his entire life, like everybody else in that ring had. And it really kind of hammered home how fluid and how natural these guys are in comparison to a civilian, basically. I thought, in regards to being a celebrity in the WWE, he did a fantastic job. He did the dive off the top rope, which was great. He sold everything like a champ. And I agree that it was left open-ended, and I hope they do more with it.
His enziguri was awesome, too.
Oh, yeah, the enziguri. That made me real happy.
Yeah, the enziguri, I'm like, oh, okay, he's really going for it. That was good.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to talk about NXT TakeOver in a moment. But in the meantime, hey, check out IndieWrestling.us. This is a new site by Sorgatron Media. It's where you can get your digital download and DVD orders for the International Wrestling Cartel, Renegade Wrestling Alliance, Vicious Outcast Wrestling, and such projects as The Legend of Virgil and his traveling merchandise table. It's all right there at your fingertips. He's on it. The Riz is on the Virgil DVD. You should go get it. The digital download right there. It's only $16 for a 2-disc, 4-hour plus extravaganza of Virgilness.
There's a fact check.
There is a fact check going during it. I know. I edited the damn thing, Riz. But you can also pick up right now. You can check out Cage Fury 2015. So much great stuff happened at Cage Fury. There's videos right now. If you go to International Wrestling Cartel's Facebook page, there's videos of our friend of the show, Jock Samson, about dying, going over the top rope. There's
killing somebody.
Almost killing somebody in the process. Exactly. It was an insane. This is why we love independent pro wrestling. Of course, Tommy Dreamer was a part of it. Rhino, that guy from NXT, is now the IWC Heavyweight Champion. So much good stuff. What's that?
Spoiler alert, Sorg.
Spoiler alert. We put it on the YouTubes. I don't think it's such a spoiler anymore, buddy.
What if somebody didn't want to watch the YouTube? Maybe they wanted to buy the DVD. And
you know what, Riz? Let me promote my stuff. Let me promote my stuff, and let me show you Jock Samson about dying at an indie wrestling show. Whoop, this got weird.
I was there, Sorg.
You were there. Let me show the people all the craziness if they're on video. Oh, it's so crazy. Look at that. Well, let's see it again for the video people. There he goes. Fly, Jock Samson, fly right into the first row. So there you go. Check that out. So much more at IndieWrestling.us and on the Facebook page. We're sharing those videos as well. Follow us on the Twitters. Follow us on the Instagrams. Exclusive sales and offers all across on different stuff. You might get a different sale if you're on Instagram. You might get a different sale if you're on Twitter in the near future. And we're having a lot of fun and just really kind of spreading the word of independent pro wrestling over on that account. So please go check them out and enjoy that and support the show by supporting that site and support indie wrestling. So let's get into something that's almost indie wrestling, almost as exciting as indie wrestling, more so maybe at some point. It's NXT TakeOver, Brooklyn's finest for sure. I think I spelled Brooklyn. There's a Y in Brooklyn, isn't there?
Yes.
I think I screwed that up.
L-Y-N.
L-Y-N. Leave it. No, we're not going to leave that. I'm still getting heat from when I misspelled Britt Baker's Twitter a couple weeks ago. So, well, this one the floor goes to, even though most of us watched it on TV, but somebody experienced it in person as he has the Bailey swag to prove it. So NXT TakeOver, impressions live, Mad Mike.
All right. Without hyperbole, I think this might be either the best or the second best wrestling show I've ever been to. It was from top to bottom. It was fantastic. We recorded T2B. They recorded this Wednesday's NXT before TakeOver started.
Yeah.
So I won't spoil anything here. We'll save that for Midweek War when it goes on, because I'm curious to see how a lot of that stuff translates. Because there were some interesting things going on. We had an Eva Marie match. The crowd enjoyed that one. The show started with Enzo and Cass, which was the perfect way to open the entire night, because I posted a video, a YouTube on the Mayhem show's YouTube of Enzo and Cass's entrance, and they owned the whole stadium. Like there were Enzo and Cass chants. There were chants for "How you doing" before we even got in the building. As far as the actual show goes, Triple H came out about 10 minutes before, or 5-10 minutes before the show was starting, and he wanted everyone in the arena to be as quiet as possible so he could do his cool little intro with the single spotlight over him, and then he raised his arms so the whole so all the lights are on. You could see the entire crowd. For the most part, it sounded like he came off pretty good. I know we were quiet during it the whole time. Everything about the show was on point. Everyone loved Apollo Crews. Tyler Breeze's entrance was phenomenal. He did a sightseeing tour in New York City, which was great. Obviously, the Bayley-Sasha match was ridiculous. Then the curtain call afterwards with the 4 Horsewomen was awesome. Balor and Owens was great. Just everything about it was really, really well done, well put together. The thing that I noticed, and I think it's because of where we were sitting. We were sitting hard camera side, so we saw the first row on the opposite side where like the production usually is, and that's where Zack Ryder's father was sitting. He was sitting there for Zack's match. He would Mojo's.
You're talking like the first row, or like
the first row.
Okay.
Like it's a blink and you miss a moment, but when Kevin Owens came out, his wife and kid were in the front row.
Oh, that's awesome.
And Bayley, like, there's a shot where Bayley is looking at her mom and dad, or her mom and her brother or whatever, whoever was there, I forget. But they were front row, just staring at her, and like while she was trying to get out of the bank statement. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing, and it's something you don't really get being hard camera side because they're showing the crowd from the other end. But the other thing that was interesting, and I don't know if this is because it's the first time they're in a big arena, but there was a referee on the floor, opposite hard camera side, that was kind of telling them when to like pose and stuff, like when the replays were done.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like a teaching moment too, because it's not something you notice if you're just watching the in-ring stuff, but at that point it was all like about taunts and entrances and everything like that. And I just thought it was like there was a referee that was almost acting as a director. And it was really, really cool.
As you know, Mike, when I go, I barely watch the show typically, like on Raw and stuff. And what I've always noticed was, especially when they're on the ramp, I'll see a signal from the camera guy in front of them, like go or stop, like just a little bit, or or turn. So like you come back from the thing and they're on the ramp and they're turn around and look at the guy or something. Like they're getting signals from that, right? As much as they can, or maybe they're not seeing the screen to see their cue or something like that. So I think it does happen more often than not. Now that's very interesting, because typically was the ref in the ring? Like, was there no ref in the ring when that happened because it was like after the match?
Oh no, it was the ref that was in the ring during the match, but this was all post match stuff, like all the celebrations and everything. So he was outside the ring,
right? Because I noticed, I don't know if I'm just at that point, but I noticed like the even them getting whispered to after they've won, and maybe during a hand raise or before or something like that. And I kind of look at it as like, oh, they're telling them to make sure to turn this way, or camera over here or something like that. You know what I mean? Or make this quick time short. Do your post quick. Or wait for this. I think it's interesting. And to see those little cues, if they're doing it right, you don't notice it. You know, and that's a part of a referee's job, to be honest. So cool. It's cool. And maybe it is. So you think it's more prevalent because they're newer people still?
I think so, because I noticed in the first match that the winners of the match, I'm not going to say who, were looking a lot at the big screen to see when the replays ended.
Which you notice on Raw too.
Yeah. But I think that's kind of why they tried to nip that in the bud a little bit, because, you know, it's all a matter of editing and everything like that. But it was still just really kind of cool to pick up on things like that. And it was all post-match. I mean, everything in the ring was pretty much fine. There was one match that I think had a botched ending. It was the Divas Fatal 4-Way match.
Right. You mentioned that before, yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays on the show. I'm actually very curious to see what they do with that. But I mean, there wasn't a bad match on the card, and yes, I'm including Eva Marie versus Carmella in that. Their match was fine. It wasn't stellar by any stretch of the imagination, but and we got to see Liger.
Yeah, how was that? How was Liger? Liger to me is like a mythical beast.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm super jealous that you got to see Liger in person.
Yeah. Liger was amazing. There was a Liger's gorgeous chant started, which was fun. Oh, and goddamn Blue Pants.
Blue
Pants was maybe the most over person at the show, not named Enzo Amore.
I believe it.
I'm being completely serious about that, because we started chanting for Blue Pants in the Buffalo Wild Wings I was at before the show.
Because NXT plus Brooklyn SummerSlam WrestleMania-ish crowd equals that. So,
although it was really funny at the Buffalo Wild Wings, I just randomly screamed out Sasha's Ratchet, and I got about 20 people screaming, "No, she's not!" So. That's when you knew you were in the right Buffalo Wild Wings for a pre-show crowd.
Awesome. Anything else? Any other takeaways from that before we get into everybody else's thoughts for that watch this on a TV set?
Well, I do have one more thing, Sorg. Friend of the show, Elias Sampson, made his debut as the Drifter, and he is on the back of my shirt.
How did he get there? And how has he held on for so long?
Because he's a drifter, Sorg. That's what they do. They hang on for long stretches amounts of time. But yeah, he came out with an acoustic guitar and everything, and he had a good match. He had a good match too, so it was a lot of fun.
Good.
He wrestled Bull Dempsey.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
It was an amazing show. If NXT ever comes to your area, I highly recommend going.
And that's the thing. I've heard amazing things from NXT shows that are simply house shows. You know, especially the one in Pittsburgh. I know a few people that went down to that, for instance. So, all right, with that, so for everybody else to watch. So, Riz, you watched it the old school over a TV way.
Yes.
What were your thoughts on Takeover? Great or greatest?
Well, my first thought was holy shit. But to answer your question, it was probably one of the best NXT live pay-per-views they had. I think. I think it had a lot to do with that crowd. No offense to Full Sail, which puts on an amazing production, but to have that in that big of an arena and sell it out with fans that are that crazy, and then put on a show with that awesome of talent, it was awesome. He had Samoa Joe in one of his best matches in 10 years, maybe 9 years, or 8. But he had it with a guy who we've had many discussions about being very bland and very not good at wrestling. And he was very good at making him look good.
He needs to use that heel hook more.
Yes.
That heel hook was fantastic.
Hmm.
That's the kind of stuff I want to see him doing, as opposed to just doing the end of days over and over again.
Oh, and just so you know, all going off topic, I was just spoiled it for Tough Enough, so I'm fine. The WWE just spoiled Tough Enough for me. Going back to the topic, by the way, I'm very stretchy on this computer.
Sorry.
Everything in that match, top T to B, was amazing.
I love this news phrase.
By the way, title of the show, T and B, T to B. It just seemed like nothing was out of place. Besides maybe a few things, but other than that, the ladder match was amazing. Of course it was. It was Finn Balor and fucking Kevin Owens.
I think they screwed up the finish to that match, though. I think the finish... I think when Owens fell off the ladder onto the other ladder, I think he was supposed to stay there and get the coup de grace on that. But because he bounced and he fell off, like... I don't, because I didn't actually get to finish watching the network version of it, but Owens had to literally roll all the way to the center of the ring. It was
but even like you said, even that, they adjusted to make it look like it's supposed to happen, which is something that we've seen in WWE not do from time to time. It was just shit, just pin him. But now it's actually okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna move him over here. We're gonna roll. I'm gonna roll over here. You hit me with that because I'm gonna bounce off this gigantic ladder. And by the way, I think somebody else mentioned this. Finn Balor. We got a Finn Balor entrance in a huge arena. Something that we wanted from day one when we saw what he did.
It was so amazing.
They didn't disappoint either. No. They had and I'm not sure what you guys thought of it, but I like when they started filling the arena with smoke, I saw someone crawling down, and I'm like, oh, that's Finn. And I'm like, wait, no, that's not. They just have doubles. They had doubles popping up through the smoke, so it was really. It was.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was teleporting. They had 3 guys. They had Finn and 2 guys that had similar body shapes to him. So it was really, really cool the way they did it.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of took a second. We're like, wait, is this a different angle? No, wait, that's the same camera. You know, it took till the second or third time we were like, you kind of figured out what was happening, which was really cool. I can't wait till a year from now during a documentary we find out what star of the future was the other Finn Balor's. You know,
I bet one of them was Ty Dillinger.
You think one was Ty? It's always Ty Dillinger, isn't it?
I think so.
It was probably, you know what? It was probably Sasha Banks and Charlotte. They were just in the back, you know.
It's always.
Considering one of them, the one I saw was topless. It was definitely not Sasha Banks and Charlotte.
I don't know about that.
I would have reported on that.
Or you know what? It might have been Bram, anyways.
So fantastic show. So what do we think? Like NXT, is this? Where does NXT go from here?
England.
Anywhere.
England. They just do like. I mean, I'm watching this thing, and 2 or 3 times during this thing, I'm looking at this. What was it, 14,000 plus that filled the arena for this thing? Sold out to release more tickets.
Close to 16,000.
I thought they said 16,000. They sold out 16,000. They're not doing 2,000 seat arenas anymore when they do house shows. There's no way they are.
I think they will.
You think they will, just to keep the scarcity? Mm-hmm. Just to make it special. Okay, maybe. They filled
a house show at the end of the day.
They filled 16,000 in an arena from a show that everybody has to pay $9.99 to see. Mostly. You can get it other places. You get it on Hulu. Maybe you get it locally, still down in Florida, but still that's Florida, right? You got to pay $7.99 or $9.99 to watch this program and get into it, right? And to enough to pay $20 up for a seat on the show. That was basically a pay-per-view. That is amazing. That is screw you networks, we don't need you. Look what we just did with not even a name on here. Not a single name on here. And yeah, okay, Jushin Thunder Liger, Samoa Joe, sure. But not a proven headlining SummerSlam name. Not a Brock Lesnar, not a John Cena, not even a Seth Rollins, right? To speak of here. And they filled that arena. And yes, the SummerSlam.
I think it also helped that the tickets were pretty modestly priced.
Were they? Well, I think they didn't want to overextend for something like that. This is an unproven commodity. For whatever we think of it, to WWE brass, this is an unproven commodity. But now they've done this. I love Triple H's show me mentality with this, because he's building it and building it and building it to the point where at some point, whatever corporate thing is keeping them down and not talking about them on Monday Night Raw can't refute this at a certain point. When I imagine there is some point where NXT could make more money or could make bigger impact than Monday Night Raw, and then what happens?
You know what? The announcement they made during Takeover, I believe will probably come close to doing that. The Dusty Invitational Tag Tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going to be star-studded. It didn't say it was just going to be WWE superstars, and we know NXT has gone beyond the WWE talent pool to reach for their stars. Because you got Jushin Thunder Liger, you have Samoa Joe coming in. I believe I saw Okada up at SummerSlam with Samoa Joe, so he's probably going to be that tag match is going to be huge.
And also, you got the Dudleys back. They're probably back for that.
And I have a feeling the Dudleys aren't going to be the only ones we see.
No, they're not.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
On that level, I mean, right? So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Headbangers are going to be there.
The Outlaws. I would almost guarantee. I would almost guarantee the Outlaws are in that.
Marty Jannetty's probably going to show up somehow.
London and Kendrick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd love to see
maybe even Dreamer and Rhino.
Kendrick.
Dreamer and Rhino will be good too.
Mm-hmm. We're already starting to book this.
But yeah, I gotta say, because I was walking around Manhattan before I went down to Brooklyn on Saturday, I saw so many NXT shirts. And I didn't see a single John Cena shirt. I didn't see a Roman Reigns shirt. I didn't even see Brock Lesnar shirts. I saw only strictly NXT shirts.
Can I put a side note? This has nothing to do with anything we're talking about, but I popped a little bit when I was watching Swerve that premiered last night, and there was a Lucha Underground shirt behind the Hornswoggle eating competition. Just want to put that out there. That was kind of cool. There's that. All right. So NXT was awesome. And I know you guys are going to talk about, I don't know, are you going to talk about this along with the most recent episode this week probably? Or how, you guys doing anything special for Midweek War? Or is this basically a discussion?
We'll probably discuss it. But
it'll be part of the conversation.
And Sorg, I got to play the WrestleMania pinball game.
Ooh.
They have it for free at the Toys R Us in Times Square.
Nice.
It's fun. It's super fun.
All right, I have to keep an eye out. Hopefully they get one for the Coin Op Hall of Fame up here, right? So yeah. I know, hey, the Pro Wrestling News and Views guys, they have some like the Royal Rumble one and everything. I guess they work on pinball machines down there. But, man, we got to get them on the show. It's a cool group of guys, and they're really freaking into it. And they got a lot of history with wrestling. So, anyways, for those who don't know, Pro Wrestling News and Views, I think you can find them on Facebook. Last I knew, they didn't have much of a web presence. They actually, one of those kind of cable access-y kind of shows that's actually around like Armstrong Cable in the greater, not in Pittsburgh, but around Pittsburgh area. So, but they've interviewed like just about any name big over the last like 30 years. It's crazy, but real cool guys. But anyways, hey, check out, speaking of real cool guys, check out our friends down at Slice on Broadway. They're down here. If you are in the Pittsburgh area, and I know not everybody is, but if you are, I have to give a shout out because they support the Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza. As usual, our guests that come out here through the night, sometimes we got somebody on the couch here for Wrestling Mayhem show. A lot of times we have somebody for the AwesomeCast, for Boss Battle, for Awesome Chat, maybe for the Indy Mayhem show later on, as we had like Breaker on the show a few weeks ago. Guys like Andrew Palace here in the studio hanging with us, and we want to make sure we feed these guys. Maybe it's not great to feed wrestlers pizza since they're maybe on a little tighter of a regimen, but sometimes you never know. You never know. I just watched a wrestler put away a lot of wings last week, so maybe it's okay. But anyways, you can hear about that on the Wrestling Mayhem Show Gold, what that was about. But anyways, go check out our friends sliceonbroadway.com. Like I said, they're here in the South Hills of Pittsburgh, and they're putting together some really good stuff. Here's the tip of the week. Go ask for the Gonzo Pizza. Not on the menu, but delicious. You don't be afraid of the word goat cheese. That's my tip for you this week, okay?
Oh.
That's my life tip for you. It is some good freaking stuff, okay?
Sorg, did they respond to your pizza emoji tweet yet?
I can't remember. What was it? What did I say? I was just like a bunch of pizza emojis, and I was like, "How does this make you feel?" No, I didn't notice a response, but I might have just not seen it. So go check them out. Check out our friends, sliceonbroadway.com, PGH_Slice on the Twitters, and Slice on Broadway on Facebook and Instagram, and let them know you heard about them on the Wrestling Mayhem Show, and you want to know what the heck a gonzo is. So with that, let's see what happened last week on the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network, and we'll be right back with the big question. That was fun.
That was
good. That's good.
Sorry if I went a little long about takeover.
Yeah, well, no. But you were kind of the expertise on this since you were there. You were noticing things. You gave us some insight. I was a little worried about the length, but that's why I kind of reined it in when I did. But and I got to check my email. Sorry, I'm playing with something called Status Board on the iPad, and so I can kind of keep tabs on things while I'm going. So I think I'm starting a little bit of a new strategy, because not enough screens in front of me.
Of course not, Sorg.
Not enough screens. And then I noticed an email, and I went and answered an email. And then somebody is texting me from their vacation beach house business ideas.
Is it Tyler Breeze?
Yeah. How did you know, Mike?
I had a feeling, Sorg.
No, wait, no. He's not in the beach house. He's in Cairo.
Yeah, his beach house in Cairo on the Nile.
That was where his seasonal residence was. Guess what? The season's changing, Riz. You can't go to Cairo in the fall.
That's magical. That's a magical sound. Magical. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I just turned the wrong thing up. That goes there. This goes hello. I think my audio backup is borked. Bork. Yeah, I just bork lasered it. Hey, LB.
Yep.
Are you in the mood for a big question?
Yep.
All right, we're going to come back. We'll put this away. We're going to put this thing to bed in 35 minutes or less.
Are we doing the one we were discussing before?
I don't know. It's a surprise. You'll find out in a minute.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Check out that last week in Sorgatron Media. Fun times as always all across. We got your geekery covered, ladies and gentlemen. So let's kick it over to our good friend Papa Lunchbox with the big question. Good to have you again. So you can tickle our brain bones. Let us know, LB, what is your big question?
I do love a good brain bone. I was kind of hoping that we'd have Matt Carlins on for this, since he's been the most vocal in regards to this.
So you know what?
Particular subject.
Hold on. You know what? If he's around, can somebody invite him? I'll break the rule just for the moment for 5 minutes and bring him in if he's available. Okay, he might be working tonight.
Email from him.
You do have an email from him, so he's probably busy. Oh wait, is it?
We have an email.
All right, go ahead with the big question. Sorry.
Okay, so John Cena had his match at SummerSlam. There has been a vocal section of people who don't like John Cena. Matt Carlins has been one of them. We kind of butted heads a few weeks ago here on the show.
Poor Jen.
As to the problems with John Cena.
Very, very scarred by that, by the way.
Right. Yeah, it'll be fine. So my question this week is, and maybe we'll do a flip side of this, but frankly, this is my big question, so I can ask whatever question I want. It's easy to run down John Cena. It's shtick. You just regurgitate the same thing that everyone else has been saying again and again on the internet. Oh, his cargo shorts. Oh, Cena wins, lol. All of that. Let's take a cue from the Power Hour. Let's be positive. What do you love about John Cena? I can start. I can go all day. You want to know what I love about John Cena? He's amazing. He never stops working. He never stops trying to get better. He works hard to he puts effort into his matches. He makes every single one of his opponents look good. And just because he wins matches doesn't mean that his opponents look bad at the end of them.
You know, I'm not. This is not going to be my answer. I just want to take off on that. So we were talking. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It sounded like an end. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say he's good. He's a good wrestler. He's entertaining. He's good for the business as a whole, and you can't say that about very many people. Go ahead.
Okay. I apologize. I apparently misinterpreted a dramatic pause for end of point. So but anyways, the point. I was apologizing so much in my head I didn't listen to your last part there, so I hope I didn't run over. But you know, I listen, as we talked about in some other podcasts, like, you know, guys like Gary Vaynerchuk about working hard and outworking the next guy and everything like that. I would love that guy to meet John Cena, because I feel like that is definitely a correlation there. You know, as we say, and I think illustrated very well in some of the documentaries they've done on him and everything too. That was my only kind of sad thought on that part. So, but
all right, I have mine.
Okay.
I like John Cena the person. I'm serious. I'm serious because I'm separating it from John Cena the performer, John Cena the character.
Right.
I've talked about this before. John Cena the person seems like one of the most genuine human beings that they've had in WWE. Everyone I've talked to that's met him has said nothing but nice things about him. He just celebrated his 500th Make-A-Wish this weekend in New York. They had a big thing for that. He's hilarious on Total Divas. Again, I don't know how much of that is shtick and how much of that is just he doesn't want to be on a reality show. But John Cena the person seems like a really great guy, a big wrestling fan who loves what he does, and you can't really hate on that. I think I wish more of that would go into John Cena the character, because I think John Cena the character seems sometimes almost too polished, like almost too protecting the Shield, like the WWE Shield. Like it just seems very trained, and I know that's what you want your big star to be. But I think if you bring more of John Cena the man into, like, when John Cena the man influences John Cena the character's promos, those are usually his best promos. And I think I'd rather see more of that as opposed to a guy giving Jon Stewart an AA just because he's the face.
Okay.
Mine's kind of going along with you guys on this one. As a performer, he has done this for, 15 years now? Straight as an arrow. And the fact that there is a whole crowd chanting John Cena sucks at him, he has his own goals in mind and wants you to change with him. And nine times out of 10, he has. Probably, if you asked me about this 2 years ago, I would probably say a snarky little answer like, "Oh, his jeans are cool," but as the age goes by, as he goes by, you get more Cena, you get more his style, you get more adaptations, and you get more of him adding more stuff to his repertoire, and not even moves, just aneurysm.
What?
Well, that escalated.
Wow. No, like mannerisms. That's what I was talking about.
Mannerisms.
Well, to be fair, an aneurysm could be a mannerism. So
That's true.
you're okay.
I just had one. But also you have to take into account that, like Mad Mike said, he is an amazing man for having 500 Make-A-Wishes. Like, Hulk Hogan wouldn't do that. Bret Hart, as much as I like him, wouldn't do that. Shawn Michaels wouldn't do that. The Rock wouldn't do that. Big Show might, even though nobody wants to see him. Taker wouldn't do that. No, none of the big stars today or any other day past would put much time in to making the WWE brand what it is than John Cena.
All right. I like it. I like it. What do I like about John Cena? I still listen to his rap album.
Oh, his rap album is really surprisingly
it's actually pretty good. Way better than Shaq Fu. Or no, that was the game. Way better than Shaq Diesel.
Shaq Sorg. Mad Mike fact: Shaq Diesel was the first CD I ever bought. Gratefully regretted it. But yeah, Cena's rap album's actually really great.
Let's say a good thing about Bumpy Knuckles.
What do you love about Bumpy Knuckles?
He popped up on some other album.
It's bad man.
It's bad. Dude, the 18 Bad Man video is amazing. Oh, jeez. It was a good. I mean, there's some stuff on there that I'm like, wow, that beat is not very good. You know, I mean, there's some rough stuff on there. You know,
his slow jam.
If you ever wanted to hear John Cena say "fuck," get that rap album, because there's a song called "Don't Want to Fuck with Us."
He did a smattering of live shows, live performances, and I don't know, man. Like it was like they had one at Peabody's in Cleveland, and I have friends that have performed at Peabody's in Cleveland. Also, AIW says fuck Peabody's in Cleveland, specifically friend of the show, Pedro.
Sorg, I'm predicting in 10 years, John Cena and Bumpy Knuckles will reunite at the Gathering of the Juggalos.
Oh, wouldn't that be so amazing?
What about Trademark?
I would love it.
Of course, trademark
the truth. Come on, trademark the truth. That's the shit right there.
We just did the entire Chain Gang in one day.
Chain Gang is the click.
Chain Gang is the click. Man, we should just change our theme song to that right off the way. Hold on a second. Oh yeah.
Wait, are we gonna?
Oh, they don't know what's going on.
Pulled from YouTube.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh no.
Yeah, he did it now. Gotta put it in the vault. They don't know what's coming.
I don't know what's coming. What's coming? That's me.
It's just we're doing this.
I flip fools like them clamshell cellular phones. You can't help but nod your head to the track. Fuck the water down rap. We be taking it back. Give it to me straight. Ain't no chasing it.
I like how B's the only one no selling this. All right.
Yeah, that's because I listened to that shit this morning. So.
Respect it.
Honestly,
listen, when you wake up with a boner, you have to get it off somehow. And this video is the perfect solution.
My favorite song on that whole album is Right Now. And it's like the least hardcore of his tracks. It's like a very mellow tune, but it's got a good beat to it.
I don't know. Every song is listed twice in Apple Music, apparently, for some reason. I don't get why.
Probably
Clean and Dirty.
Yeah, Clean and Dirty.
Clean and Dirty. Oh, you're right. There probably is. Yeah, like Don't F With Us.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
don't want to fuck with us.
Don't want to fuck with us. I mean, that was my anthem for a bit. Come on. No, the rep. You know, I actually wanted to. I never bought the album, so. But I tried to, and I couldn't find it anywhere.
I think I actually did buy it. That might be actually one of the last CDs I bought.
And also, fun fact, which was kind of mimicked because I also wanted to buy WrestleMania, the album, back in the day. Also couldn't find it anywhere. So, but I'm from like a small town, so they're not going to have anything other than the big stuff, even at the actual record store we had. So, I don't know.
So, what's a record? What's a record?
Record.
A record
Okay.
store.
It's a record.
I think you know it as an FYE now.
Oh, they closed down already.
National
Alright.
Record Mart, NRM,
A Sam Goody.
Sam Goody,
A media play.
Media Play.
So, what do you guys like about? What do you guys love about John Cena?
We actually have some stuff from the chat room. We have some stuff from the chat room, and thank you for. Oh, geez, somebody just sent me the greatest Bash of the Beast GIF with Slim Jim and Macho Man right now. Oh, because somebody's at the beach right now. Oh, this is so amazing. I wish I could throw it over in the chat room. Gabriel, who out there in Portland, by the way, Portland, West Coaster.
Portlandia.
Yes. I love that he puts his job ahead of everything, wrestling, mentoring, Make-A-Wish, etc. He does what is asked and is exceptional at it. He has earned and deserves to be the face of the company, of this company, and it feels like he is just tapping into his potential. Just wait till we see him go heel. I have to wonder, when he does go heel, will it be the best heel ever?
Yes.
When he goes heel.
Do you think?
He's already heel on Total Divas.
But he goes heel across the board, or he's spitting on kids. He's going the extra mile. Do we get to the point? If John Cena goes heel, it's a throwback to the days where the fans, where it is not successful in John Cena's eyes until there are fans slashing his tires and assaulting his limo on his way out of the arena, just like back in the day. I think that is dedication to his craft. And what does he need to do? He needs to snitsky kick a real baby. He needs to. This is what John Cena needs to do to go heel the right way. Okay, it's really a fake baby, but we'll tell everybody it's a real baby. He's gonna be the one that pushes the Wile E. Coyote plunger to blow up Vince's limo this time. Okay, he's gonna be the one. He's gonna be the other one. The Taker is gonna get another streak of 20 just so John Cena beats him to lose the streak again. Okay. That's everything. Everything.
So he's going to be the 1 in 31 and 2?
That's right. That's right.
So you're saying that the Undertaker's going to have 10 more WrestleMania matches, 11 more, I guess, and he's going to lose to John Cena.
Right. Just so he goes even more heel. Okay, he's
gonna
punch.
He's
gonna punch Bumpy Knuckles in the face and call himself the baddest man. That's how heel he's gonna be.
You don't punch Bumpy Knuckles. Sword.
No, you don't. You don't. He's gonna tell trademark the truth that he's a lie.
Ooh.
There you go.
Even though he is working for TNA.
Let me know what you think. Let me know. Probably nobody's working for TNA these days. Definitely not the Dudley Boys. So, anyways, if you have a thought, what was the question again? What do
you love about John Cena?
What do you love? Tell us what do you love about John Cena, and you will get a copy. You have a chance to get a copy digitally of IWC's Cage Fury 2015, courtesy of IndieWrestling.us, including Tommy Dreamer versus Rhino in a cage, War Games, including Bubba the Bulldog, if you know who that is, if you're here local. Mark Madden of WCW fame is on commentary for both of the cage main events. Amazing three-way match with the friends of the show, Andrew Pallas, Alex Daniel, and Dylan Bostic. Women's wrestling with some friends of the show. Great stuff. Jock Sanson didn't die, almost. Crushed the chair. He crushed the chair in the second row.
Mm-hmm.
Just got that news from the promoter a couple minutes ago.
I heard there was a Wings reference during a match.
There was a Wings and Paul McCartney match reference during a War Games match. How does that happen? Only Joe Dombrowski and Mark Madden know how. What's that?
Paul McCartney.
Yeah, that's right. It happened. It happened. Bobby F. J-Town's going to tell us about that. But anyways, and you can find out more about that. Hopefully we have you guys on to talk about on Indie Mayhem show. I don't know if you guys are sticking around quite so late, but that'll definitely come up. And last week, No, never mind. I don't have a thing for that. That's okay. So next thing coming up, that's the big question for this week. But first, please go check out, get Mayhem on your back. Check out our friends, ProWrestlingTees.com/WMS. There's some shirts there. Great designs by our friend Alex Carrs. The good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Bobby was sporting some of that this weekend. Thank you for that, Bobby. Representing Wrestling Mayhem Show at Cage Fury with the IWC. And also, we do have a link over there, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Check out all the friends at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. But we got links. If you hit the Mayhem Club, there's Don't Be a Smart Asses up there. Actually, we have a few T-shirts that we came up with tonight. Not necessarily wrestling related. Because if you're somebody that joins us, Tuesday night is podcast night for you. It's a podcast night in Pittsburgh is what we came up with tonight. There's something else that we did too. Somebody sent it to me. But we're having some fun over here, and we're hoping we can represent, and you guys can represent what we're doing here, and support the shows. We don't get much off the T-shirts, to be honest, but it's more just a hopefully somebody asks, say, what is that? And you're saying, well, of course that's the Wrestling Mayhem Show, dear. Grow up and watch it. Grow up. Grow a pair and watch the damn Wrestling Mayhem Show, okay? But go check out all that stuff, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. So let's get into it. We have some emails, which I think is going to drive the rest of tonight's conversation. So let's hop in there while we still have time before our guest tonight on the Indy Mayhem Show. So I'm in the wrong document.
We do have a comment about, I think we can read Matt Crones' email, and then he has a comment in the chat room.
Oh, well, first, I want to do Ciro's email because it's a lot quicker, and we may lose somebody after reading it. So, Dear Papa Lunchbox, so I'll put this on you. Consider this your moment of zen. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Sincerely, John Stewart. Sorry, LB, I couldn't help it. Do you need a hug? Putting the smart back in smart mark, Alex Carrs. Lunchbox?
Asked and answered.
And he stole that joke from me.
All right.
He did.
He did. Every single person on the internet told that joke.
There you go. Well,
I say it first in our circle.
Everywhere.
I say it first in our circle.
Anyways, regardless, we did have the this other email. This has been a moment of contention. I have no problem that Carlin's used the Wrestling Mayhem Show name. He represents it. That's fine. We'll get into this. Women's wrestling in WWE is at an all-time high. Now, if we'd only get to see it on Raw. Good point. The reason the crowd in Brooklyn turned on Monday night's match is so simple. They've been given no reason to care. The Diva Revolution is going in circles and getting nowhere. Yes, we're getting good matches, but a match is just a match. Without a storyline to drive the action, it's meaningless. That's where we are in the Divas Revolution. We need a story, not just matches. We need a hero to cheer and a villain to boo, not bizarre character traits like Becky Lynch being a goofy member of PCB who talks about dinosaurs and cyborgs. When did that happen?
That was during Ms. TV.
Oh, okay. I guess I zoned out for a moment. I was just looking at Becky
Lynch. I think
Lynch.
one of the main problems with this is...
Oh, wait.
Okay.
We got more email. And I think it's more in the I don't understand how everyone can understand this except for the people in charge of Raw. Well, we've gone into that. Before I finish, I want to thank everyone who's supporting the Strip Nikki movement and signed the petition to change.org. A champion who actually defends his or her title every 30 days shouldn't be too much to ask for. And as I recently wrote on my blog, it's not a revolution until the queen is dethroned. Your mainstream media homeboy, Mainstream Matt, home of the TNA Big Board, www.change.org. No, we're not doing that part. But anyways, no. So to your point, and we'll get into this whole change.org. And actually, I'm realizing I think I misinterpreted the petition, and for that I apologize. And I'm 100% for Strip Nikki. Mike, in a moment.
See, I think we've misinterpreted this entire Divas Revolution thing. Because, see, Revolution has two meanings, Sorg. One is dethroning a change of power. And the other definition literally means to go in a circle.
Okay.
I think instead of a revolution, we need an evolution. And I think that's kind of like that's what the hashtag should be, because the Divas Evolution is Becky coming up, is Charlotte coming up, is the 4 horsewomen. Like, if there was a Divas Evolution, which is Evolution is WWE's version of the Four Horsemen. That's it. Right there. They even did the Four Horsemen pose at the end of TakeOver. I think that's kind of what we need. Like, and now the rumor is going around the internet, as Matt said in the chat room, that Nikki's title reign is pretty much Cena's fault, or that Cena's the one pushing for her to keep the title. Don't know. Again, none of us know if that's true.
Purely
That's just
speculation.
rumors going around the
Absolutely
internet.
speculation. It's internet speculation.
Yeah, it's pure
dirt
speculation.
sheets.
Yeah,
Dirt sheets.
but it could be grounded in stuff. It could just be they don't want AJ's name on the record books. But we need to, like I said, we need to stop calling it a revolution and start calling it an evolution. We need to. That's the reason people were so invested in Bayley and Sasha, because you can't there is no women's match on Raw or SmackDown that you can have that kind of video package for. There's no feud like that between divas on Raw and SmackDown where you can have that kind of video package between Sasha and Bayley. One of my friends I was with didn't really care about Bayley, wasn't invested in her character at all. After I punched him in the face, he saw the video package. I'm kidding about that, by the way. After he saw the video package, he was like, oh my God, I really want to see Bayley win. Because they have a 2-year-long story about this. And that's what sells. That's always been what sells in wrestling. So instead of going around in circles, making many, many, many revolutions, we need to evolve it.
Wow. LP, you've been watching Raws. You've been catching up with this. I don't know how heavy with NXT and everything. What do you think about the current state of it? I mean, we got a bunch of new faces, but are we just doing the same old shit at this point?
I think that the idea that we would get something different is ridiculous. This, I mean, what did they? So they brought up these new, very talented wrestlers. Did people think that suddenly they were going to completely change the way the entire business works? No, they're doing. They are essentially doing that. They're giving them more time. They're having matches on TV, and they are more skilled wrestlers than we've had in the past, with a few notable exceptions. I think it goes to show that when wrestling fans will complain about something, and when they get what they want really want is something new to complain about, and they'll find it.
And to go off your point, Matt, I take no disregard for what I'm about to say, but I remember a couple weeks ago, we were sitting here and we were saying that the Divas division is the worst division in the history of the WWE for a while. That was the words that came out of our mouths, all of our mouths, I believe.
Not mine.
Well, the Divas division, not NXT, WWE.
No, I know. I still don't think it was back then.
There's been some bad stuff.
Kelly.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
But regardless, your point.
Yeah.
Regardless,
your point, sorry.
After they went up, you said that's how they need to get some spark into them. They need to have some diva like Becky Lynch or Sasha Banks or Charlotte come up and put themselves in those situations and get the people out of there. Give divas a chance. They're giving divas a chance, but it's not the chance that we want them to have. Apparently, we want them to be there and then be given a title because Nikki Bella. But we have to let everything settle, because right now they were booed out of the building two weeks in a row, which I don't even want to get into. But even when they were getting booed out of the building, they were putting on decent enough matches to no reaction whatsoever. And and we don't have what we want. We ask for it, and then we get it, and we don't want it, so we don't want it again. We ask for something else. And it just seems like we're the ones going around in circles, I think. Like, divas are just divas are also going around probably in a different direction than us, which is going to be confusing. But we don't know what we want yet, because this is divas wrestling on WWE TV.
Mm-hmm.
On Raw,
well, I'll tell you what we want.
SmackDown.
What everybody wants is NXT Women's Wrestling.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, again, the girls are having good matches on Raw, despite the writing.
Yeah, despite the writing, and where are you going to put them?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like in NXT, you have the ability to go. They're co-main events.
Yeah.
But in WWE, they're going to be filler.
Yeah, because that's the spot they're given.
That's
I mean, you have again. You see women getting floundered because, like, oh, the answer is let's bring these women out and let's have a revolution, and then all we know to do with them is put them in configurations of 9 people that do this thing over here, and then we forgot about all these other girls, you know. And again, I don't know. I'm not watching enough of Superstars and Mayhem event to see if there's interesting mixes of people happening. I know Becky Lynch has popped up on there. There's some other things that have happened over there. Maybe the good stuff is happening down there on those shows, right? But still, it's top down. You know, if you're not doing interesting things on the top on Raw, then nobody thinks your division is worth anything. So.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, though, like, we want them to be equal. If getting a 14-minute match in the middle of Raw with no purpose or direction doesn't mean being on the exact same level as Sheamus and Randy Orton, then, I mean, I think they're kind of getting that chance. Like, because how many matches on Raw have no purpose?
Mm-hmm.
Like, not so much last night, because they only had 4 matches, but a lot of times on Raw, we get tons of matches that have no point at all. So the fact that they're doing it with the Divas too, and just giving it longer time, kind of puts them on the same level. Mm-hmm. That's why I think we don't want them. Like, we need to change that. And I think a lot of people did think that bringing in the NXT people would change it, and it just hasn't happened quickly enough for everyone yet.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, on that note, I think it's time to find out what you learned, although it seemed very educational from the discussion we just had. It's time to find out what you guys learned from wrestling this week. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Oh, LB.
Stephen Amell acts better in the ring than he does on his own TV show.
Oh,
bam.
Don't at me. Do not at me.
Everybody at him.
I don't care about your
DJ
opinion.
Lunchbox, at
I
Wrestling
don't
Mayhem
care.
Show. At Mayhem Show. At Amell, whatever his name is.
Amellie Wood.
Perfectly nice fella. Perfectly nice fella. Good for him.
That hurts me. You hurt me. I love this show. I love that show.
Yeah, Sorg, it's okay. We'll agree to disagree with you.
I feel just fine by what he said. But I learned...
Thank you,
I
Riz.
learned that at age 28 years old, I can still get scared at somebody doing a wrestling match because that big motherfucker of Braun Strowman scared the crap out of me. It looked like he was dragging Roman Reigns from his jaw, and he just killed him. And it scares me. And it also, Xavier Woods makes me happy.
I learned that Bully Ray seemed to recover from his attack backstage quite nicely.
Yeah.
That story's never going to be resolved, kids. Don't even look for it on TNA. It's never going to be resolved.
What if he has a twin?
And the best part is, the best part about Dudley showing up on WWE, everything on TNA until Bound for Glory is in the can, so they can't even respond.
Mm-mm.
They can't even respond. They're going to be talking about, a WWE superstar being injured on their show for weeks. It's gonna be amazing.
There could be. Let me know if there's any creative editing going on over there.
Oh, Sorg, there's nothing creative going on over there.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was gonna say there's nothing TNA has ever done in the past 5 years.
By the way, Sorg, if anyone wants to have a Destination America watch party,
no,
Sorg, if anyone you know wants to have a Destination America watch party, I'm entirely down for that. Anyway, what'd you learn, Sorg?
Man, I've learned so much this week. That was kind of part of it. Well, geez, what did I learn? I learned about germaphobe wrestlers this weekend. For one thing, that's something you can talk to me about offline.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting story for that.
Also, told me, and I'm like, really?
It was an interesting experience. I also learned, like, even, I'm involved with the production, and we don't exactly communicate typically with the bookers. We just kind of go and film whatever's in front of us. We do get heads up every once in a while about things to make sure we don't miss it. But I do enjoy when I'm left in the dark and I can sit there behind the monitor as a fan and kind of pop. Sorry, Rob and AJ, for maybe screaming in your ears a couple times at a couple things that happened, particularly when Jock Sampson almost died by crushing a chair in the second row.
Jock Sampson almost died as well as a fan almost died.
Yeah. So there's that. No, John McChesney coming back with the lights out. And, how am I thinking when I have, like, video equipment going and everything, and all of a sudden the lights go out without anybody telling me about it? And I'm like, oh, God, is this a spot, or did we lose power? Did I just lose the show? And it turns into a guy in a mask, and we have an awesome spot going on there. But no, it's still a big fan, regardless of how close I may be to wrestling or anything like that. I love that they can still pop me with something like that, and just a really cool moment. What's this? Locobone learned that Loma equals Locobone.
What?
What is Locobone doing here?
Locobone's in the chat. Holy crap!
Locobone, what is up?
Well, yeah, chat room. What did you learn? Loma. Oh, I guess this has something to do with the chat, because Loma learned that the face paint comes off rapidly even when you're a statue. Sting. We didn't even talk about Sting. I'm sure we will in the coming weeks. Some guest in here learned that Rhino coming up behind you without you knowing he's there is legit one of the scariest moments ever, especially when you had a nightmare that he stole your tricycle.
That's Bobby.
That's Bobby. That is Bobby. That is Bobby. I had a similar moment where Tommy Dreamer kind of snuck up behind me when I was looking at the run sheet for the night. I'm like, what? Hey, Tommy Dreamer. Oh, I'm sorry. I shook the camera on that one. From the Facebook, there's actually a lot of responses to what you learned in wrestling this week. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that. Kyle learned that the Dudley Boys hate brass instruments, and the ogre from Revenge of the Nerds had a kid that got into wrestling. Braun Strowman. Alan in there, new name, I think. I'm not familiar. Thou shalt not intentionally provoke Brock Lesnar. Matthew in there, seeing his heel turn will be epic. See, I'm not the only one.
It's never gonna happen.
People have been calling Cena turning heel.
I'm not saying it's happening next week. I'm saying in like 5-10 years when we were finally sick of him.
No, he will never, ever.
As soon as you get someone to replace those merch sales.
You know what? You know what's a beautiful thing? He's already heel.
Mm-hmm.
It's all perspective.
When you're out there and you're like, man, Cena's kind of an asshole. Yep.
Listen, look at Cena now, and look at the matches that Hogan was having. Hogan did the same heel tactics and shit that Cena's doing now. Cena will never turn heel.
What do you think will happen if he turns heel?
I already told you what would happen if he turns heel.
People are going to cheer him because they think they did it. They think they were the ones.
We booked this shit just like Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
It's been too long. Anyways, back to this. Daniel says that the booking can't do what's best for the Revolution because they're spiteful of that MMA guy from Chicago and his wife. Oh, I don't think it's that deep-rooted. Garza learned that wins and losses don't matter in WWE. Nikki Bella, August 2015. What?
Nikki said wins and losses don't matter on Miz TV.
Mm-hmm.
Jen says the latest member of the Wise Black Sheep is a former Rosebud. Yes. Alex learned that Alicia Fox has been with the WWE for 9 years. And he didn't have good things to say about that on Twitter, I think. Gabriel learned that people are way too judgmental about wrestling. Thank you! Everyone was bitching and moaning about SummerSlam.
Isn't that kind of what this whole thing is about, though?
Yeah, it is. I was like, well, then why do we have podcasts? It was good, a good pay-per-view, and the wrestling was on point, not to mention the storytelling was amazing, which will in turn pay off with stories in the future. I think that everyone needs to step back and enjoy for entertainment and stop being such smart asses. That's all Gabriel. That's all our boy Gabriel in Portland. It's all
Gabriel. I love you, man.
That's what we're about. Awesome. I mean, that's what I preach a little bit. Like, you need to just sit back and enjoy the damn wrestling, right? I mean, just like, you're here to be entertained. You're here to accept this, and it's freaking weird to begin with.
We got one from Twitter. It was from our good friend Ed Burke, 37.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a visual aids work, so you have to see it.
No.
He just said he learned that the internet can still be a wonderful place.
Oh, is that that? It's a picture of Undertaker in the middle of Bailey's entrance.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, it's kind of the best thing in the world because it has Taker raising his arms like he's turning on the lights, but in the middle of all of Bailey's wacky waving inflatable tube men.
And it says Taker right there.
Another new name. I don't recognize this one. John Julian here. You can in fact parlay wearing a wedding dress in a Doritos commercial into a wrestling career. What? Who are we talking about there?
Oh, the guy looks like the guy in that one commercial with the Doritos commercial.
I don't know this one. But anyways,
I have no idea what that means.
Matt Harlan's learned that WWE screwing with Matt Harlan's learned that WWE screwing with TNA is way more fun when WWE screws with Ring of Honor. And Wheels learned that indie wrestling is picking up again in Pittsburgh. Great job, RWA and IWC, for amazing crowds over the weekend to end the summer. Both did well over 300, from what I understand. So it's pretty good for an indie show, that's for sure, right? That doesn't have the marketing budget of everybody else. So, but no, both did awesome. We'll talk about that on Indie Mayhem show. I know both have big shows coming up Aftershock for IWC this next month. RWA is headlining their September show, which, by the way, we'll talk about this somewhere along the lines. RWA is going to have Amazing Red versus Sanjay Dutt. Down the road for them will be Impact Wrestling with a house show. And I mean down the road. I'm talking like probably 5 minutes down the road. They're going to be an Impact house show. And I want the over-under from you guys. Tell me, I don't want you guys to answer right now, but let me know the over-under on Twitter of RWA's house versus Impact's house for that night. What do you think is going to happen there? Just a side note there. This is going to be the story of September, I think, is what happens. Can RWA outdraw Impact Wrestling? That's on TV.
Well, they already pulled away one of their competitors, as Sanjay Dutt clearly won't be representing GFW that night.
By the way, RWA with a working relationship with Global Force Wrestling.
GFW, of course.
Yes, there is a working relationship there with them. So
I was just about to say that too. I was like,
which is really funny.
Are they working with each other there?
Yeah. So that I don't know. It'd be curious. It'd be curious to see what's going to happen there. So, or is it all part of it?
No.
I don't think so. No. Guys, thank you so much. So much fun talking with you guys. Check out the Indie Mayhem show. We're going to have a great interview coming up. And thank you, everybody in the chat room. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the new chat room, having fun there. Everybody's yelling RWA in the chat room as well. Support Strip Nikki. Look for change.org. We get to 100 petition signs, and then something happens.
We will strip.
We will. Check out 412-206-WMS0 is the hotline. We haven't heard anybody for a while on there. I want to hear a voicemail next week. I might have something special for you if you put a voicemail in there. So please do that.
Diggity. We are talking.
Come on, man. Also, drop us an email too.
Good
times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to us, like us. Please, if you dig us, share it with your friends. Make the Mayhem Show grow. Yeah. And check out everything else. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the Riz at Riz Plays Games for him. And at the E-Riz. Yes, that as well. Mad Mike is at Mad Mike 4883 on the Twitters.
Basic Hugonomics.
And DJ Lunchbox, he's on the Twitters. He's Panel Riot, of course, panelriot.com. And something called Sawtooth Willie. Check out those videos as well. I'm at Sorgatron. You can tweet me on there and check out everything else going on at sorgatronmedia.com. And we'll see you guys next week. Mayhem out.
Gamer, yeah.
Did my hair get tussled in this process? What's happening here?
What?
My hair got tussled. Yes, I came around on the Strip Nikki movement. I think I misunderstood. I thought it was a cheap shot at first. But now I understand it. I didn't catch it. I didn't read it. I don't read things. Come on. Now.
I barely watched the show.
Oh, I am so hungry. Can somebody invite Eamon in, please?
No.
I'll invite him.
Hey, Sorg. Sorg, I'm probably not going to be on today.
And Bobby's probably not going to be on either. Usually
I also probably am not going to be on.
Can you guys write some notes, or can you write an email or something to me about the show real quick before you take off?
Bobby, you can do it.
I'm just not going to probably make it.
Sorry, man. But we have this interview lined up, so I really can't fuss with it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I can try to write an email.
Right. Thank you. Just so we have some contribution for you guys having been there.
Raymond, are you in bed right now?
I am in bed because I don't have a desk.
Oh, no.
Nice.
He's so comfortable.
Young college guy.
I also just popped 2 Advils, so I am
Wait,
good
are
to
you
go.
still in the hotel?
No.
Why are you in a hotel? You were in a hotel?
I was on Tuesday when I was moving.
Where
I couldn't. The space wasn't.
Wait. Is that your dorm?
This is I'm staying at a cousin's house.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that is a fancy ass dorm.
Hey, Sorg. Look who's gonna be on Impact this week.
Wait! I was looking at the middle one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that is Sanjay and DJZ. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. How long ago was that match?
I would love to get him to talk about TNA.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, I have conversations like.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Later.
Night, LB.
I try not to do the how's TNA treating you, but I mean I do that every once in a while. I think the last time
I want to know so badly. I want to know everything that goes on during those ass fuck of tapings that they do.
Right.
So
I do want to have a serious conversation. Dude, seriously, what is it like to fucking work there? But I don't want to. I respect them too much to ask that question. You know what I mean? So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know, and I get that too. But I have so many questions.
Hey, really cool though. He was telling me about. He was working with this. They did some kind of sponsored wrestling show in Chicago, where it was a lucha show, and it was sponsored by that Mexican cola. I know we have it around here in this neighborhood because we have bodegas and shit, Jacora or something like that. So it was sponsored by that. They had it. They closed off a street and set up a ring in the middle of the street, and he's and there was a good turnout of people, I guess. So he was yeah, I wrestled in the middle of the freaking street in Chicago. How fucking awesome is that?
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head off.
Eamon, do we need to get with this guy right away? Because I
have his phone.
Oh wait, let me actually. So it's your interview, so I can actually drop off and eat some pizza. I am just so freaking starving right now. Let me get that picture for you.
That's fine.
So I'll get you.
Okay.
Let me. I'll run over snag some stuff. I'll grab this picture from your thing. I'm excited about this one. I was looking up some of his stuff.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
So, did you like my promotion on the Facebook part?
I did, yeah. He's been promoting it too, so.
Good.
All right,
I'm gonna call him.
I'm gonna drop off and watch some Total Divas.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna promote hashtag Strip Nikki.
Do it, man.
In every single tweet that has to do with Total Divas. Every single tweet. All right. Night, guys.
Night.
Night.
All right, I got the picture over. I'm going to go grab a slice real quick. You go and he's phone call, right? I guess so.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure his phone number wasn't popping up.
Hello.
Hey, man, it's Eamon.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. We're just getting set up right now. My co-host and tech guy will be back in a second to get everything set up.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it should probably go like maybe 20 minutes or so. But if you need to like duck out at a certain time, just let us know, and we'll make sure to wrap it up by a certain time.
No, you're good. I got nothing to do but the interview.
Very cool. Yeah, and we kind of we'll talk just sort of about you getting into wrestling, stuff like that. We kind of have we ended with like a question about what do you think's like the best and worst thing about indie wrestling, because the show's kind of about indie wrestling mainly. And yeah, that's pretty much how it'll go.
Nice. If I'm kind of my roommate was wanting to listen to it, so he kind of has it up. Does that cause like an echo or anything?
I don't think so.
Not, as long as it's not too loud.
I don't hear any real echo.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm looking at it on TV as we talk. So
that's awesome.
Oh, cool.
Oh, hey, that's probably see me then. Hi.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, I'm just setting up your title and stuff. I got a picture that he sent me, so we'll get that set up in a moment, and we'll get rolling.
Cool.
I gotta what my notes.
Oh, I am getting a little bit of something in the background there, actually.
Okay, all right. I'll go to the next room.
Yeah, that, or even if he turns it down a little bit.
Oh, can you turn it down a little bit? Let's see.
Do you have a Twitter?
No, not yet. I'm actually in the process of making one.
Okay. So if I put your address for like the Facebook, is that ideal?
Yeah. Facebook will be fine.
.com. I got it up here.
So can they hear it yet or no?
Yeah, we are live streaming currently.
Yeah, we're
okay, cool.
for the chat room and
Just
all that
not-
stuff.
yeah.
Once the podcast gets recorded and all that stuff, this part will be cut out.
Eamon.
Yeah.
So you're obviously in a bed. Just make
Yes,
sure.
I am.
Just make sure you don't come off too relaxed.
Okay, I'll try to keep my posture in check.
So I know it's late and stuff.
I'll figure out by next week. I'll figure out some way to like have a.
That's fine.
some
Yeah,
sort of
I
guest or
understand.
something.
You're in new surroundings and stuff, and looks like your internet's
Yeah.
coming around too. So that's cool. All right. Am I ready? I might be ready. Wow.
Are you ready?
I might be ready. All right, let's do this. Get this.
I'm ready.
Get this kicked off.
What show number are we, Sorg?
84.
I think so.
84. Like the lumber.
Let's go.
That's probably a
Let's
local
go
joke.
with that.
Okay. Anybody in the chat? People in the chat? What's up? All right. Wow, we got 12 people in the chat right now. And 10.
What's going on?
I think it's the most we've had so far.
That's well. I was
Usually everyone dies off by this point.
right. Well, I was under the understanding that if I didn't pay for it, only 10 people were allowed in the chat. So.
Oh yeah.
So that's cool. All right, we'll see how that goes. It's a new chat system. So, all right. Hey guys, welcome to the Indy Mayhem Show, episode 84. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter, ready to talk some independent professional wrestling. For me, I'm a producer here in the Pittsburgh area with some local companies like the International Wrestling Cartel and the Renegade Wrestling Alliance, and some documentaries, including Finding Back Zach Gowen, Montreal Theory, and so much more with the great Joe Dombrowski. Oh, and something called Virgil, Legend of Virgil, and his traveling merchandise table. I should probably plug that a little bit. But anyways, also with me is from San Antonio, Texas. He's back. He's back in school, and he's ready to educate you. He is the professor of independent wrestling. And can I use that? We're going to try to make that stick for you, Amen.
Give me a new title every week.
There you go. But of course, he's certainly already the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling down there. He is Eamon Payton at Eamon2, please, on the Twitter.
Hello, Sorg. I'm happy to be back this week. No curtain anymore, just a plain white wall. But I'm excited.
Fancy.
Talking about indie wrestling.
Fancy bed backboard thing going on, though. Most people are on audio anyways. But anyways, this is the independent, the indie wrestling. Here we are. It's the Indie Mayhem Show. You can check out this and so much more at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can also drop us a line. Any thoughts on indie wrestling, anything we should check out, anybody we should interview, any questions for the people coming up, 412-206-WMS0 is the voicemail hotline, or good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And please check out everything. Like I said, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can subscribe to us, check out all the other shows, and so much more. Eamon, I understand we got a pretty fun interview this week.
I am very excited for this interview. One of the good things I think we always kind of preach it here on the Indie Mayhem shows, when you go to indie shows, definitely keeping your eyes out for new talents and people that catch your eye. And this is a guy that's really caught my eye lately, and I'm very excited to have him on, making his way up in the Texas independent wrestling scene. And he's definitely one to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Indie Mayhem Show this week, Terrell Tempo. Terrell, how are you this evening?
Oh, man, I'm doing good. Thank you for having me on the show again, man.
No problem. Absolutely. I guess the best way to start this off, and the way we kind of started off with most of our guests to break the ice in a sense, is let us know, what's your first memory of watching professional wrestling?
Man, my first memory, it's going to sound probably a little corny, a little crazy, but I can't remember much, but I know I was in my car seat. And I know my parents were getting ready to leave, so they called my older sister to come in and get me. So when she came and get me, my older sister and brothers, they were wrestling fans anyway, so I couldn't tell you what match she was watching, but she was watching wrestling. And that's, I believe, like one of my first memories. And I can just, ever since then, I can never not remember wrestling not being in my life. But then if you want to go to one where I kind of clearly remember is Shawn Michaels when he beat Bret Hart and the Boyhood Dream. That one sticks in my head.
Awesome. So it seemed, from what I can tell, at least maybe from your siblings and stuff like that, wrestling was a thing that was kind of nurtured by your family in a sense?
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't say my parents was too much into it, but definitely all my brothers and sisters are mostly into it, but my older sister and my two older brothers were the one that kind of got us into it, so I've been watching it, like I said, my whole life. I can't think of a time that wrestling wasn't in it.
Awesome. Very cool. So to transition from that, and when did you start to sort of have the inkling of wanting to become a professional wrestler and start doing this?
I always knew I wanted to do it, man, but, you always have people telling you, you can't do that, and so you start thinking, but I know when I was 14, I started looking into schools, and then I started, training, because we would do, football practice and lift the weights, but then I would start doing it myself afterwards, always in the summer. But yeah, definitely I would say when I was 14, I kind of knew, I cannot live without trying this at least, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And if I have it right, was your first wrestling training with Rudy Boy Gonzalez down in San Antonio?
Yes, it was June 2013 was my first day, and that was my first time training with Rudy Boy.
So what was that like going into it, I guess, on your first day? Did you have any sort of expectations going into training?
Yeah, see, well, one funny thing is I know not to eat Chipotle before I go to training now. that was the first thing I did wrong. And then, but it was just, no, it wasn't too much of a station. I just wanted to make sure I got stuff down. And, you're just nervous about it. You see, I went there like the week before and I got to see how the training was operated. So you just kind of like ready to get in. But other than that, no, man, there was no expectations. I mean, it's real fundamental. We learned everything. The basics is, everyday thing. So it was just, I was kind of getting there just thinking like, oh, I'm going to learn the basics. And that's kind of how it went.
Awesome. So specifically also, what's it like training with Rudy Boy Gonzalez? Because for those that don't know, at least from the stuff I can tell, like he has a very good reputation when it comes to producing stars in the state of Texas, guys that are, getting out there and wrestling everywhere. What's it like specifically kind of training with them?
It's just, man, it's a everyday thing. It's Monday through Thursday. We're there from 7, well, now it's 6:30 to 9 o'clock, but he's there, and it's just the basics. The basic psychology is a big thing. I love it, man. I was actually supposed to end up I was going to go to Booker School, actually, but I ended up meeting Mike Dale in Austin, and he referred me to Rudy. And Rudy was cheaper at the time, too, so I had to start soon. So the opportunity made its way. But, like, everything Rudy does, man, it's so basic, but it's good. He teaches how not to do too much. Like, you tell a guy who's been wrestling a while, you see him in the match and they throw a bad clothesline, and you're like, hey, man, you threw a bad clothesline out there. They'll get all offended. We don't have a chance to get offended because we get to hear it every day. I mean, we do matches, 4 nights a week, and if something looks bad, you're going to hear about it. If you do something stupid, you're going to hear about it. He'll kick you out the ring, and that's like one thing you don't want to happen is to be kicked out the ring. So everything is just serious,
Definitely, and from the stuff I had seen of you most recently, a couple months ago, I would say, was you kind of going to that. Like you're very clean with your work, and you could tell it's very polished. Do you think it's a lot of that time you spent training that kind of helps with that aspect of just making sure everything looks good in a sense?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that a little bit?
No problem. Was it the training with Rudy? Because from what I can tell, your work seems very polished. Like it's not just, obviously you have the look and all that stuff, but your work in the ring is it comes off as very professional. Like, was that just, the training with Rudy that kind of attributed to that?
Yeah, man. Because like I said, we're up there. We're there 4 nights a week. Like I don't think people understand how much we train, and sometimes we'll be there Sundays. If he calls us out on it, but. That's the way he really wants it, and that's the way it has to be. But he doesn't. Rudy's big deal is he says he doesn't train indie guys. He's not training you to be an indie guy. And what that means is you can definitely be on the indies, but he's training you to be professional, to be on the on the WWE, the TNA, the ROH. He's training you for TV level, so you have to be ready. So that's his big thing.
Definitely awesome. What would you say would be the greatest lesson you've learned just in general, whether it's, in training or through just your travels on the road and stuff like that in wrestling?
Man, the greatest lesson. I love probably just the psychology, knowing you don't have to do a lot of things, but just knowing how to take people through an emotional roller coaster. Like I think that's the best way. Or the best thing that I've learned. Like, and that was obviously from Rudy. Everything doesn't have to be flashy and cool. You don't have to do all that stuff. You can do something so simple, and people will enjoy it just as much as something over the top.
Absolutely, definitely. So like I mentioned, I've gotten to see your work a little bit around Texas, but also you recently got to debut for Inspire Pro Wrestling, which I was definitely very excited about. And it seemed like you made a very big impression in your Fatal 4-Way match that you were in that also involves Scott Summers, who's kind of a veteran here in the state of Texas. What was it like sort of debuting for Inspire Pro Wrestling?
Man, I've been hearing about Inspire for, I've been in San Antonio for about 2-3 years now, so Inspire is, one of the bigger promotions I've been hearing about. And just hadn't came across them yet, but then I was feeling like, yeah, man, and So we kind of got in contact, and then we did it. We ended up doing it, and Inspire was great, man. The fans over there, that's what I heard about. I heard the fans are different. You know, San Antonio fans, Austin fans, they're all different, but they love wrestling over there. And they, not that San Antonio doesn't, but it's just a different way how they express their love in Austin. So it's just real cool, man. I had a blast. You know, I didn't get the job done, but I'll definitely be back, and I think I'm back next month. You know, next month, yeah. And I'll be there to go against Scott Summers 1-on-1. So I got to make up for my loss. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. And I kind of mentioned it, I remember when I was on commentary, the idea of the fact that, like, Austin is kind of notoriously, like, a very hard crowd to, like impress your first time out. And then you seem to do it, you know, evidently. Like, I mean, they were chanting your name afterwards. It was very clear that they were impressed by you. So definitely a big feat. I think that's a testament to your work. And also the fact that, kind of going to what you said about how, you know, you can have a sort of a simple match as well, and you can still get that impression off of people.
Yeah, man, because to me, I'm all about I fell in love with wrestling just for the story of it, like how the story. It doesn't, to me, it has to be a crazy match, but if I can see the story, you know, the smaller guy is trying to beat the bigger guy, or the more athletic guys in there with the better wrestler, but he's more athletic, so he has to use his athleticism to beat the guy. Like, I'm just all about the story in it. So, and I think that's what I can, you know, kind of find with fans. Like, if they just have to be invested, and it doesn't take you know, not that there's nothing wrong with doing it, but it doesn't take a shooting star press to, you know, that gets them invested in that move you did, but what's going to get them invested in the whole match and everything you're doing? And I think that's where I kind of I try to connect with the fans. So, and I think it Inspires, they picked it up well, and it worked out.
Absolutely. Definitely. Going into sort of some of the regular questions we have on the show, one that we've been asking is, what are you watching currently when it comes to wrestling, when it comes to either for recreation or for studying purposes? Is there anything that you kind of have your eye on specifically?
I watch a lot of WWE. Before I got down here, I was watching a lot of TNA, but that kind of fell off just with the scheduling of it. But WWE, NXT, you know, I watch a lot of indies. Texas indies I watch, but I watch a lot of Texas indies too, because I'll even tell people in Inspire, you know, I was back there and I met a lot of wrestlers the first time. And I was like, yeah, I kind of know who you are, seeing your work. And they're just like, you see my work? And I was like, well, yeah, you never know who you're going to get in the ring against, you know what I mean? So especially if you're in Texas. But Texas, I think Texas indies a lot, and definitely, you know, the old school WWE matches, some of the newer things, just all around. I'll watch Shawn Michaels to get ideas, you know, Ric Flair. Mainly WWE, but I watched Lucha Underground for a while. I really like them. I'll watch some of ROH's stuff, but mainly WWE.
Awesome. And going to that as well, going on in your career now, is there any kind of specific goals you have as maybe concerning people you want to face, either in Texas or outside? Any kind of goals in that kind of realm?
Oh man, the list. I have a list as long as just because I just, like I said, I'll just sit up there and watch all the stuff. But I would like to, you know, face. I'm liking that I'm facing Scott Summers. ACH is definitely probably at the top of my list when it comes to Texas guys, so I want to get in there with. I think that would be a real storytelling match right there. Keith Lee is another guy that I would like to get in there with. Alex Reigns, I'm actually facing on the 5th in San Antonio at Rudy's show, so that's gonna be cool. You know, Ray Rowe, James Claxton, man, Mike Dale. I can go on and on. I don't want to leave nobody out.
Absolutely, definitely. And to kind of wrap things up, kind of the question we ask everyone on the show, and feel free to take it sort of in any direction you wish, because a lot of our guests do. But since we are a podcast all about indie wrestling, we like to ask our guests, what is, in your opinion, the best thing about independent wrestling and the worst thing about independent wrestling?
Oh man, should I start off with the bad and then I can make it up with the good? Or
sometimes that works out.
I think I'll do that. I'll babyface this one. I'll start with the bad, and then we'll end off with the good. The bad thing about it, man, for me, as a wrestler, but then also I think as a fan, is just once again I think the psychology has been lost. Not only with psychology, me and Rudy Boy was actually talking about this last week, but psychology isn't just in a match, but it's how you promote your show and who's your champion and, you know, what's going on with your storylines and, you know, and all these things and why you don't let politics get involved. But I just think psychology is the main thing that's lost on people. Like, you need to have a champion. You know, if you have a champion that looks like a champion, that is a champion, that puts on great matches. Or, to me, I'm not saying it's all about the look. I'm just saying it's you got to know your talent is what I'm saying. And I just feel like a lot of times some people, well, I know a lot of times because I'm in the business, so I know, you know, friends get spots and, you know, people that's in a circle, they get the same spots. And then it kills the competition because if the same guys are getting the same opportunities and you got hungry guys coming up, how do you get better? The only way to bring up your competition, to bring up everybody else, is to bring better competition around them. You know, you can kind of go back to the Monday Night Wars. You know, that was a great time in wrestling, but would it have been as great if WCW wasn't there or if Raw wasn't there? No, they had to compete against each other. So these guys was bringing out the best of the best of the best in each other. So it's something like that. Like, I just believe, like, psychology, politics, you know, guys I think need to look, you know, better look the part. I'm not saying you have to be a big, you know, crazy, muscled up animal. I'm not saying you have to be something like that, but I do believe you should just look like an athlete. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how some people can get in the ring. You know, you got to ask yourself, if you love the sport and I'm gonna be in this business, in this sport, however you want to look at it, and I step in the ring and people look at me, how are they going to view the whole entire sport? You know, the whole entire business of what pro wrestling is. So when you get in there, I do think you need to be, you know, don't look like a fan. Look like you're a wrestler, because why would somebody pay to see themselves? They wouldn't. You know what I mean? That's just a big thing, too. I think the look is definitely, like I said, once again, just look like an athlete. Just look like you know what a gym looks like. That's one of my big things. And I guess to end with the with a positive note here, indie wrestling, man, is you know, I only grew up watching WWE, really, and WCW and things like that. So I always wanted to do that. But once I found out what indie wrestling was and like really dug my teeth into it, I fell in love with this business, with wrestling, more than I ever thought I did. Because I think the best thing about indies is you have the freedom. One, I can be me. You know, there's nobody telling me I got to do this and I need to wear this. It's all me going out there. So if I mess up or if I don't, I have to learn how to correct myself with help along the way. But it's all you. And then just the emotion you can get with the fans, like little things that will cheer up people. And you could, you know, with WWE, those guys don't really get to talk to the fans like we do. They don't get to interact with the fans like we do. But I think that's the best thing ever. I think it's just it's the best art form as well. You can tell so many stories, and I can just go on about indie wrestling forever. But I think the good thing is you have the freedom, and you can just, with the freedom with the fans, freedom with everybody. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Awesome. Very cool. So to go, thank you once again, Terrell, for coming on and sort of sharing your story and talking with us. If you're on social media and people can find you, or if you have any upcoming events where people can check you out at, feel free to plug away.
Yeah, man, you can go ahead and check me out at my Facebook. It's going to be Terrell Tempo. That's TerraleTempo. Some people get on to me how I spell my name, but, you know, that's my mama gave me that name, so I love that name, so that's cool. But, no, and then also Instagram, I'm on there, and then I'm actually getting a Twitter soon. I'm working on getting a Twitter, and people are going to be like, how you working on getting a Twitter? Just sign up. It's not that easy, okay? Give me some slack, all right? But
no,
Yeah, yeah, you know,
Yeah,
it's just people yelling at me. Yeah, just tell them, man, tell them, give him some time, brother.
Hey, social media is hard, man.
Yeah. Oh man, but yeah, man, and once again, was that everything? Yeah. I said my Facebook and my Instagram, and I'm working on my Twitter as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and like you mentioned, that show, San Antonio, Texas, for I think TWA is the promotion where you'll be wrestling Alex Reigns.
It's actually the AIWF, but it is Texas Academy of Wrestling, AIWF, and it's going to be at the Good Shepherd Church in San Antonio.
Awesome. And also September 13th for Inspire Pro Wrestling, you'll be wrestling Scott Summers as well. So definitely many opportunities if you're in Texas to check out Terrell Tempo. And I encourage you to, because it's good to sort of seek out the up-and-coming talent. And from what I can tell, from what I can seen of him so far, I can guarantee you will be impressed. So once again, thank you very much, Terrell, for coming on the show. And right now, we're going to take a dive into everything that happened this week in Sorgatron Media. We'll be right back.
All right, thanks.
That was awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
That was great.
I really appreciate that.
Hey, thank you. No problem. I do as well, man, on this side, too.
Definitely. Or go ahead, Sorg.
I would say our boy Wheels from RWA up here in the Pittsburgh area is in the chat, and he says, hey, interested in coming PA anytime?
Man, if I can get out there, I'm willing to do it. I've actually, we're actually looking at going to Georgia soon, but hey, man, if you can contact with me and we'll take a car down there and we'll do it, man.
All right.
Definitely.
Well,
yeah. Go ahead, Sorg.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say this will be up sometime tomorrow, and I'll shoot you the link to it. So if you want to share out the podcast version and stuff like that.
Oh, cool! Yeah, appreciate it, man.
No problem. Thank you again, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, no, thank you. Y'all have a good night.
You too,
right.
man.
Later.
Bye.
Okay, I got an email from Bobby about IWC.
Okay.
I don't want to get into RWA because I want to wait until I edit it. And then maybe we'll bring Wheels on next week and I can talk about it. So this is going to be about Cage Fury at the moment on my side. Do you have any topics?
I can plug we announced the full Inspire Pro card.
Okay. Anything else?
Trying to think of anything.
Anything else significant happen? There will be a discussion as we lead up to it about the fact that Impact Wrestling is happening like 5 miles from RWA on the same night. So
we should have that discussion.
Like closer to the show. I want to have that conversation a bit more. I keep telling you were part of that conversation last week. Actually, I was like, dude, get somebody down there and fly to the show for the next show. Like, get down there.
Yeah.
They drove. A lot of people drove out to your area. They'll drive out again. They find out there's wrestling, and they find out it's people like Sanjay Dutt. I thought it was funny when Mike showed. He's like, "Hey, look who's on tomorrow night," and it's like Sanjay and DJ Z. I was like, "All right, that's interesting on a couple fronts." So,
yeah, definitely.
Oh, did I forget to stop recording? There we go. As long as I don't forget to start recording, so that would be an issue tonight. And we're back. Thank you so much. Awesome interview there. Thanks, Eamon, for hooking that up. Where do you find these guys? I guess you find them on your roster, don't you?
Kind of. Yeah. I've always got my eyes open for people. So yeah.
That's awesome. We've been talking. I actually got a few lines of some people that says, "Hey, get a hold of me because I suck about contacting people." Like somebody that we talked about that he wrestles locally, of course. But it hasn't gone out there that much. But they're a great guy to talk to, and I'm just like, I've been trying to get you on for a year, but I keep forgetting to book you. That's what happens, man. That's what happens. So we got something very special lined up next week. We're looking actually to talk slight wrestling angle on this, but the guy's behind Bar Jutsu. So, slight wrestling angle, but I think we're going to have a fun conversation regardless with these guys. But anyway, so IWC's Cage Fury was this past weekend, and so was RWA's Aggression, which was a big night there. Last match for RWA, and I think in general for one G Raver against Gory, his tag team partner in Generation Dead. And I want to hold off. I'm going to table that for the moment because I haven't watched it yet. I was at the other show. We had the B team down there filming that show. I'm going to edit it sometime this week, and then I want to have a conversation about that afterwards, my thoughts on that. But I was at IWC's Cage Fury. And I always like when we do have somebody from like the rest of the Mayhem show involved, whether they're helping me at the booth or something, or they're just there in general, just to get another take on it. Because I think I'm a little veiled because I am working in production and have a whole other angle on the show and how it went. But although Bobby, we did kind of volunteer to do something. He was actually helping me with sound. But he did email in because we're way past his bedtime. Bobby tired. So what is? So Eamon looks tired over there too. How you doing, buddy? I see the eyes closed.
Secret to everyone listening tonight. I'm on a lot of Advil.
Oh no! Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna give you so much shit about it then, because he's over there. That's how the eyes are like. He's like too comfy in bed, man, for a podcast. But anyways, but Bobby says about IWC. Hey, Sorg and Eamon, I just want to throw some of my thoughts out there for IWC's Cage Fury. It was my first time working production on the show. And it gave me a different perspective on what goes on. I really enjoyed hearing the commentary in my ears on the live show, especially Joe Dabrowski and Mark Madden calling the main events. It was awesome seeing the angle with Rhino and Justin Plummer, even though Justin LeBar couldn't be there in person. I enjoyed the women's match and the three-way dance for the Super Indy Championship. Also, there's something scary about Rhino coming up behind you when you're not paying attention to who's behind you, especially when you've had nightmares involving him stealing a tricycle from you. But all in all, it was an amazing show, and as a newer IWC fan, it was really cool hearing the crowd pop when John McChesney returned. Can't wait to see him in the ring. Great show, great night. I think it's his second or third experience at IWC, actually, and we're also making him work. We're already making him work, right? But
which is cool to sort of. You kind of do look at wrestling from a different perspective when you are working on it in a sense. Like,
right.
I've noticed that when I look at Inspired Pro shows much differently than I look at kind of like other shows I've been to.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but.
Yeah, certainly, and I thought it was cool to kind of lift the veil a little bit and let him see a little bit of that too, And I try not to hey, here's backstage, hello everybody, but still, it was cool for that, and I think he's still he's observing, he's on the audio, he's getting a little extra from that, but he's still kind of early and still a fan and good to get his perspective. And I love that he's getting invested in the product a little bit too. But great show. War Games was a little weird because they oddly did an elimination. Kind of thing for War Games, so that kind of threw me a little bit. Rhino and Tommy Dreamer was great. All the stuff at the end was great. The big thing, and I think this is going viral at this point officially, Jock Sampson missing the crowd in his dive outside the ring. He went
nearly dying.
Yeah. He went into the crowd, and from what I understand, damaged a chair in the second row. So
Jesus.
Yeah. And
Jock Sampson is no small man.
No, he's no small man. That's over on IWC's Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and everything. You can go check out that clip yourself. It's 15 seconds, real quick. It's nuts. He gets right up. And he took a picture of, I think it was the fan's chair that he broke with the chair at intermission. I saw that floating around as well. So really, really fun time. Great matches. Dylan Bostic, Andrew Palace, and Alex Daniels, great match as usual, and a great rematch from Super Indy in the finals there. Of course, not elimination this time or anything. The women, I got to mention, we've talked about women's wrestling and everything on here. The women in IWC right now, I think, deserve a lot of praise. Because, one, we're talking about Britt Baker, who was on the show a couple weeks ago, in her second match, I believe. I don't think she's had any other since. She's been booked on a lot of stuff. I know she's going to pop up on AIW, and I think she has a couple other ones coming up that she mentioned when she was on the show. And at the time, she had one match under her belt, okay? And Ray Lynn, amazing as well. I thought they had a really great match, a really solid match. It's rare that you go to an indie show and see such younger, I don't want to say inexperienced. Raylan's been around a while, I think, at least a couple of years in this. But still, I think she's a little greener in general, if I understand correctly. We're going to have to get her on the show and we can talk with her too. But to go to a show like this, and Eamon, you've been to the show. Okay, I don't know. You're spoiled by Inspire Wrestling. You get Theta, Scott, and Athena of all freaking people, right? So maybe you don't know what this is like. Well, you've seen that. You've seen, like, when the girls are not as confident as the guys. I don't know what it is about their mannerisms that sticks out more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Like that lack of confidence, like, is bigger when the ladies have it, and both these.
Well, I think it comes from a point of just the perception going in, maybe.
Yeah, I
from
guess
fans
so.
is because you kind of have more to overcome in a sense.
Mm-hmm. But I think it's something like we talked about Stephen Amell with SummerSlam. Did a great job in there, but there's a little bit of like that I don't know what to do with my hands kind of thing, right? When he's standing there a little bit, and maybe he's a little nervous.
Right.
And I think a lot of girls are awkward in that way on the indie level. I don't know if they're just not getting enough experience, what the case may be, but I've seen that a lot, and even in like shows over the last few months, especially, right? And some girls just aren't on a level, and it's so hard to find spots for them, as we've discussed with many of our guests on the show. But when you go see Raylan and Britt Baker, I think like Britt looks like somebody that could be on WWE tomorrow, I think. And even like some of those girls on NXT have that little bit of awkwardness to them, right? Like can't remember her name, Dana Brooke, is that right?
Yeah.
Like she's got this little bit of awkwardness to her still that she hasn't shaken off, or the stuff we're seeing from the Tough Enough girls. Don't spoil her who won. I'll watch it in the morning. Actually, I'll probably watch when I go off here. That kind of thing. And I think I don't see it as much on these two girls. And I think that's really impressive. I don't know if that speaks to the girls themselves, Britt, especially being a newer trainee, a newer graduate, was the training or their ethic in general. I think it's really impressive. And I don't know what the plans are as far as are other girls going to come in? Are we just going to see these girls feud for a bit and that's it? I hope there's more to it. I hope this is the start of growing into something bigger. But that's kind of in a show just top to bottom full of bright spots, and even bright spots in, I think, I've been impressed in matches that weren't supposed to be big things on the card that ended up turning into a very entertaining segment, right?
Right.
And I feel like that happened a lot, especially with the tag. Like, I feel like the tag match was not meant to be anything special. It was just going to be like, well, we got put guy here. Okay, we have a tag match on the card. Good, there we go. At least I'm sure these people will be entertaining. And then all of a sudden, we might have a viral hit on our hands. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I don't know. Like NXT, people are taking opportunities and running with it. I feel like IWC at this point are people taking opportunities and running with it. On all different levels. There's a couple weird spots still, but altogether, this is easily the best show since Reloaded, which was Plumber's First. Those guys are on going on all cylinders right now. I'm seeing the conversations, and really they are. At least on the marketing side, I guess if you can call it that, the promotion side, I really think there's something special happening there. And I don't know if the guys over there see it. I think they think I'm joking when I say in the chat that something cool is happening here, but there is, and I don't know if you felt this when you were doing Inspire back in the day, but when you're like, oh, hey, wait, there's movement here, right? Like, wait, we're on to something here. Like, I feel like something is happening there, and even a little bit, RWA, the fact that they pulled 300 fans, and they didn't have a Rhino versus Tommy Dreamer, right? They have a whole other special thing going. They have another brand of crowd going on there. And that is not a detriment to RWA or IWC or anything like that. They are two absolutely different things for absolutely different fans and promoting them in absolutely different ways, right? And I think on both sides, I think some can learn from the other one. I think both can learn from the other one in how they acquire fans online and in person. If that makes sense, I don't know. I'm kind of being ambiguous here. I guess it makes sense in my own head.
Yeah. You kind of want to mix the both. Like it's, there are some people that do amazing at one thing and amazing at another thing. Like you were saying, like to take from both and be able to learn from that. There's always something you can do better. But like you said, like as long as there's that sort of upward mobility in an organization, that's always really cool.
So yeah, I don't know. That's my thoughts there. So I know you got a lot of stuff. Oh, check out Cage Fury digital download, individual matches already available on IndyWrestling.us. I hope to have RWA's Aggression, including that last match with Raver and Gory, up by the end of the week. I think this week we're also going to launch individual match downloads for RWA. I don't know if I'm going to do the whole shows, maybe just like kind of the bigger matches. I'm still kind of working through it. I should probably inform this is happening. But it's really a lot of people are buying the matches, and I like that that's an option, and people can kind of at least check out their favorite wrestler, if not the entire show. Because I understand, like, you get an indie show, maybe you bought it for AJ Styles and you don't give a crap about the local guys. You know what I mean? Like who hasn't bought one of those DVDs before? And like you don't care about local Joe, you know? I
think Chikara kind of does something similar with that now, where they break down each match so you can pay for separate, kind of like iTunes.
Right. Yeah, that was kind of the idea, is the iTunes thing, and it's really interesting to see what matches sell. You know, whether it be like a lot of times the new people sell because their families are going out and being like, oh, let's see. You know, and their friends, their family and their friends are doing that. You know, and I think
it's like the mentality of like them bringing them to shows, like moving over into that world.
And here's a hint.
You know what I mean?
Here's a hint. If you're a new wrestler with a promotion that does this sort of thing, tell your friends and family to buy that match. And this isn't just for me because I'm selling the damn things. But if you prove that you're putting butts in seats or downloading the thing, the promoters are looking at that. And when you take that match and share it with your friends and family, it's kind of a weird thing. But really, you have to prove to the promoter you're worth the money and worth being there and worth the spot on the card, right?
Right.
And if you're just like buying your match or being given your match by the promoter or whatever and saying, hey, everybody check this out, but I think there's a little bit of, you have to be your own advocate, and you have these people like, hey, Johnny's wrestling, awesome. I was like, great. Can you drop the $1, $2 and tell the promoter I'm worth having around? You know what I mean? Because money talks in this, Indie wrestling is not making anybody rich in the Pittsburgh area or anywhere else. Okay. So it is a factor. So, well, that's kind of a side note there. Eamon, what's happening in your neck of the woods?
There is some cool stuff that we just got to announce for Inspire Pro Wrestling. We just announced the full card for our Battle Wars show, which I'm very excited about. For those that don't know, the Battle Wars show is our co-junction sort of thing with Chikara Pro Wrestling, which I'm very excited about because it was so much fun last year, and I'm so excited to have it again. We got a lot of great Chikara talents coming down, guys who have been here before, like Fire Ant. The Throwbacks will be coming together as a unit for the first time, which is cool, which will be really nice. We have Chuck Taylor, who's going to be coming as part of his retirement tour of 2015. So it'll be nice to have him kind of stop in Texas, and for us especially because he is kind of part of our history. He was in our first ever main event, so that's kind of a cool little thing. He'll be wrestling Matthew Palmer in a match that I think will really have the potential to steal the show. So there's that. There's we just announced that Orange Cassidy will be coming down, which I'm very excited about.
Who's that? Who's Orange Cassidy?
Orange Cassidy, for those that don't follow Chuck Taylor's Gentleman's Club.
Oh, no.
He Orange Cassidy is quite an individual. It'll be very interesting to see, and he's against Keith Lee, Andy Dalton, Franco D'Angelo, which should be an interesting combo for Orange Cassidy to try to overcome. But I'm very excited. For those that have seen Orange Cassidy, you know what I'm talking about, and I don't want to spoil it too much, but yeah, it's going to be fun. There's a lot of cool stuff that we have going on with the Chikara matches. And we also announced the debut of Hollow Wicked, who will be coming down to represent Chikara Pro. He's facing our new Inspire Pro champion, Ricky Starks in a champion versus champion match, which will be really cool. There's a lot of cool stuff. We got a street fight happening between Angelus Lane and Delilah Doom, which should be very interesting to say the least. These two have been heated rivals for most of the year, and I think it's really going to come to a head. And I think this could be definitely a match that many wrestling fans and women's wrestling fans should keep their eyes on, I predict. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff happening. That event is going to be September 13th. Back at the Marquesa Hall and Theater in Austin, Texas. Tickets are on sale at InspireProWrestling.com. $15 for general admission. Front row is already sold out, but you can still get your general admission tickets. They're very good. There's not a bad seat in the house. I know that's kind of a cliched phrase, but I really mean it. Excuse me. Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of cool stuff happening on that night as well. Some stuff that may be coming up too that I don't get to completely announce yet, but stuff that I know has kind of been in the works. I'll just say that much. Some cool stuff that may be happening. But yeah, InspireProWrestling.com for all the info on that, and Twitter at InspireProRes.
Awesome. Go check it out. By the way, in the meantime, I am Reverend Sorg of the Church of Perpetually Exempt Professional Wrestling. Please send your money today. Some people will get that joke. Sorry, we were having a discussion in the chat room. But anyways, go check out all that stuff. Check out IndieWrestling.us. Check out your local indie wrestling, whatever that may be. And just support it, man. Support whatever's going on, or ProWrestlingTees.com, not just our stuff over there at Wrestling Mayhem Show on there. But if you're digging somebody, if you found somebody online, even if you don't even have indie wrestling around and you're checking it out on the YouTube, maybe they got a Pro Wrestling T-shirt, and maybe you can go buy one and put some money in their pocket and help them out. And I had a conversation with myself. No, actually, this was with Will over on the Power Hour a couple weeks ago about being a fan out loud of podcasts, for instance. But I don't think you know how much it's going to matter to that indie wrestler who got paid $20 in a hot dog to drive across 3 states for that show that night, and saying, I really enjoyed your match and I'd like to buy a T-shirt, an autograph, whatever that is. Or even just if you don't have any money, saying, listen, man, I really dug that match tonight. And I try to do that with especially the younger guys. If someone, I'm like, okay, that was good, I'm seeing progress, I try to say something to the people as I come across them after the show. That
goes a long way.
That when I say support indie wrestling, it doesn't necessarily have to be monetarily. So it's very much appreciated by all these guys. But even just saying, hey man, big fan, loved what you're doing, whoever it may be. And maybe that's the thing that helped them stick around a little bit longer and get a little further in this business. So, boy, Eamon.
Sorg.
Eamon, I love the work you do.
No, you don't.
What do you mean, no, I don't? What do you mean, no, I don't?
Wait. No, I love the work you do, too. It's the reason this thing is happening.
Podcast hug, guys. All right, on that note, Eamon, at Eamon2, please, on the Twitters. I'm at Sorgatron. WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Please drop us a line, all that stuff. Hey, big thanks to Basic Sickness for the intro, outro music. BasicSickness.com. And check out everything else going on at SorgatronMedia.com. Until next time, support indie wrestling with a hug. All right, that got weird at the end.
That got interesting.
Yeah. All right, I need a basic Sorgonomics topic because I ain't done yet, baby. It's midnight on the dot.
Are you still on the stream?
Currently, yes. Do I need to bounce off of it?
Okay. Well, I can tell you a cool secret if you want to go off of it.
I'm going to hear a cool secret. There's 2 people. I think one is me. So I think so. Thank you. We're gonna get off the stream and have some secret talk time. Do you want to message a buddy? Can he be included?
Sure.